Well, good afternoon. Sorry about the little hiccups there, but I had too much power being drawn off of this little generator and it shut down on me twice. I got things switched around now and I got a couple of things unplugged, so we shouldn't have this issue again. It is snowing like crazy here. I've been talking about how I only get rain. Well, last night, as soon as the podcast ended, what happened? It started flipping snowing. All right. The dogs love it. The puppies, well, they love it to the point that their paws get cold and then they come running inside and freaking out. It's like, hey, I'm freaking cold. You know, well, I'm freaking cold too. All right. Get over it. You, yeah, yeah. We're talking about you. All right. Uh, so today's going to be a short one. It's only going to be a couple of hours. I got, we're going to run through yesterday's, and we know the one that came out last night, just as I was shutting down. And then I also have one with Dr. Shiva that I want to play for you guys. And then I'm going to leave it up to you guys as to whether I play the last one or not. Okay. It'll be a choice, as to whether you want to actually sit and listen to them. But Nino did an interview with SG Anon a couple of days ago. A lot of good information in that. And everybody likes SG Anon, really puts out some good info. But we'll get to that. We'll decide whether or not we want to watch that a little bit later. It's my thing is I have to worry about whether Nino's going to have my channel taken down because I play his content or not, and this is where my rants about these guys going behind a paywall with information that's pertinent to everybody, and making people pay for that information is a little bit much, so we'll have to see what direction we go with that. I hope everybody's having a good day. Let's get started with my X feed. Got some things up here, and I want to share with you guys. And let's see what the Anon News has to say. All right, here we go.
It is my opinion that you do not really understand the concept of banking. All the banks are broke. And why are they broke? It isn't an act of God. It isn't some sort of tsunami. They're broke because we have a system called fractional reserve banking, which means that can lend money that they don't actually have. It's a criminal scandal, and it's been going on for too long. To add to that problem, you have moral hazard. A very significant moral problem starts in politics and central banks, which are part of the same political system. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing, but counterfeiting by any other name. The artificial printing of money, which if any ordinary person did, they'd go to prison for a very long time. And yet governments and central press the amount of interest that rates are, so we don't have the real cost of money. And yet we blame the real retail banks for manipulating LIBOR. The sheer effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely, in a rather cavalier fashion, do we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue.
Can anybody point out where there was any untruth whatsoever in that statement? Can anybody? tell me where there is an untruth or a falsehood in what that man just said? No, they can't. You want to know why? Because he's telling the flipping truth. You know, to listen to these guys that are coming forward and explaining that you take $100 into a bank, okay? As soon as you put it in the bank, say for instance, you decide you're going to keep $10 of that, okay? Well, the other $9 or $90 that's left over, they give to somebody else. They loan it to somebody else, okay? And then that money gets deposited into an account, and you know, and in all actuality, nobody's playing with nothing of real value anymore. There's a serious problem there. You know, a serious problem. Right on. You know, gotta love it when these guys come out. Okay, I posted this up on Facebook a couple of days ago. It appears to have made its way over to X. And I really want people to listen to this guy's heartfelt message, because I think it is very important for people to really get a grasp of what he's saying. Okay, here we go.
Be sure of this, that the things that you're about to see this year are going to rock your understanding. They're going to bring your faith to the edge, and you're going to realize that the spiritual battle that's been at hand, the things that were uncovered in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20 shall be brought to light. That the things that we know about certain people who drink certain things extracted from children is true. It's been true. It's in the Bible. There is a spiritual battle of wickedness, sorcery, evil, destruction on a level that you can't understand, because you see it in horror movies, but you don't believe it. And it's going on all around you by people in high places, and it has been since the beginning of time. Who do you think gave Nimrod the idea to build a tower to heaven so that they could break into heaven and take control? A siege tower. The Tower of Babylon was a siege tower. Somebody taught primitive man how to make bricks, and the first thing they built was a siege tower to heaven to break in and take control of heaven. Where do you think that they got that idea? Then God scattered the languages and scattered the nations. Now, through technology, we're doing it again. The Nephilim tampered with creation and altered God's creation by creating giants on the earth, men of renown, the gods of old. The angels came down and made superhumans. They made giants and they made monsters on the earth. And God filled the earth with water to the firmament. Why? Because he restarted creation. Listen, they're doing this again. Where do you think all these breakthroughs are coming from? Where do you think all this information is coming from? It is the knowledge of good and evil. Men who worship knowledge love the power of knowledge. The knowledge not of God and humbleness and meekness and kindness, but the knowledge of power and destruction and eternal life. And they think that they can destroy God. They think that they can find a loophole in the scriptures and overturn the revelation. The Bible says they seek to change the times and the seasons. You and me had better get our eyes on Jesus. You better humble down. You better get real faith, or your faith will be shaken and you may be deceived. Jesus in Matthew 24 and 25 tells again and again, let no man deceive you, for many false Christs shall arise. There will be many false Christs. He also says that out of 10 people, 10 virgins, 50% of them had no oil in their lamps and were not permitted in when the time came because they were not ready to go when he called for them. Get your head down in the book and your feet firmly planted on the rock of Jesus Christ, and get on your knees and pray. This is serious business now.
Telling it like it is. 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 You know, this is the thing, folks. We're at that time. We're at that time. Are we going to join them on the precipice, or are we going to be the barrier that stops them from going over? We have to make that decision. We have to make that decision every day with information that we put out to people and that we share with people. Hey, guys, I'm doing a podcast here. Okay. Thank you. You know, and you know, we really have to make that. We have to make that choice. We really have to make that choice. Okay. And I think that together we can awaken the masses. Well, at least the masses that are around us, you know. You know, and the thing is I don't trust the churches at all. Whereas our church is, we are our church. We are our church. Each individual person is their own church. It's up to you to have your communication with the Father, okay, and the Son, and with the Holy Spirit, okay? Each one of us, we're responsible for that. It's our job to make sure that we do it, you know. And unfortunately, too often, you know, too much happens, you know. I don't really want to get into adrenochrome right now. You guys already know all about it. So, you know, so let's go to the flat Earth, you know, because that's getting to be one of my favorite topics lately. You know, where is the best place to get survival food kits? Honestly, Michelle, and just so people can see the question. Okay. I think it's Patriot Food Supply or Patriot Supply or something like that. They actually do some pretty good stuff. It's mostly add water stuff. You know, a couple of them you might need milk or you might need butter. You know, something like that. I actually got one of those, and I've cooked quite a bit out of it. And I think it's like a 3 month supply. Personally, I would have preferred to get MREs, except for that they weren't available to me anywhere near here. But there are places that sell the MREs. I think Slow Country can tell you where to find those, or anybody prior military can pretty much fill you in on MREs. No, My Patriot Supply, I think I paid it was $110, and I got 2 big buckets that were filled with stuff, and it's basically, you don't cook the whole package, you know. You don't you know, yeah, that's what I thought. If you live anywhere near a military base, you should be able to go onto the base and buy them directly from there. You know, but the My Patriot Supply, like I said, I think I paid I think it was $110. I got 2 full buckets. And let me tell you, what I did cook out of them, you know, was absolutely well worth every penny that I spent on them. The only thing is if you're in a situation where you don't have the means in which to store milk, and stuff like that, it can be a little bit of a pain in the butt because of the fact that you only get one package of powdered milk with that. So you'd want to get additional packets of the powdered milk for some of the recipes. But yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad at all. And actually, taste wise, food it was actually really good. Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, and ghee for butter, right? Yep. Yeah. My Patriot Supply, I think it's called. They're pretty good. But then again, also remember if you're anywhere near a military base, you should be able to buy them directly from the military base. And then you can be pretty sure that that the dates on them are well within range. But let me tell you, I know people who are opening up C rations from the Vietnam era, and they're still good. So they pack them up pretty well. So all right, so like I was saying, flat Earth has become one of my topics lately, because digging into the Bible and you're talking about the four corners of the earth, it was I was like, the four corners, wait a minute, if the earth is round, there's no corners. So I got to see what's up with this. And I started digging into it more and more. And I began to realize that it's separating the waters from above and below. Okay. Means that, basically that the waters below are below the surface of the earth. Okay. And the waters above the earth are what we call outer space. That's why I keep telling people, I says, when they talk about space, okay, they're talking about the space from the earth to the firmament. Okay. Our sun and our moon are inside the firmament. I've been saying this for years. Our sun and the moon are local. They're not millions of miles away. Okay. And it really gets me that so many people are so in tune with sun gazing and everything else. But what people don't realize is that they're lights. No different than you hanging a light in your kitchen, or hanging a light in your living room, or hanging a light in a bedroom. They're lights. They're lights. Gave us a light for day and a light for night. Okay. One doesn't reflect off of the other. Okay. Because if that was the case, then we would see the other side of the moon when there's an eclipse. Okay. But guess what? No, it's, yeah. And it's, and Andrea Tucker, that's right. It's spinning at 66,000 miles an hour and all that. If that's the case, I should be able to jump up in the air. And by the time I hit the ground, I should be on the East Coast, or I should be in England. Okay. I mean, it's that simple, and it's biblical. This is all biblical. And the deception that has been played upon us for so long, man, are we suckers or what? Are we suckers or what? But see, that's where the resets come in. Because every time they do a reset, they change history, trying to make the next generation of people that they allow to procreate and rebuild civilization. Okay. Each one of them is more and more information is hidden from each time they reset. And they think that we weren't going to catch on to it. And guess what? We've caught on to it. Those of you that are on the YouTube side, please look up at the top of your chat. If it says top chat, click next to that and you'll see where you can change it to live chat. And you'll probably catch a whole bunch of comments that you've been missing because not everybody's up in the top chat area. So, so click on that. All right, let's listen to this guy, Flat Earth Zone. Here we go.
Scriptures indicate that God sits in Isaiah above the circle of the earth, centered above the circle of the earth, beholding all the creatures in it. The Bible calls earth a circle. It says it takes shape like clay under a seal. It says it's fixed and immovable. It's not orbiting, it's not rotating, it's not flying through space. Tell me, how is a vacuum, which sucks atmosphere out, occurring with atmosphere and there's no barrier between the two? Tell me, how does water curve and hold to a ball? Well, you got to make up the imaginary gravity, all those things. Bible never teaches that. The Bible says the earth is not moving. It says it's fixed and immovable. Satan comes up with, oh, it's moving three different ways. It's spinning, and then it's orbiting, and then it's vortexing. Yet the star trails have remained the same for thousands of years. Do you understand? Fixed and immovable, that's the Bible. Earth takes shape like clay under a seal. You ever seen clay under a seal? That's in Job. Take some clay, push it under a seal. What do you get? Flat with ridges and mountains. Take shape like clay under a seal. What does Isaiah say? The book of Isaiah uses the word ball in Hebrew, not for the earth, and it uses the word circle, a completely different Hebrew word, for God sitting above, enthroned above the circle of the earth. Ezekiel says there is a dome over our heads, and then God is on his throne above that dome. Genesis 1 says, you look this up, the first word that would trigger us if we're going to believe the world's version of cosmology is rakia in Hebrew. It says that he created the rakia. Well, you've got to translate that properly. Sometimes the Bible will say vault or what have you. The King James comes closest and says firmament. Why? Because rakia, and any true Hebrew scholar will tell you this, rakia is a solid structure. In fact, Job says that God spread out the skies hard as molten glass. So NASA's been lying since the 50s. They've been lying. The biblical cosmology and the worldly cosmology are two completely different cosmologies. Shouldn't surprise you, there's two kingdoms here on earth. There's the kingdom of God, the kingdom of Satan, and that ball nonsense does not exist. Creation points us to God according to Romans. Did you know that? According to Paul's argument in Romans 1, creation will point you to God. So what does Satan do? He goes after creation, obscures creation, hides creation. Oh, there's no firmament. The earth is not fixed and immovable. It's moving a lot, right? It doesn't take shape like clay under a seal. It takes shape under gravity formed into a ball. We call it the horizon because it's horizontal, and then we try and say, oh, it's curved. Now, I know you've seen all the footage, but you had to see it on screen. You've never seen it with your eyes, number one. Number two, it's always a fisheye lens, always. GoPros, fisheye lenses. You're being deceived. If you hold to the Bible, you won't get deceived. You'll sound stupid to everybody else, just like I sound stupid right now. But if you notice, I could care less because I believe the Bible. I don't believe my eyes over the Bible. I believe the Bible. But I also believe my eyes, and my eyes have never seen curved water stick to a ball. They've never seen atmosphere and vacuum touch each other and the vacuum not suck the atmosphere out. It doesn't occur. You have to have a hard surface between a vacuum and atmosphere. And if you start looking into NASA, you start seeing the space bubbles, which is because it's really just filmed underwater. Every time SpaceX sends up its beautiful rockets, that's a beautiful piece of machinery, but it's not going anywhere. If you notice the photography that trails it, it just makes a dome. And they go, oh, well, that's because it's entering into the orbit, right? No, it's because there's a dome. And if you send it straight up, it'll just hit that dome and blow up. So you got to curve it. And that's why. And it comes back down. They go, oh, no, it entered. No, it didn't. So you're being deceived.
100%. You gotta love it. All right. God created the
God
dog.
created the dog and said, sit all day by the door of your house and bark at anyone who comes in or walks past. For this, I will give you a lifespan of 20 years. The dog said, that's a long time to be barking. How about only 10 years and I'll give you back the other 10? God agreed. Then God created the monkey and said, do tricks and make people laugh. For this, I'll give you a 20-year lifespan. The monkey said, tricks for 20 years. How about I give you back 10 like the dog did? God agreed. Thereafter God created the cow and said, you must go into the field with the farmer every day. Have calves and give milk to support the farmer's family. For this I will give you a lifespan of 60 years. The cow said, that's kind of a tough life for 60 years. How about 20 and I'll give back the other 40? And God agreed again. Then God created man and said, eat, sleep, play, marry, and enjoy your life. For this I'll give you 20 years. But man said, only 20 years. Could you possibly give me my 20, the 40 the cow gave back, the 10 the monkey gave back, and the 10 the dog gave back? That makes 80, okay? Okay, said God, you asked for it. So that is why for our first 20 years we eat, sleep, play and enjoy ourselves. For the next 40 years we slave in the sun to support our family. For the next 10 years we do monkey tricks to entertain the grandchildren. And for the last 10 years we sit on the front porch and bark at everyone. Life has now been explained to you.
Oh, I'm going to drop the
God
link in
created
here.
the dog and
'cause
said,
I
sit
know
all
you guys
day
are
by
going to
the
want the
door of your
link.
house and bark.
I know you want the link. I know you want it. Because you're going to send that to everybody you know and say, oh, my Lord, you guys got to listen to this. He just explained all of life to you. All in minutes. In minutes. A minute and 25 seconds. He explained exactly what the heck's going on. We were only supposed to get 20 years. But we ended up with more. Yep. I don't know what this is here. Hang on.
I had some time on my hands today, and while I was on the inside, I had I had very many commercials about all these new chicken sandwiches. So I said when I got out, I'm going to have a taste test. So today, and you can see I already started. I don't know why I didn't think I'd been doing this before, but I started. I had some time on my.
Yeah. Hey. Can you guys hang on 1 second here? Let me take this food bowl and fill it up for them. Where'd the big bowl go? What'd you guys do with the big bowl? Oh, Lord. I don't know how your little itty bitty bodies can carry that big old food bowl all the way over there. I just don't know. And you know that the big dogs ain't going to be happy because you're eating their food instead of your food, right? You know that, right? But I'm going to give it to you. Give me a second. All you get. That's it. Here, come on. All you come over here. Come on. All you come over here. There you go. Everybody gather around there. Once you get a couple pieces, then back off and you let your brothers and sisters get some. You need to go away, little girl. You are completely covered with snow, and I definitely don't want you there. Okay. All right. Sorry. Oh, boy. Yeah. Okay. All right, so moving on here. Fraudster Grifter Phil Godslewski brags about his Mensa certification, yet Mensa has confirmed today via email they have no records of Phil being part of it. See screenshot. We'll do that in a second. Grifters use lies and deception to garner trust and then sell to their audience. Stay away from Phil. Let's see what... so this is the Mensa thing here. Nick Alvier, I'd like to verify if Phil Godslewski is an actual member of Mensa. He's been under investigation for a number of lies he's made to the public via his social media. Member Services responds, the only information I can provide is that Phil or Philip Godslewski is not a member of American Mensa. Thank you, Becky. Or thank you, and signed Becky. And that's the Associate Director of Membership. So, hey, you got a pile over there. You guys get a pile over there. Hey, you stop it right now. Okay, sorry. Let's see if this will play now. So he's showing everybody a Mensa award on his wall is basically what this is. Yeah. So people got to realize that this guy has just been, and he's not sucking a little bit of money. sucking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars out of people. And that's just wrong. That's just really wrong to do. Have to pay him to get information. That's just uncool. That's just uncool. Buffering. Buff, can you send that to my email? Because I can't pull links out of my off of here, and I can't open up YouTube at the same time, or else then we lock up and I end up getting booted. Give me a second. I'm going to put my email up on the screen here. There you go. Send that to my email address, and I'll pull that up. Okay. Mensa that's what I thought. It was a Genius Club. That's what I thought it was. It was kind of like a public think tank, I think it was, or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it's and this is the thing is, we were talking about this yesterday about, the fact that George just did a big interview with him, and it's, if it's not to expose him, then I don't know what the heck's going on. And the thing is all the information that he's giving is all information that we all know about. It's all stuff that's been released to us, that we have figured out ourselves, that anybody can figure out with just, with just a quick amount of time of researching. But he's making people pay for that information. It's like, I'm gonna do a Q&A, but I'm only doing it for people who are paying me. What? And see, that's why I said it's I'm going to leave it up to you guys as to whether I play the Nino video with SG Anon or not. Okay. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, all that stuff's got to get sent to my email. Well, actually, no, I can pull up Signal. That I can do. Now that is that the link that he had, Ms. Bullfrog? Is that the link that he was that he posted? If it is, then that'll be great. If not, then I'll check into my email. Let me move this on over here. And yes, okay. She says yes, it is. Okay, so all right, let's take a watch of this. Whoop! Wait a minute. See that? Now I got to move this over there.
If they don't make a move and they just settle on some bullshit like 2024 because they cleaned up elections and they got everything to go, I am going to be the biggest anti-Trump, anti-white hat person out of all of you. The fact is, Donald Trump had all of the power within the Constitution to stop the 2021, I should say, inauguration of Joe Biden. He had all the power of the Constitution and the continuity of government clauses, as well as secret presidential emergency action documents, to stop everything before anything happened. And if we were misled, if I was misled, if the white hats do not act on devolution and do not act on that PED and do not act on fixing the 2020 fraud, the treason that occurred, I think they lose their entire movement. They lose all of their major supporters. They lose their votes. And we go on and back a different candidate. Now, that is obviously the most extreme view you could have, in terms of where we think we are and where we're going with this. I think they lose their entire movement. They lose all of their major supporters. They lose their votes. And we go on and back a different candidate. Now, that is obviously the most extreme view you could have, in terms of where we think we are and where we're going with this. And I don't think we're going to get to that point either. I think we're going to be in, pretty good shape in the next 30 days. But just to give you my, my thoughts on it from a pessimistic view, I'm not going to.
This guy's been playing people for so long, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Major problems. Major problems. Okay. Liberals showcasing their finest.
Where is your gun now?
You need a gun because you're weak. You need a bullet because your voice is small. Enough is enough.
Thumbs up, kids not. I'm gonna go fucking celebrate.
My choice.
That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking
I will not be stopped.
Join with us right now.
Not the judge, not the state. Women must deserve their fate.
I guess that well said. Well said. Yeah. Okay. Let's listen to an elder.
The teachings about demons and the evil one and how they are able to operate among us as the five-fingered being. The evil one is the actual person or being that is in charge of all of the other evil beings, and those are the demons. And the evil one actually has his origin is known as the Black Yei or Yeishin, and his primary goal is to be an obstacle, to be an opposition, or the adversary to the things that are good, that are made good by the holy people and given to us. And he does everything in his power to make sure that he has some way perverted their efforts. And the demons are the ones that help him, and they are not physical in any way beings, but they do have influence over so many of the things that are around us in a physical setting. And they can do things that are of the supernatural nature and actually have an effect on us as the five-fingered being. And the demons actually have about 4 different names that we apply to them as the way that they have power. And the witchcraft is one of them. And Atakash is another one. Ante is another one. There's a 4th one that I don't like to give a name to, and that is more of a physical type of an attack on the human body. If you are weak in a spiritual way, or an emotional way, or in a mental way, when those are combined, they can attack you. And it is that what they can inflict upon you is actually physical illnesses, and that can deteriorate your body to where it's almost nothing. And so those are the type of powers that they actually have. But in modern times, and that the influence and that the evil ones have, they take any type of form. They come in all sizes and shapes, either as physical five-fingered beings or even material type of things to distract us. And that is the main thing, is the adversary is always making the effort to distract us from the things that are right and good. And so it is that we have, in our own traditional teaching, what we have is the skinwalker. Skinwalkers are actually, they are actual beings or people, the five-fingered being that have great knowledge of the dark side. And they are able to do the flat line and to actually be between here and the next world and in spirit form, and able to do things to get around and do the evil that they can do. And that is very evil in so many ways. And so those are the ones that we call Yenam Doshi. And I don't like to talk about it, and the Neth don't like to talk about it. It is that they have control over so many things in the world today. The demonic influence on that is available, or we have, and it is always for distraction. And one of the main things that they attack in our present world and among our Dineh is the family. The families are also always under some type of influence by the evil one and demonic forces. And so we have their efforts to make our families not stable, not united. And it is that they have that influence. And so it destroys the family.
And what has our government been doing? Trying to destroy the nuclear family. You know, it's just so many things. So many things. All right, let's take a listen to this guy. He's actually pretty good. I think he's kind of funny, but he makes a lot of good points, and you know, the guy's got a big heart. He really does.
Y'all want to know why men in the South are scared of our women? I can sum it up for y'all in 1 minute. They asked a group of Northern women, said, would you kill for your child? Every one of these women that they asked in the North gave a similar answer. It went something like this. I don't know if I have it in me. It's going to be a game time decision. I don't promote violence. I just don't know if I could. They turned around and asked the same amount of Southern women the same exact question. Without missing a beat, every one of these Southern women looked them dead in their eye and said, I will kill for my child, your child, any child. It don't matter the situation. If they are in danger and I am around, they are now safe. And all I got to do, if I just so happen to do that, is call up all my girlfriends, because they going to help me hide the body. As soon as we get done doing what we just did, we going to stop on the way home from mimosas and brunch. But we can't be there too long, because I still got to go by the grocery store and pick up supper. I still got to go by the dry cleaner. I got to mop the floors. I got to do laundry when I get home. And I still need to call my husband and see what he wants for supper. Now, after we get home and have a regular night, because really ain't shit happened that was important that day, if I just so happen to get caught and y'all see me on the news, you can bet your ass one thing, I'll be smiling in my mugshot. That is exactly why we are scared of Southern women. All of us down here in the South respect our women because we are scared shitless of them. There is absolutely no limit to what they will do, and you don't mess with the damn babies. Shit.
Well, I guess he told you. All right. So, I'd love to play this one, except for the fact that, the cartoons can get us into trouble. Okay. So let's take a look at this one here.
The Great Wall of China, one of the biggest wonders of the world, no? They say this side is, see, where they throw the arrows to the enemies, and that's why they built this giant wall to protect China from their enemies. But you know what's interesting and very curious? This side is outside China. This side is China, and this side is outside China. Meaning, this wall, the history is a lie. This wall was not built to protect China from these enemies. It's the enemies which are in this side are protecting themselves from China. So the Chinese did not build this wall. Who built this wall? I'll tell you, research the Tartarian Empire, which was in all this area, and they were defending themselves from the Chinese, not the other way around. History is a lie, geography is a lie, science is a lie. They lied to us.
Now, that is not the first time that I've heard that, because if you take a look at the wall, okay, and you notice that there are indentations here for soldiers to look into China. You see them? Okay, but this side is a solid wall, right? There's no ports or anything in order to fight. Everything is there. It's the Great Wall surrounding China. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Gotta love it when all these truths come out at one time. You just gotta love it. Let's see. Must watch. A man walks up to DeSantis and hands him a participation trophy. Says, you probably aren't going to win this election. Incredible. Okay, let's take a listen here real quick. 24 seconds.
Governor DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy. Now, probably not going to win the election, right? But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. He's special, he's unique, and he's our little snowflake. Thank you. Here you go. Do you want the award? We're so proud to you.
What? Nothing's going to stop.
Hey, the guy can't have no sense of humor. You know what I mean? He's got to kick everybody out, Yep. Oh boy. What is she doing? Wow, look at that. That's a giant beehive. Save the bees. Hang on, let's listen to this.
Bees were living in the wall of this house, and I was called to give the bees a new home. So I opened up the wall, and inside I found a giant hive full of very gentle bees. And to my surprise, almost immediately, I found the queen. I was really excited since this hardly ever happens in a hive this big. So I put the queen in a clip to keep her safe, and I put her into the new hive. Then I started to remove each piece of comb. It looked like this queen had been very busy lately because this hive was packed full of baby bees. All of these little white larvae would eventually turn into baby bees, and saving these pieces of comb is one of the most important parts of the bee removal process. So I just kept removing each piece of the hive, and whatever I removed from the original hive, I saved for the bees to have in their new home. These bees had everything they needed to survive, and they had a ton of honey. I had been working for about 2 hours by now, so I helped myself to a bite of honey, and it was delicious. But after I was done removing all of the comb from the wall, I still had to help get the bees into the new hive, so I started scooping them up with my hands. But there were so many bees that I decided to build a little bee bridge, and pretty soon all of the bees started to rush over the bee bridge and into the new hive to be with their queen. So I gave the rest of the bees some smoke, and I waited for them to get into the new hive. Then I closed up the hive, I took the bees home, and it was another great day of saving the bees.
Bees are our greatest pollinators. They are what makes the flowers grow. You know, yep, that's what makes the flowers grow. All right, here we go. Scariest warning I ever heard is what the post was. I think it said, yep, Slavic Warrior says this. Let's check it out.
I want our citizens to know that I am aware of this serious issue. I am asking our residents to please call and let us know if you know of a location that this poison is being pushed out to our streets. You can remain anonymous. To the dealers that are pushing this poison, I have a message for you. We're coming for you. As a matter of fact, our undercover agents have already bought heroin from many of you. We are simply awaiting the arrest warrants to be finalized. So, to the dealers I say, enjoy looking over your shoulder, constantly wondering if today's the day. We come for you. Enjoy trying to sleep tonight, wondering if tonight's the night our SWAT team blows your front door off the hinges. We are coming for you. Run.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. Bingo. She says it all right here. Protect your children. Let's take a listen. Gotta love it when people are standing up for the kids, right? Right?
Hello, my name is Lindsey Graham, and I am a cat. Meow, meow. I'm not a woman dressed as a cat. I am a cat. One look at me, and you know this to be true. I am a woman posing as a cat. You may also think correctly that if I truly believe I'm a cat, I have a mental disorder. If I suffer from a mental disorder, and if I am unable to discern reality, am I safe to be around children? Would you put me in charge of making critical decisions about the safety and well-being of children and about the direction of their education when I cannot even discern truth from fiction? No tail, whiskers, or outfit makes me a cat. Just like no lipstick, high heels, or long hair makes him a man, a woman. Do you believe that the actions of a grown man playing dress up as a woman affects the students and staff positively or negatively? If you were to address me as a cat right now, it's as ridiculous as when you say Miss Bixler and a grown man's voice comes thundering over the...
Thank you.
Hello, my name is...
Her name is Lindsey Graham. That's what's crazy. Oh, boy. Okay. You cannot make this shit up. Okay. Here we go.
In very plain English, the allegation here is that Miss Fannie Willis, instead of using a lawyer with actual experience in RICO cases, instead hired a man that she was having an affair with to prosecute President Trump. She assigned him to be a special prosecutor in order to avoid going through the normal approval process for an outside attorney. She then subsequently paid him a hefty amount in taxpayer dollars, while he, in turn, took her on beautiful vacations to California, Florida, and the Caribbean. And here's the cherry on top, just when you thought it couldn't get any shadier. Included among the exhibits in this court filing is this little gem right here, in which Mr. Nathan Wade charged the county $2,000 in order to travel and to meet with the White House counsel. In practical terms, this is the Fulton District Attorney's lead prosecutor in the Trump case, who also happens to be her romantic partner, charging taxpayers a cool $2,000 in order to travel to talk to Joe Biden's White House lawyers about prosecuting Joe Biden's political opponent. In very plain English, the allegation here...
Yep. See, it's all coming around. It's all coming around. You know, yeah. The real reason they killed Gaddafi. Now, this is a very important one. Let me tell you what Gaddafi was getting ready to do. He was getting ready to release the water. Okay. There were dams that were built that were starving his country of water, starving his people of the precious commodity that every human being needs in order to survive. Okay. At the same time, when the dams were built, the destruction of their fishing industry and everything disappeared. Okay. That's just nuts. Totally nuts. Here we go.
Killed him. You think they killed him because he killed his people? Hell no. They killed him because, listen to me real good, he touched my nerve with that question. Did you know that in Libya, nobody's homeless? Listen. Everybody in Libya has either a home or an apartment. They call it a flat. Did you know education in Libya is free? From kindergarten to college? And did you know that if a Libyan wanted to come to America to be educated, the government in Libya paid for their education? Did you know that? I was there when he opened a $500 million hospital with 18 theaters for operation. I was there, and we went when he was making their own medicines. See, this was a man that gave free medical attention to all the citizens of Libya. And if Libya did not offer that kind of medical attention, they could fly anywhere in the world and get it. And the Libyan government would pay for it. Did you know that? No, you didn't. Did you know that from the oil money, every Libyan citizen got a stipend every year? And did you know that that man had no debt? Everything in his country was paid for. See? Now, when you got a man that did that for an African nation and was trying to do that for all Africa, how do you think Europe felt?
And he's right. How do you think Europe felt about that? And who was the muscle of Europe? The United States. The United States was the muscle. Yeah. This is one of the vice admirals. See what he's got to say.
The waters off San Clemente are a breeding ground for the great white sharks. The students are flown out to San Clemente Island, which lies off the coast of San Diego. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks.
Sorry, that's just 100% truth right there. That's 100% truth right there. And I can agree with what he says. You know, as a Marine, especially at Camp Pendleton, we used to spend a lot of time, there in the ocean. especially being artillery, we weren't out on fire missions every day. Our training consisted of 5 days, of continuous training. Even if you were well beyond qualified, you were still involved with the training. You still went and practiced every day. Practice makes perfect, right? But we used to go down to to the beaches there, right off of the base, and we spent a lot of time. Oceanside's right there. Was a beautiful little city. You had Carlsbad, Vista, and a few other surrounding towns as well. We were always taught that. They told us that if you're out there and you're swimming and something comes by you, stand your ground, punch whatever it is, and because they're the bullies of the sea, and you just what do you do with a bully? You stand up to them, right? Yep. So okay. I don't want to cover Fauci today because we're all tired of him. Not going to talk about pigs because I'm having pork for dinner tonight, and I really don't want to hear it. Former World Bank executive poisoned for telling the truth about the bankers. Here we go.
Did the last video over a month ago, and that was when I had just gotten out of the hospital and rehab after I was poisoned by arsenic, and I'm making a lot of progress. As you can see, I'm doing okay. Last night, I don't think people really wanted me to update you because somebody slammed me to the floor very hard, but you see, I'm sort of resilient, and slow me down at all. Just made me a little sore, and I'm going to have a little backache for a while. But the reason why I'm being picked on is because I'm just standing in for every single person, because we're tired of the corruption, and that corruption is coming from the paper money. Many people understand this. There are more and more people that understand what's going on. We call them the critical mass. And because these people do understand this, we're in a different reality. We're going to be doing things differently. The main thing that we're going to be doing differently is we're going to be deciding things for ourselves. And the way that's going to happen is we're going to cut off the money that's going to something called the banking cartel. That's Wall Street. That's all the biggest firms on Wall Street. And there are people that are behind those firms. That's called the black nobility. These people have been in charge at least 9,000 years ago. We know this because of the pyramids. I prepared an outline, and I had some very interesting documents which I uploaded on my social media, and the links were cut down 3 times. So I put them back up, and we may have to contend with some more links being broken. I'm doing things a little bit differently. I'm learning from experience. The reason why I've been involved in the position that I'm in is because I was in the right place at the right time. At the end of World War II, Jose Rizal, who was then something called the Black Pope, that's the superior general of the Society of Jesus, and his lawyer was Ferdinand Marcos. They created the World Bank, and they deposited the world's wealth in the World Bank. And I was in the World Bank legal department for over 20 years. And I've actually never left the legal department because I was reinstated, because they realized that we were all working together. And I've given you recently some documents from the executive directors and the audit committee of the World Bank Board to show you that everybody understood. One of the things that I've been telling you about is the real history. What we think happened in 1000 BC was actually happening in the Middle Ages. And the Russians, Moscow State University, Mr. Fomenko, has written a series of volumes to explain exactly how that is. The way they did this was they looked to see where the eclipses were and where the eclipses happened. And they also looked to see who was active in history. And they found that the same groups were active, and it was just repeated time and time again. You have to understand that what you've been taught in the universities about history is all inside out and backwards. And you can actually look at the cities that are buried off the coast to see what this group was. And enough of us know that we've been duped, and we're not going to continue to believe all these lies. One of the documents that I've showed you recently was the way I was working together with the board of executive directors. And the representative of the Netherlands, Peter Steck, he ended up having a meeting with Jim Wilson to get to the
That video quality wasn't that great, but her story is true. You know, U.S. General Wesley Clark speaks about the U.S.'s plan to destroy 7 countries in the Middle East within 5 years. Did you know that the U.S. wanted us to completely destabilize the Middle East and turn it upside down? Did anyone ever tell you this? Has there been any public dialogue about this? Did senators or Congress announce these plans? No. They told me that they were invading Iraq, and I asked why. They said, sir, it's much worse than that. We're going to destroy 7 countries in 5 years. We're going to start with Iraq, then Syria, then Lebanon, then Libya, then Somalia, then Sudan, and we're going to finish with Iran. We're now targeting their final country, Iran. Iran-backed terrorists, Houthis, are backed by Iran. Terrorists are funded by Iran, etc., etc. Do you see the propaganda efforts ramping up? Who are the real terrorists?
Invade countries, and I my mind was spinning. They to start wars and change governments. It's not to sort of deter conflict. We're going to invade countries, and my mind was spinning. They wanted us to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down. Now, did anybody ever tell you that? Was there a national dialogue on this? Did senators and congressmen stand up and denounce this plan? Was there a full-fledged American debate on it? Absolutely not. And there still isn't. As I was leaving the Pentagon, and an officer from the Joint Staff called me into his office and said, I want you to know, he said, sir, we're going to attack Iraq. And I said, why? He said, we don't know. He said, I said, well, did they tie Saddam to 9/11? He said, no. And then I came back to the Pentagon about 6 weeks later. I saw the same officer. I said, why haven't we attacked Iraq? We still going to attack Iraq? He said, oh, sir. He says, it's worse than that. He said, he pulled up a piece of paper off his desk. He said, I just got this memo from the Secretary of Defense's office. It says we're going to attack and destroy the governments in 7 countries in 5 years. We're going to start with Iraq, and then we're going to move to Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. It was a pretty stunning thing. You mean the purpose of the military is to start wars and change governments? It's not to sort of deter conflict? We're going to invade countries, and my mind was spinning. And I put that aside. It was like a nugget that you hold on to. This country was taken over by a group of people with a policy coup. Wolfowitz and Cheney and Rumsfeld, and you could name a half dozen other collaborators from the Project for a New American Century. They wanted us to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down, make it under our control.
In their defining document, written in September of 2000, a full year before 9/11, they acknowledge that the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one. Absent in their own.
He just basically laid it all right out, telling us what our government's been up to and what they've been doing. And it's ridiculous that that the American people are just now learning about this. We already know about Taylor Swift being a witch. And let's see. Leading report, former President Trump releases a new campaign video. This is the final battle With you by my side, we will demolish the deep state.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all. This is the final battle.
Yeah, it is. It is. So the Red Sea Passage appears twice a year.
ظاهرة ممر موسى أو انشقاق البحر. هذه الظاهرة تحدث في البرازيل لمدة ساعة بالسنة مرتين. يتم استقطاب السياح من جميع أنحاء العالم لرؤية هذا المكان، ممر موسى أو ظاهرة انشقاق البحر. سبحان الله سبحان الله. ظاهرة ممر.
Pretty interesting, huh? Yeah. Okay. A whistleblower exposing Project Bluebeam Skybeam technology. In a nutshell, their plan is to essentially just create these holographic spaceships in all major cities, make them look like the aliens are attacking our planet. Also, you need to understand they, the parasites, have already begun working on flying aircrafts and directed energy weapons. So fooling the masses into another poorly directed Hollywood movie will not be difficult. Their ultimate goal is to establish the New World Order so that we as humanity come together against these intergalactic pirates.
1986, while stationed at an underground installation near Boulder, Colorado, I was introduced to Project Skybeam by Lieutenant General Andrew Garris. I was then led down a corridor and into a large hangar where a stealth bomber hovered only 20 feet above me. I stood there confused. Then Garris looked over at me and smiled, then asked if I was certain of what I was seeing. I replied, of course. What else could it be? I was then shocked to find out that this wasn't a real craft. It was a projected hologram. Since the early 1950s, scientists have been developing holographic technology, and over the years improved it to a state that we can only imagine. As I stood there staring at the bomber, which looked so absolutely real and solid that I could reach up and touch it, I contemplated the possibilities. What if this projection was 1,000 feet up in the sky? How would anyone know that that was an illusion? The Phoenix Lights craft, witnessed by 10,000 people, was the first grand-scale Skybeam test upon the public. It succeeded beyond expectations. In October 1938, Orson Welles unleashed his War of the Worlds radio broadcast to the American public. It was so realistically portrayed, vast portions of the population went into panic. Terrified citizens scrambled to evacuate their cities in droves. America had been easily tricked by very simple means. To amplify this response, those who are truly in power of not only our country, but all the countries on the planet, and who are the true purveyors of the depopulation process, have formulated the final stage of their sinister plan. In the year 2024, a global event will alter the course of mankind's future. The world will stand witness to a massive alien invasion. Thousands of projected holographic alien warships will blanket the skies, sending people into a global panic. Real military crafts within the holograms will inflict actual damage to the surrounding areas to sell the gimmick. And as a result of the ensuing human chaos, a one world government will immediately form without any resistance from the people. They will be the New World Order. Once this happens, we as a people will be doomed.
You know, it's messages like that that people need to hear, you know, because of the fact that, you know, there's, you know, when you look at it in the context that it is, you know, that other countries as well. The more people that know that when the aliens come, you have nothing to be afraid of. You have nothing to be afraid of. Just make sure that you and your family are safe, because like they said, they'll be hiding military equipment inside these holograms in order to make it appear that the aliens are attacking, when in actuality it is this shadow army. You ask yourself, where did the 1 billion bullets that Obama purchased go? You know what I'm saying? 1 billion. That's 330 million times 3. There's enough 3 bullets for every American. Okay. Where did they go? Where did they go? Where are they? Why is there no accounting of them? So you look at that and you realize, holy crap. Yeah, there's a lot more to this than what we think. They've been preparing, but they can prepare all they want, because we're going to be ahead of them. Let's see. Have you ever tried mullein leaf? This is what Native Americans use to clean their lungs of tobacco. Yep, I know all about that stuff. Let's see. I'm a squeeze past you. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is this one. Okay. So it's mountain lion walks past a live reporter and mistakes it for a dog.
People are waking up. They're very grateful that things weren't any worse. As far as the damage goes this morning, what you're seeing is actually a dog coming into our live shot. I think it's a dog. I'm not sure. But anyway, there's some sort of creature below me. And really all that's been affected is what's supposed to be a road right below my feet. And it's just basically covered in mud. But other than that, there's not much damage to report. So some great news out of Utah County, but of course, a lot of effort that was put into this to make sure none of these communities were affected. And of course, the families were kept safe. Jenny Hardman is tracking traffic. We noticed down here that the roads weren't too bad. How are they looking throughout the rest of the
Yes, and Morgan, I hope that's a dog too. If not, go get in the truck.
Yeah,
Chase is freaking out. He doesn't think it's a dog, so maybe go check. Thank you, Morgan.
I don't know.
But the Lord said that we would have dominance over all creatures. But that doesn't mean get stupid. For our giggle of the afternoon, what's this called? And no, I'm not going to play it a second time. That just freaked me out the first time. All right. Some ethnic group decided to molest the wrong French woman trying to pass through a subway. The guys didn't see it coming. These women were all from a local French paramilitary unit, certainly putting their training to work, a testament to the fact that training helps. Let's take a peek. You know what? I want to watch that a second time. I'm serious. Yo. And the thing is I worked with some female Marines that were badass like that. They could kick the crap out of a man, no problem. He's a pathological liar. He said he had all her information already. Pathological liars never win, but they do believe their own lies. Hey, fam, I need your help. The person above, going by the name Erica, and formerly known as Erica Freedom 1776, also known as Miss Badu, is the next target on the list for my legal team. I am requesting any and all information, be it in the form of social media posts, public, private, photos, videos, channels, communications, or others, public or private. It's not gonna be too good. Let's see the Trump mobile coming through. Let's see. Hillary and Biden in orange suits up on top of it. Yeah, they're coming. You'll see. Oh, you gotta love it. A Supernatural Saturday. Ask me anything. Now this is another Dave. This is they call him Praying Medic, and if you have not followed him in the past, I will tell you this guy is extremely knowledgeable. Okay. And you can tell he's got such a kind heart to him. Let's we're gonna listen to about maybe 10 minutes of this, and then we'll go on to more.
How's everyone doing? Welcome to Supernatural Saturday for January. It is January 13th. We are live on Telegram. I do a live broadcast on the second Saturday of every month, except the months when I have severe back pain. Here on Telegram, 1 p.m. Eastern, and I post the replays in the main Telegram channel, on Rumble, on both of my websites, prayingmedic.com and prayingmedic.org. Welcome to the live stream. Today we're going to be doing an Ask Me Anything question and answer. You've got questions. I may or may not have answers. I'll do my best to answer questions, but there are a lot of questions I don't actually have an answer to. Someone asked a question this morning in the chat about spiritual bypassing, a term I'd never heard before. So I said, well, I don't know. I've never heard of it, so I can't really comment on it. All right. I'm not going to delay this too much, other than to say, in the last month, we have published 2 new books. So, Emergency Preparedness and Off-Grid Communication is my latest book. We published that, I think, around December 14th or 15th. It's been out for a while. It's getting some good reviews. People really appreciate it. It is a comprehensive look at traditional issues having to do with emergency preparedness. So storing food, storing water, considerations, what to do to prepare for power outages. And then the second half of the book has a lot of information on off-grid communication. So it's one thing if we lose power, or if we, enter a time of hyperinflation where food is expensive. It's another thing altogether if we lose internet and lose cell phone service. So the second half of the book covers all kinds of different ways we can communicate with each other with in modes that do not require internet and cell phone. So various forms of radio communication mostly, and a few other ideas. And if you haven't checked out the book, and if you're looking for some ideas about preparedness, that book is out there. Also, in December, yes, Emotional Healing Made Simple. This is the full-length book on emotional healing. In addition to the basic approach to emotional healing, this book covers advanced, what I would call advanced emotional healing, particularly dealing with things like survivors of satanic ritual abuse and trauma-based mind control. For people who have been diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder, this book covers in depth the issues related to emotional healing and deliverance. So, book is out there. We're getting a lot of good testimonies from it already. We've had some very amazing testimonies actually during the last week. I'm posting them in the chat, and some people are just getting rocked, finding altars and fragments, parts of their soul that were wounded that they didn't even know about, and getting healed. And Jesus is doing great stuff. So in that, I rejoice, and I hope you rejoice with me. And without further ado, we are going to take some questions. So here's the deal. If you have a question you'd like to ask, go on the little mobile app, hit the little button that says raise hand. And when I see your hand is raised, I'll call on you. You can ask me your question and I'll try to give you an answer. This is not a forum for prayer requests. So if you have a prayer request, just put it in the chat on the Telegram channel and you'll have a dozen people praying for you. This is not a forum for expressing your mental illness, your thing that's, grating on your nerves. If you have something that's really frustrating you and it's aggravating and you feel like you need to rant about it, this is not the forum for that. You can talk to your dog about that, talk to your family, but this is not the place for venting frustration. This is a forum where if you have a question.
Blackwatch, he's a former emergency response person from up in the Seattle, Washington area. I've been following Dave off and on for about 8 years. I think going on 8 years now. He does have some psychiatric background. So easy way to put it is a lot of times when the Seattle area would get a call about somebody getting ready to jump off a building or something like that, they actually called him and had him come. So he was widely known for suicide prevention, big time, especially with veterans. He did a lot for the veteran community up there, as well as in the area of Spokane, Olympia, and a couple other big Washington cities. But he used to team up with Dave from the X22 and LT from And We Know. I'm just kind of playing a few minutes of it so people can get a vibe on them, because I know we got some new people here. And we're always looking for somebody who's going to kind of give us a little bit of positive, motivational kind of thing. But also somebody who is going to respond to your questions non-sarcastically. This guy is going to approach every question that comes to him with his heart, emoting from his heart while using his brain, and then his gut instincts as well. So I'm like, it's, and that's why I'm kind of pointing people to him. Because like if I'm gone for a couple of, a week or something like that, because something happens out here, I want you guys going to the people who that I know to provide me with the most accurate information as to what's going on militarily, medically, financially, things like that. Yeah, Praying Medic is, and it's prayingmedic.com. I don't know how I got 2 dots there. I'm kind of, I think it's just because I'm cold. It's with the big heater, or with the big generator, I was able to run a heater in here. And right now, all I got is the little buddy heater, and it's it needs to be over where it's at because it's covering the little 3-week-old puppies, and then all these critters that are running around underneath my feet, that are driving me batshit crazy. Yeah, so so basically, if I was to disappear for a while, I want you guys to have good, solid sources to go for information. And everything that they talk about, especially Dave here, everything that he talks about is all researchable, and that's what I really love about him and LT and X22 is the fact that they, everything that they talk about is all stuff that you can dig just a little bit and be able to get on the exact same trail that they're on. And that's what I want for everybody, because it may come to a point where, I either don't have power or I don't have internet, and I want you guys being able to stay up to date, so that's pretty much where I'm at with that. So
about anything, whether it's spiritual, political, whatever, ask it, and I'll see if I can answer it. All right. Let's see. We do not have a lot of hands right now. We've got actually only 2 people with their hands up. So we're going to go to, it looks like 3. All right. GY, if you can unmute yourself, what is going on? Hit the little speaker unmute yourself button on the app.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. I can hear you.
Would you please address the situation with the earthquakes happening in Oklahoma, which is not normal for that many, and the reports of what people are hearing is not earthquake noise in some instances. And there's a lot of discussion by a wonderful fellow named Dutch Sense, who a lot of us follow and have for years. And he's been cut off from the media because he was being too close in what he was doing on predictions.
Okay. Sure. I'll take a swing at that. So that is a really good question. The earthquakes in Oklahoma, right? So there's a couple of possibilities. It could just be earthquakes. And that's, some people would take the view that, it's earthquakes. Other people would take the view that now there's something going on. Maybe it's use of the HAARP, High Altitude Auroral Research Project, which is believed to be able to control weather, cause earthquakes, and all kinds of other things. I'm getting more information about HAARP. And I was pretty skeptical about some of the theories concerning HAARP for a long time. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. However, during the Q operation, I became a coincidence analyst. And I am now looking at the world with a different set of eyes. I don't believe the mainstream narrative and easy explanations as much as I used to. So the problem is we don't have evidence. We don't have solid, verifiable evidence for a lot of these theories. Like, how do you prove that the earthquakes in Oklahoma are caused by something other than just earthquakes? It's really hard to do. I think there's reasons to believe that things are being manipulated by the deep state, weather and earthquakes and things. But it's a suspicion, it's a theory. It's hard to say that it is absolutely happening, without question. There are a lot of questions out there. And I guess I would expand that whole idea to speculation that the weather is being manipulated by the deep state through technologies like HAARP. Is it just a coincidence that Iowa is experiencing a record-setting cold temperatures? I think the high today is going to be -5, I think, or either today or tomorrow, and the low is like -17. Pretty darn cold. I mean, yeah, it's winter. It's January. I lived in the Midwest. I know how cold it gets. Is it a coincidence that this cold weather is happening the week of the Iowa caucus? Hard to say. Some people would say that the weather is being manipulated to influence the outcome of the election, and some people would say, no, it's just a nice cold winter. I don't know. So there are arguments on both sides, and I think it's worth considering the arguments on both sides. And whatever cause seems right to you, go with that. All right.
What I really liked about his first answer there was he said, what I've been saying all these years is listen to both answers. Listen to both sides. And that's what we've been trying to do. I mean, some people I just can't. There are just some people I cannot listen to. Okay. I totally get that. All right. I'd rather have people who are more down to earth and are knowing that hopium, okay, has two different definitions. Okay, in this conundrum that we're in right now. Okay, it has two different. Okay, you have some people who are just so filled with hope that they'll put any story out there whatsoever in order to present people with the ability to create hope. Okay. But then you have those who are grounded in the spiritual sense. Okay. That look at it and say, I believe God's got this. Sure, we're going to have tough times. We're going to go through some rough things. Okay. But I'm so grounded with the Lord that I trust in him and that he is going to direct us in the right path. Okay. That he's going to present situations that are going to improve man instead of diminish man. Okay. The problem is that we have this organization called the Deep State that is trying to take any type of hope away or convert it in a way or pervert it in order to create situations of creating more conundrums, right? So you got people who are actually trying to help you figure out what is really going on. And then you got people who just throw so many things at you that you just become this confused, raveled up ball that is not getting any, they're not able to take steps forward. They're stuck in a tailspin because they have no idea where to go. Is it flat earth? Is it the financial? Is it the government? Is it the medical? Is it, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. No. We need to slow down for a minute and understand that we need to gain knowledge in regards to all of those things, but not to overwhelm ourselves in a way where we forget that there is a power greater than ourselves that is working through people, and through many people, okay, to get the right message out there, that we should be focused on Christ, focused on God, okay? Everything else will be revealed to us and we'll be able to discern through them what is true. If your heart's telling you, sometimes you can't trust your heart because the heart lies to you. The heart can lie to you. Okay. I mean, it's your friend. Okay. But it can lie to you. Okay. It can actually block your vision. Okay. Of seeing a person's true self. Okay. Because your heart gets involved. But your gut, that's another story. So we bypass the heart. We go with the gut. And then all of a sudden, the answers that come to you, it's like, oh, I have a gut feeling that this right here is really what's going on, you know, and that's where our personal discernment is. What I like about this guy is that he's not telling her that she's wrong about there being some type of manipulation going on. Okay. What he's saying, first he said, I don't know. I'm just actually beginning to really research this. He says, but I used to think that it was crazy to even think that. Crazy to think that DARPA could or that HAARP could have anything to do with this. Okay. But going through the Q post, he began to see certain things that were telling him, oh, HAARP does have something to do with this. And he's just getting into the research of that to discover more and more about it. And he's learning more about HAARP. And, you know, why would you take the time to learn about HAARP if you have this solid grounding in HAARP just being HAARP? You know, it's got nothing to do with these possibilities. He's saying that we need to look at the possibilities, all of the possibilities, and we have to look at it from both sides. Okay, back to it.
Dr. Robert Cyprian. Dr. Robert Cyprian, if you can unmute yourself, what is on your mind, sir?
Hey, Dave. Thank you very much. So, yes, so much information with prayer, using power and authority for healing, for emotional well-being, even for weather, things like that in life. But I don't ever see too much being done for like financial health in life, money well-being, things like that. So what's your whole take on that just within our world?
Oh, gosh, that is a really good question. You know, it's funny that I haven't really taught on this issue a lot. I do have some experience with the subject. God has blessed us financially in a number of ways over the years. I have shared some testimonies in some of the books that I've written. In My Craziest Adventures with God, I think it's volume 1. I share a story about how God blessed us financially when we bought our first house. And it's a crazy story about how we were on the verge of not qualifying for this home loan. And God just pulled off one miracle after another, after another, after another. How he got us the money to put down the down payment was miraculous. There are spiritual principles involved in wealth management and finances. Like I said, unfortunately, I haven't had time to really talk about it a whole lot. Maybe I'll write a book on that subject. Maybe you may have given me an idea for another book. Not that I'm running out of ideas, but you know, there are blessings that are tied to stewardship. So when God gives us responsibilities, gives us a destiny, if we steward our destiny correctly, if we follow God's plan for our life, if we connect with the people he wants to connect us with, if we go through the doors he opens, if we take the opportunities that he has provided for us, and if we steward those opportunities and steward the resources he gives us, whether those resources are material or personnel or favor with others, when we are good stewards of what God has given us, it usually leads to financial blessing. And not just financial blessing, but blessing in other areas. So God has given me a platform for teaching about his kingdom, for teaching, you know, healing, physical healing, emotional healing, a lot of other different subjects, teaching about preparedness. And I have found that as God has given me instruction, given me insights and strategies and tactics about how to run this operation, he has increased my exposure to various audiences. He has increased my exposure on social media. He has increased readership of the books. He's increased viewership on the YouTube channel until the YouTube channel was gone. And then he gave me a strategy about where to go to after YouTube canceled me. So, you know, I know that there are a lot of people who are Christians who have been taught that prosperity is not of God. There's actually a thing that God has taught me about, a principle. It's actually a spirit. It's called a poverty mindset. It's poverty spirit. And the poverty spirit induces in people a poverty mindset, where the teaching there is that God is not concerned about finances or wealth or prosperity. He is only concerned about us being humble and broke and destitute and going out and preaching the gospel every day. That's all he cares about, according to some teaching. And the poverty spirit is sort of a it's a spirit that controls people, and it leads people into financial ruin. And what it does is it makes people okay with being financially destitute. And they just believe that that we're going to have to suffer for God, and that financial wealth has no purpose in life. And, you know, the reality is I could not do a fraction of what I've done if it had not been for the financial support that people have given Denise and I. You know, we're not rich, but I've been able to quit my job as a paramedic and write and produce articles and produce videos and live streams for people and share my insights and the dreams and everything, because people have blessed us financially. If people were not blessing us financially with donations, we would not be able to do this. I'd be working on an ambulance in a job that I really don't like. And so I believe that there is financial blessing in when you follow God's plan for your life. When you identify what is your destiny, what has God called you to, these are gifting, your calling, your identity, your divine identity. You have to know those things. And it takes time. Look, I'm over 60 years old, and I didn't really get a hold of my destiny until I was in my 50s. But once you apprehend what your true identity is in Christ, what your destiny is, what God has created you to do. I thought God created me to be a paramedic. I thought that's what he wanted me to do for the rest of my life. And through the convincing of my wife, I was convinced that actually I was supposed to be a writer. I learned late in life. And once I apprehended that destiny that God wanted me to be a writer, holy cats, my life has changed. I am a much happier person. I enjoy life 100 times more than I did 9 years ago when I was working on the ambulance. Love what I'm doing. I'm reaching people for God. I'm blessing people by being able to teach them about healing, about deliverance. Everyone is better off in this whole picture because I'm doing what God asked me to do. So kind of a long answer, but you know, it really comes down to understanding what God wants you to do and being obedient to that. Obedience brings blessing. That's kind of the bottom line. So thank you, Doctor, for your question. It's a very good question. And like I said, I'll have to pray about maybe writing a book on that subject. Linda, nope, hang on. Linda doesn't have her hand up. Who has their hand up? Does nobody have their hand up? Holy cats. All right. I'm scrolling down to the bottom of the list, and no one has their hand up. Shortest live stream ever. Oh, wait. All right. Linda does have her hand up. Linda, if you can unmute yourself, what's on your mind? Linda, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. Thank you. Hi, I had a two-part question. One, I say my prayers every night, and I was wondering if there's any appropriate or special way that a person should be saying their prayers. And two, I was listening to some of your other podcasts, and you had made conversations about if somebody felt like there was a demonic infestation. And I was wondering, if somebody thought that, how do they go about trying to solve that problem?
So the demonic infestation, are you asking if a person believes that they're being afflicted by an evil spirit, how do you get rid of it?
Yes.
Okay. Good questions. So your prayers at night. I recommend always, as a policy, to pray as you are led by the Holy Spirit. People ask me all the time, how do I pray for the healing of this condition? How do I pray for my finances? How do I pray for this legal issue that I'm going through in court? And what people are looking for is A, B, C, D. Some bullet points like pray this and say these words and say this, and then everything will be okay. That's not actually how it works. I don't have a script I can give people for prayer, except there is a script that works really well for emotional healing. And emotional healing is a completely different realm from everything else that we do that is related to prayer. Emotional healing is a world unto itself. Emotional healing is not an issue of power or authority. It is completely about Jesus taking the emotional trauma from us, healing the wounds in our soul. And that is a personal relationship issue where you literally ask Jesus to take the emotions, the painful emotions from you and heal the wounds. That's it. It's a script. You remember the event that is causing you to have a negative emotion, number one. Number two, you ask Jesus to take the emotions from you and heal the wound in your soul. And that's it. So that's really the only type of prayer that I have a script for. Everything else, I recommend pray as you are led by the Holy Spirit. So your nighttime prayer. What are the issues that God is putting on your heart? Is he putting on your heart, the potential for war around the world? If he is stirring up in you a concern about the growing possibility of World War III, you should be praying into that issue. And whether that is petition, intercession, making declarations, that's up to you. The Holy Spirit should lead you in how you're going to pray into that issue. Whatever the issue is, if it's your finances. Again, does the Holy Spirit want you to make declarations about your finances? Or does he want you to come to the throne of God, or maybe go to the court of heaven and deal with some issues that need to be dealt with? There's accusations against you, right? All of those things should be led by the Holy Spirit. Let the Holy Spirit lead you into how to pray about those issues. Now, the second part of your question is demons. Well, the simple answer is Jesus has given us authority over all the power of the enemy. We have authority over all the power of the enemy. So we can command evil spirits, we can command demons to leave, and we should. And a lot of people who go through the emotional healing process forget it's actually a two-part process. First, you do the emotional healing, and then you command evil spirits to leave. Evil spirits will afflict you, not always, but often through emotional trauma. Get the emotional trauma healed. Sometimes the demons will leave on their own. Sometimes they won't. If they don't, if you're neck pain, if the migraine headaches, if whatever the affliction is, if it's still there, you need to command those demons to leave. And it's just that simple. Evil spirit, I command you to leave in the name of Jesus, and keep commanding that thing to leave until it's gone. Whether it's you or for someone else, same process. Just command the evil spirits to go to hell. Get out. All right.
Okay. So that's just a taste of what he does on his podcast. And I wanted you guys to experience that. Okay. I will drop the link for this particular podcast that was posted by him up on X. And what's cool about these X links is, as long as you're clicking on that link, it doesn't matter if you've been banned or not. You can it'll still pull up that particular that particular shot. You just won't be able to travel around in the Twitter space there, I guess you call it. But yeah, I thought you guys would enjoy him. Let's see, there was a couple other things. She is not open to the idea of housing immigrants and has some strong words of opposition. Trigger warning. Okay, this lady, she's about to go off.
Massachusetts Governor Healy is asking residents to consider housing immigrants. If you have an extra room or suite in your home, please consider hosting the family. I think the fuck not. What kind of dumb shit y'all on? First of all, if you ain't got nowhere for these people to go, why the fuck you keep letting them get over here? Why y'all keep letting them come over here? And the immigrants, like, y'all not, I know y'all immigrants, but y'all don't got no type of social media, no news, nothing. They not showing you that they ain't giving us nothing either. Bitch, we hardly got somewhere to fucking stay. Talking about please consider hosting the family. Open your home. Bitch, open your legs. Let them stay there, right there in between your legs, because you're not coming in my... And then you just want us to host... Who said we friendly out here? Who the fuck really told y'all that niggas jack this? Open your home. Yo, the Massachusetts governor is crazy as fuck, because that's just insane to say to somebody, please consider. These people, they running from something. I don't want them people in my home fuck around and get me caught up. No. Stop fucking just letting people come over here if you ain't got nowhere for them to stay. Bitch, they gonna start breaking the schools down. Watch. They already took almost every fucking telly. Niggas ain't getting no $40 hollers no more. Come on now. Y'all already fucked that up for niggas. Now you want niggas? No, nigga. No. Niggas said no. Massachusetts Governor Haley, niggas said no. Me and my niggas said no. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, don't agree with the word, but we live and we learn, and it's up to us to really, this guy's got a really good series going about the prison planet. I thought that this was actually kind of cool, but I'd rather show you from the beginning. I'll play a minute of them just to give you an idea of what he's talking about.
Welcome to Things That Keep Me Up at Night. I'm your host, Taylor. This is part 3 in the series of Is Earth a Prison Planet? And I just want to restate really quick for everyone that's watching these videos. This is not my belief system, okay? This is a thread and a way of thinking that I stumbled upon and decided to share because it freaks me out. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch the other videos, okay? All right, today we're going through some evidence of this theory. Quote unquote evidence, right? This is pseudoscience. I tend to have a more optimistic view, but we're not here for my views. We're here for the theory. Have you ever heard about past life regressions? Essentially what it is people, through hypnosis, they're able to tap into their subconscious, past lives, past memories, whatever it may be, and these experiences are recorded. I've heard about this a lot before. A lot of these experiences can be extremely positive. I've heard about people that had severe trauma that they didn't know what it stemmed from, and it turned out it was from a past life, right? They saw a past life therapist. They were able to process it and move on. Well, this is Calogero Grifasi. Calogero Grivasi. I'm so sorry if that's offensive. He's from Italy. I feel like it's the only way I can pronounce it like somewhat right. Anyways, he's a past life regressionist, okay? And he has posted many videos that you could say confirm this theory of is Earth a prison planet. He posts most of his sessions on YouTube. You can find it, you know, it's not in English, but they have the English captions below. This session specifically, they were going through the reincarnation cycle. And they kind of stumbled upon an experience where an astral entity was pretending to be Jesus to get someone to reincarnate. It was through how these entities interfere in our deed. This one shows how these entities use the world's religions to entrap us and use it against us. This is the one I like the least. This one, the person goes through their experience, they're with their spirit guide, and she unmasks this spirit guide, and it's just a freaking parasitic energy. An energy parasite that was masking as a spirit guide. Gross. Again, I tend to have more optimistic, the universe is governed by love perspectives. This is this theory, but it freaks me out. This thread lists a couple of other past life regressionists. You have William Criondo and...
All right, but that's enough of him. It's yeah, this is who is it? Nature Girl put this up. Nature Girl put this up. Here's a link for that video. You can probably follow the thread to get to the older ones. You know, and you know, it's kind of crazy. If you have less than 100 followers and your account was just made, I'm gonna call you Phil. Don't call me that fucking pedophile, you freak. Ain't gonna have it. Mom, here we are. It's a local pub. Look at all these people around me who are vaxxed, emitting a Bluetooth signal. Here you can see which are devices and which are vaxxed. Nanochip people. Okay, so I'm gonna start this from the beginning. Let's check this out.
So we're in the pub, Wetherspoons. Get on this. Get on this, Mum. We're turning that Bluetooth on. See this? Now these here are devices, they're devices there. But these ones here are unrecognised. They're vaccinated, emitting a Bluetooth signal. Look at that. That's a device there. Vaccinated. That's a device. Fucking Bluetooth. That's a normal device. That's a device there. That's all vaccinated.
These are things that I'd actually like to see some of you guys when you're out in public, when you're out at places like restaurants and things like that. I'd be interesting to see what you guys find if you go to a place that has like Wi-Fi, you know, like a big restaurant or something like that. Yeah, I'd be very, very interested. Shoot some videos of your phone and what it does. Which one's this? Flashback. Former Gambino crime family underboss Sammy the Bull Gravano says Donald Trump is incorruptible. I tried to get to him. He just wouldn't bite. This is why Washington hates him. Let's take a listen.
Actually try to press up on Trump, but you could never get to him.
Yeah.
Because he had ex-FBI agents all around him?
All the time. And I tried a couple of times to press him and make arrangements where I could work with him and earn with him. I did that with other big contractors. I had the power of the unions. I could do all kinds of little things, but I couldn't get to him. He wouldn't bite. He just wouldn't bite. He didn't want to do anything like that. And there was layers of people in the middle. One of my guys said, we'll go up to the office. I said, we'll go up to the office Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up the office, we'll get cuffed, and we'll go right to prison. So forget about Trump. He's a legitimate guy. He don't want to do it. Forget about Trump.
Yeah. Actually try to press up on Trump, but you can get.
This is the thing. People need to realize that they're not dealing with an amateur in this, you know. You know, it's you guys know who Jessie Zavader is. Let's see what she's talking about today.
So at the hunting parties, they would like they'd have all these expendable children outside in the woods, and usually they have holding grounds, like a tunnel system or something underground where they hold the kids in cages until the time of the hunt. And the hunt usually happens later, you know, once it's dark outside. And so what they'll do is they kind of they'll kind of make a perimeter, which is pretty large, of these woods, and they'll station the different elite people around the perimeter. And then when they give the go, you know, they release the kids, and the kids are told just to run, to hide. And that's when the elite will go through the woods and start hunting for them. When they catch them, a lot of times they will first sexually abuse them, and then they'll kill them. So not everybody will get killed in that situation. If they don't, then they're used for other hunts. But, you know, there were kids that I saw who, you know, were really good survivors, and they would just continuously have to relive this trauma, you know. So there was kind of like, so those were the kids on the outside, and then because we were hierarchy kids, we were on the inside. And so on the inside, usually in the house or the lodge, you would have the older men who were too old. Sometimes it did include women, but they were too old to be out in the woods hunting for the kids. So they brought everything indoors for those individuals. And those individuals were not allowed to kill, but they were allowed to capture and rape the hierarchy children. So, you know, once the signal was given that the hunt was on, you know, you were just trying to escape, hide, and not be found. And sometimes they would make it seem, you know, for the kids like it was a hide and seek game. You know, so unless you got caught, you really didn't know what happened.
Yeah, that's it's a shame. Yep. Let's see. Shots fired. Trump goes after Vivek. Vivek started his campaign as a great supporter, the best president in generations, etc. Unfortunately, now all he does is disguise his support in the form of deceitful campaign tricks. Very sly, but a vote for Vivek is a vote for the other side. Don't get duped by this. Vote for Trump. Don't waste your vote. Vivek is not MAGA. The Biden indictments against his political opponent will never be allowed in this country. They are already beginning to fall. MAGA. Vivek started his campaign. Yep. So, yeah. So, yeah. And I already showed you guys videos about Vivek and in comparison to brain fart. I just had, oh my Lord, I just had a major brain fart. Comparisons between him and Obama, you know, with especially in his speeches and things. So, you know, it's, yeah. Okay. So anyone who, as an adult, takes advantage of a minor for sex needs to get their balls chopped off. True enough. Something tells me that Phil had that happen already. Erica says, flashback Friday to when I was recovering from being sick and did a very random voice chat with exposed Phil Godslewski. He claimed in the video that he could speak Mandarin. Asked him to just say one word in Mandarin, and he couldn't. Waiting for the end, though. Let's see.
To answer instantly if you spoke Mandarin. Let me talk about Mandarin real quick without you interrupting me, please. When Mandarin, or any other language for that matter, was needed was when we were dealing with colleagues. Okay, so you're just stalling. Stop interrupting. No, Stop interrupting me, or I'm going to mute you. At this point, you can. If you mute me, then I'll just get off. If you're going to keep interrupting me, you should get off. Okay, because this is what Savage was doing to me, and but you didn't it's answer, not so right. we can move on. I'm asking you. I'm answering your question. Now, I gave you the courtesy of speaking when you speak without speaking over you. If you're not going to do that for me, you do not belong in this conversation.
I mean, I honestly am. I mean, I feel lowering myself right now, but
You're lowering yourself. You tell people on the internet, millions of people, that I sleep with a 15-year-old. Lowering yourself.
You go back to
It doesn't get any lower than you, Erica. It doesn't get any lower than you. That is the lowest thing you could do to someone. Don't you dare try to say that you're lowering yourself to my level.
I mean, I thought
no one is lower than you. No one is lower than you in the scope of a human being. You are the lowest of the low. For you to go on the internet and make such a claim, which is a lie about someone.
Okay, so clearly
someone no doubt that has children. Someone that has children. You are making people think
it's okay
that
if you
I am
speak
some
Mandarin,
sort of
but you shouldn't
pedophile,
tell your
and
followers that you
therefore,
speak it. You shouldn't tell your followers you speak it.
all right, I had to mute the bitch.
All you had to do was say one word in Mandarin. That would have been the end of that, right? But no, he wanted to go on and rant about other things and basically proved it, And even Dave Snedeker jumped in on this one. I remember this. Epic. Yep. See, this is the thing, is that we watch, we see what these guys are talking about. We see what they're doing. And we're seeing through the facade. And that's why I question George Magazine right now. Because why would you do an interview about this guy? But somebody pointed out yesterday, well, maybe it's the expose to exposure. Okay, so we'll find out, right? We'll find out. In the long run, we'll find out. How much do you know about your shoes?
In 1960, we invented synthetic materials.
Can you guys hear that? I don't think you can, so I'll read it. Take those shoes off; they'll make you sick. In 1960, we invented synthetic materials. The first thing we did was we put rubber soles, synthetic soles on the shoes. We started word sneakers. And oh Jesus, it's going too fast. I can't read it. Dang it! I hate it when they do the volumes like that, and they're not clear enough that you can see it. That ticks me off. What a great dad! Dad's new tool for sledding. Let's see what he does.
Here's the special tool my husband made. We'll show you the rest of it after she gets down. Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's roll. All right.
Go ahead. We hook this up. For all you naysayers, here we go.
put this in second gear?
Yeah.
Of course we should. We'll try anything once, twice, and we like. Okay, here we go.
Go. And ta-da!
She totally came flying back up the hill.
Ingenuity of a father. You know, yeah, I miss sledding too. I do. Okay, let's see. All right, that's enough of that. Oh, what's this? This is y'all yeah, I call you as kiddos at times because I have this in mind. Take up to 30 years off your current age. You know, we don't know exactly what these are. Okay, they could have been created for Hollywood, you know, all different kinds of things. So we shouldn't actually claim that these are the med beds that are going to be available, or that they are med beds that are going to be available. Everything else, you know, I have that picture. I have most of these pictures on my computer, and you know, we have to wait and see. You know, we don't know, so we can't. I'm not going to make a claim on something where it comes to the med beds and things like that. If they're real, that's awesome. That's freaking incredible. Okay. But if they're not, I didn't tell you that they were. You know what I'm saying? It's just putting that out there. Let's see. Some exciting changes coming ESP for Aries, Libra, Capricorn. I'm not going to get into the message to the great people of Iowa. Do we have anybody from Iowa in chat? If you do, give me a 1. Message to the great people of Iowa from Real Donald Trump. Find your caucus location here.
Hello, Iowa. This is your favorite president, and we're going to make America great again. I'm leaving very shortly for your beautiful state. I love that state. I love the people in the state. I'll get there sometime around Saturday night or something. One way or the other, I'm getting there. You have the worst weather, I guess, in recorded history, but maybe that's good because our people are more committed than anybody else. So maybe it's actually a good thing for us. But we have to make sure we caucus on Monday, 6:30, get there a half hour before the 7 o'clock bell. And we're going to do something that's really special. We're going to start with you, and then we're going to turn our country around. And it's going to be amazing. And I'll get to see you on Sunday and Monday and maybe Saturday night late. It's going to be a little bit of a trek. Nobody knows how exactly we're going to get there, but we're going to figure it out. And we wouldn't miss it for anything. So we have record cold weather, record snowfall, record everything, but we will not miss it. So maybe Saturday night. We don't know what time. We have no idea, but we'll see you on Sunday. We'll see you on Monday. I'm going to be helping you with the caucus. And I look forward to it. And we're going to have a great victory. And we're going to beat the crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. Or not even a contest. You can take, as I often say, the 10 worst, add them up. They're not as bad. They haven't done the damage that this man has done to our country. So we're going to make America great again. I'll see you on Sunday. I'm going to see you on Monday. And I'm going to be with you 7 o'clock. But get there at 6:30. And we're going to caucus. And we're going to do great. Thank you. See you then.
All right, and I'm seeing a message here that Trump is live in Iowa now. I'm not going to do it through. Let's see. Let's hit Right Side Broadcasting right here and see.
Great. We appreciate the support. Now, let's step aside and turn our attention. And of course, you know, for the and talking
to request this and chance of winning the Iowa caucus.
He had the.
You see what you see.
Okay, it's not showing it live right now, though.
I don't know how true it actually is and what will actually happen in New Hampshire, but I
let's
think
check
Trump's
out Donald
point
Trump.
is that's great.
You know, Donald
that
Trump's got a
you went on
rumble,
the
right,
debate
guys?
stage, you defended me, but we're the game's about to get started here, and
just got a great group of supporters here in this state. You really
There
do.
we go.
You
We
really
got him.
do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm just rewinding it about 14 minutes from the beginning of it so we catch the whole thing. I want to make sure I get it right at the beginning of it. So we're seeing the whole thing. Just bear with me, guys. Come on now. Really? Was that far into it? Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay, here we go. Should be right at the beginning.
We will take care of our country. We will pray to God for our strength and for our liberty. And together, we will make America powerful again. Make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
President Trump, we are so excited to have you here with us in Iowa tonight. Thank you. And you've just got a great group of supporters here in this state. You really do. You really do.
Thank you very much.
Well, and Mr. President, new inflation numbers are out this week, and they show inflation is again up under Biden. And the new polling shows 61% of small businesses believe Bidenomics is bad for the economy. When you return to the White House, what is the first thing you'll do to turn around Biden's economic nightmare?
Well, first of all, I think he's been a disaster as a president. He's the worst president in the history of our country. The happiest person around right now is Jimmy Carter. I've been saying this because he looks like a brilliant president by comparison, like literally brilliant by comparison to this guy. There's never been anybody like him. Now we have another war going on in the Middle East, just started up. And we have our Secretary of Defense is sitting in a hospital room looking at his laptop. That's how he's running the war, like a child would look at a laptop. It's disgraceful what's going on. It's a disgrace. And Bidenomics is the least of it, but it's been a disaster for the country. Inflation's now going up again, but really look at the inflation that's taken place over the last 3 years. I was looking today, energy's up at 38% and food's up 32%. Everything's up. It's not going to come down. They're not going to get it down. Even if they got it even right now, it doesn't matter. The damage is all done. No matter what you make, no matter how much your salary went up, it's peanuts compared to when you look at all these things. They were talking about housing prices. They were talking about rental. If you rent an apartment anywhere in the country, you're up 40%, and that you can't make up for that. He's been a disaster as a president, and we're spending money hand over fist on Ukraine as an example, and yet Europe, you add it up, it's a similar size economy as ours. Europe is not spending anything by comparison. We're in for $200 billion, or they're in for $22 billion. And yet it certainly affects them more than it affects us. We have a thing called an ocean in between. They don't have that ocean, but they're not, and nobody's telling them to do it. I told them to spend for NATO. I said, you have to spend money. And they said, well, I don't really know. Would you protect us? I said, no, if you don't spend, we're not going to protect you. And all of a sudden, billions and hundreds of billions came pouring into NATO because I said that. You have to ask them for the money. They'll pay it if you ask them. I don't think anybody is asking them. But you look at the difference between what we're spending on Ukraine as an example and what they're spending. And the only difference is nobody's asking or they don't know how to ask. But you really probably have to tell them, this is what you're going to do, and they'll do it. So it's a very unfair thing. Very bad things are happening for our country. I don't think we've ever been in danger of World War III like we are right now. And I always say, and I say it in every speech, I will prevent World War III. I know all these people. I know good, bad, or indifferent. It doesn't make any difference. I know every one of them, and they're not going to mess around with us. We are weak. We are ineffective. We're laughed at as a country. And Bidenomics is a total disaster, to get back to your original question.
Oh, you are so right. And, you know, we've got some good Iowans here with us tonight in the audience. So who here was better off financially with President Trump? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's everybody, President Trump. Yeah, I think that's the answer we have. I mean, it's absolutely overwhelming. Americans, Iowans were all better off with Trump. And, you know, a lot of that was due to your leadership of our booming economy at that time, which was due to your tax cuts, the tax cuts that you put in place. And so as a follow-up to that, what would happen to our economy if Biden got his way and he allowed your Trump tax cuts to just expire?
Well, you'd have the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. It will be devastating to people that will, on top of inflation and what's happened, and basically a bad economy. You know, it's a bad economy. It's not a real economy. You look at government jobs are up, but other jobs aren't up. But government jobs, well, government jobs, that's, you know, that's easy to do. Let's hire more people so we look good. That's like taking the oil out of the strategic reserves. They take it out of the big, we have the lowest amount of oil in the strategic reserves right now than we've ever had. And that's not meant for automobiles for an election. That's meant for military. That's meant for trouble, big trouble in our country. It's meant to protect us. And, you know, they practically drained it in the last election in order to keep prices down. They're trying to do the same thing again. These, they have done such damage to our country. And then we start talking about the border, okay, the border. We had the worst border in the history of the world. We had the safest border, the best border. I built over 500 miles of wall. People don't, you know, they say, is it a renovation or not a renovation? It's not a renovation. We had a wall that was falling down, demolished, rusted steel, rotted out 2x4s. Would rip it out. They'd say, oh, that was a renovation when we go up 30 feet high and 9 feet deep. No, we built over 500 miles of wall. We were going to build another 200 miles, which is far more than I said I was going to do. And Mexico, by the way, speaking about Mexico, Mexico paid for 28,000 soldiers, and they were paying much more money than they would have paid for the war. There was no legal mechanism to do the wall, but it didn't matter because they paid much more money. We had stay in Mexico, not stay. We had stay in Mexico. We kept people in Mexico. Nobody ever did that before, and Mexico behaved, but Mexico had to behave because I was going to tariff them if they didn't, and they were fine. They were actually very good. I like the president a lot. I mean, we get along very well. But Mexico paid a big price to give us the best border that we've ever had in the history of our country. That included drugs, that included terrorists coming in. I saw an interesting stat on a number of the shows. In 2019, they had no terrorists, zero, which I was frankly surprised to hear that, but that was during my term. We had very strong blockages and blocks. So we had nothing. And now we have record numbers of terrorists coming in, record numbers. We had none. I mean, they actually said zero. This is not me, because I would have said it's got to be somebody, but they had nobody. And we had a safe country. We had no attacks. We had no anything. I defeated ISIS. We wiped out ISIS. That was supposed to take 4 years. I did it in a few months. We have a great military when we have the right people, and we have the right people. I know the right people. They're not the television people, not the people that you're reading about, not the person that's now in a hospital running this war from his laptop, which is what I understand he's doing, if he's running it at all. I'm not sure about that, but that was a terrible thing. 5 days, we didn't have any idea where our Secretary of Defense was, and we have people wanting to attack our country. So it's a pretty sad situation. We've never been in a position of risk like we are right now, in many ways, but never like we are right now.
Yeah. Well, wow, that is something we hear about everywhere in Iowa is how much Iowans appreciate how you secured the border and what you did to keep us safe. Thank you.
And you know, it's very interesting because if he just would have left it, he could have gone to the beach because he likes going to the beach. Somebody says he looks good in a bathing suit. That works for him, obviously. So you'd see him at the beach all the time. He could have done that, just left it alone. Leave our people there. Leave the great people that we had there. And instead, they decided we're not going to build the wall. And they put out a message to the world, come in. Because, you know, when you say that and you say other things, and you have people coming in and going to our schools and taking the places of our students, where they're actually putting our students, the students that were there, in secondary schools, and they're taking the best seats, and they don't even speak English. So they're sitting there, they don't speak English. The whole thing is crazy. You look at what's happened in New York. New York is a disaster right now, and in all fairness, the mayor understands that, and he's saying that. But, you know, some don't speak up, some aren't speaking up. The whole concept of sanctuary cities is I think it's going to fall of its own weight. I think the Democrats aren't going to be able to take it much longer. In some cities, Democrat mayors and governors are saying, well, we just can't do this anymore. The truth is, it's not sustainable for this country, even from a cost standpoint. Billions and billions of dollars. People are coming in, and they're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're terrorists, they're drug dealers, they're pouring into our country totally unchecked. We have no idea who's coming in. They're coming in from many countries, all parts of the world. They're coming from Africa, they're coming from China, they're coming from all parts of Asia. A lot of people coming from Europe, a lot of people coming from Yemen, okay? We're bombing right now. We have people from Yemen. We had 27,000 people coming in over the last few months from China. And they happen to be from the age of about 19 to 25, just fighting age. It's great, you know, not women, all men. It's a very, very sad thing happening to our country. Our country is being overtaken. We're being invaded. That's an invasion. We had the strongest border. Now we have the weakest border, and it's an invasion of our country. And Biden is grossly incompetent. The only thing they know how to do is cheat on elections. They're very good at cheating on elections, and they're very good at also going after your political opponent. But they can't do anything else. That's all they're good at. And we're going to teach them a lesson.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, President Trump, you are so right. Our border's in chaos with 10,000 unvetted illegals coming into our country every single day. And the kids in New York being told to stay home because their schools are being used to house illegals. I mean, how do you secure the border and reverse Biden's disaster?
Well, we'd go right back to what we were doing. Again, we had the safest border in the history of our country, and we're going to close up the walls. You know, we had 200 miles of walls. We had a lot of wall built. It's laying there ready to be lifted up. They could have had it completed in 3 weeks. And if you remember, because I remember it, it was all ready to go. And they said, we don't want it. And they actually moved the wall away. And in many cases, it's very expensive stuff. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. It's steel, concrete, and rebar. It had to have spikes in it. Had to have, it's a very complicated wall. It's a very expensive. They sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. They got rid of it, I think, like scrap metal. And it's not even believable. All they had to do is fill up the gaps. We're going to fill up the gaps, and we're going to end up actually building more. We're going to work with Mexico, but Mexico is not working with us right now. They want to be paid a lot of money. They said, we want $5 billion to start talking to the United States. They would never say that to me. They want the people are pouring through Mexico, and they want $5 to talk. And every time Blinken goes over there or somebody goes over there, it costs us a lot of money. The money that we spend dealing with countries, we give them billions and billions of dollars, and then they don't listen to us. They don't do what we say. And I remember when China respected us 3 years ago a lot. They really respected us. And the first meeting they had where they were lectured to by President Xi and China, we were lectured like we were children. And that would never happen with me, and it never did.
Well, and President Trump, as a follow-up, you've also been critical of Nikki Haley's record of opposing the border wall and also criticizing the travel ban. Given the thousands of unvetted illegals that are coming across our southern border every day, why are Nikki Haley's comments dangerous and naive?
Well, she's a globalist, and she works with Koch. It used to be Koch brothers. You know, David Koch, I knew very well, was a nice guy, a member of my clubs and everything else. He was a big supporter in that way, but they're globalists. I'm not. I'm a Make America great again. I'm a America first people. It's just America first. It's so simple. I put America first. I always did, and I always will. And frankly, we spend trillions of dollars to other countries. Many of these countries don't respect us. They don't like us. They don't do what we tell them to do. And I stopped that whole process. But Nikki is a person that's getting a lot of her money from globalists, and globalists are not good for our country. They're not good for us. I know Nikki very well. She was my ambassador to the United Nations, and she had a lot of weakness, to be honest. She had a lot of weakness. In fact, I'm not a fan of Chris Christie. I thought he was, third rate. He left with a 9% approval rating. New Jersey, a great state, which I hope to win. I hope we're going to win it. But he made some statements that she's not going to make it. The so-called hot mic. And I don't know if that was a hot mic on purpose or not. I doubt it. But it was certainly a hot mic. I don't think Nikki's strong enough to be president. I know her very well. I know her better than anybody. I moved her there from the governor of South Carolina, and I moved Henry McMaster in. And one of the reasons I gave her that job is I wanted Henry McMaster to be governor. He was lieutenant governor. He's fantastic. You know him. And he's done a great job. But that was one of the reasons I moved her. And she did okay. She was okay, but she's not strong enough to be president. I know her very well.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I think we've got somebody here in the audience that really wants to ask you a question. Joe Mitchell's got a question for you.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. President, thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Clearly, it's no secret that our country is in chaos. The world is in chaos. What happened with Yemen and the missile strikes the last few days, Ukraine, Palestine, we don't even know where the Secretary of Defense is right now. Are we on the brink of World War III?
I think we're the closest that we've ever been. And, Joe, this won't be a regular war. This is not going to be, as I say, army tanks running back and forth, shooting each other. These are weapons of mass destruction, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. I've seen them. And this is obliteration. This is not a world war like we are used to. World War I, World War II were terrible, horrible. This is so much bigger than that. This is, like annihilation. And we have people that can't put two sentences together. Our president can't speak. He can't speak a full sentence. And he's negotiating with Putin, and he's negotiating with President Xi of China, who's very tough and very smart. I say that, and the media says, oh, you called him smart. Yeah, he's smart. He's very smart. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. I'd say that's smart. And he's a guy who loves China. And these are people that love their country, or certainly whether they love their country or not, they want to make their country great again, right? Like we're doing. We were doing things at this country that nobody's ever seen. Then COVID came in. We did a great job with that, but never got the respect for the job we did with COVID. Nobody knew what it was. All over the world, it was ripping countries apart. The damage China did, and I always said it came from Wuhan, and it did. It came from Wuhan, and it was the damage done to this world. $61 trillion, they figure. That's more than China has. That's more than everybody has put together. $61 trillion in damage. I don't know if you've ever heard that number, but that's, wow. And it's probably a relatively accurate number. They really put the world back many, many years, what they've done. And it's so sad to see that. But nobody's ever done the job. We rebuilt the military. We gave the largest tax cuts in history. We gave the largest regulation cuts in history. Even from a health standpoint, right to try. We did right to try. That's space age stuff. We have the best labs, the best doctors in the world. And we'd have things that won't come out for 4 or 5 or 6 years. They won't be approved. And I got it done. And they've been trying to get that done for 54 years. I got it done. And it saved thousands and thousands of lives. Nobody wanted it. The health companies didn't want it. The labs didn't want it. The doctors didn't want it. And the country didn't want it because everybody felt they were going to have liability. I got everybody in a room. The insurance companies didn't want it. I got them in a room. I said, look, the patient's going to sign no liability to anybody. And they were willing to do that. And we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. And it's shown in many cases that the drugs really work. The drug companies didn't want it because they didn't want to take terminally ill people. The people that were terminal, and it was incredible because they'd say for years, we don't want to take a chance because if they get sick, I said, they're terminal. You know, it's like that these are really sick people. These are people that will be dead. They are dying. And they will have the right to use it. And they have had, and we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. And actually, it's been the opposite effect. Some of these drugs are so good that it actually proved that they were good, as opposed to, you know, the liability factor that the drug companies were worried about. So we're very proud of everything we did. We're the greatest economy in the history of our country. And again, the biggest tax cuts in history, and that is substantially bigger than Ronald Reagan's tax cuts, and he did it. Now, the Democrats want to have that elapse. You know, it expires relatively soon. And that was a 5-year deal. It expires. And if that's allowed to expire, your taxes are going to go up at numbers that the biggest tax increase in history. And it'll also be very bad for the economy of, you know, for the country. You know, it's interesting. When I cut the taxes to that tremendous extent, including for businesses, everybody said, oh, wow, it's not going to be income. We're taking much more income now than we did before with the higher tax rates. If they allow that to expire, which they'd like to do, I believe, I think they have a tremendous liability, because even politically, why would you vote for somebody that's going to raise your taxes by 75%? And that's what you're going to be doing. If you vote for crooked Joe Biden, and he's crooked as you can be, there's never been a president more crooked than this guy. If you vote for him, and remember this, he got a lot of money from China, he got a lot of money from Ukraine, he got a lot of money from Russia. Do you remember during the debate when I said, how come you got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace wouldn't let me ask that question. He said, well, I have to stop you. What is that? Well, that's become a very big subject. Why did he get it? And he can't answer why he got it. But we have sort of a Manchurian candidate in there. He's a guy who's very compromised, in my opinion. And that's why China's getting away with murder. You know, China now is not doing well because of my tariffs. They cannot take the tariffs off because it's so much money coming into our country that they can't really justify taking the tariffs off. And I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, hundreds of billions. No other president ever took in 10 cents. And I got along great with President Xi until COVID. That was a step too far. I couldn't do it. But I had a great relationship with him. But he was not thrilled with the tariffs. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. Think of it. And no other president ever took in not 10 cents. And we were really rocking and rolling. And then this guy comes into office, and it's so bad. And we're a laughingstock as a country. As you know, we're a laughingstock all over the world. Very sad. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. Well, Ukraine's also been a big hot button issue on the campaign trail. And Biden, DeSantis, Haley, they all want to send more weapons and more money to keep the war going. What do you think should be done with regard to Ukraine?
Well, I think, again, Europe has to start paying, because I feel very badly for the people. It's so terrible. But remember this, Russia's a war machine. They defeated Hitler. They defeated Napoleon. That's what they do. A friend of mine, a great guy, a lot of people maybe think he's a little tough, but that's okay. Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary. He knows those countries very well. He's right there. He knows them very, very well, intimately. And he will tell you, you know, Russia's this monster machine. We knock out 60 tanks, and everybody's bragging about the 60 tanks, but they've got 12,000 more tanks right behind them, 12,000. And they actually have a lot more than that. So it's a very tough thing. And you look at the damage that's been done. Here's the most important thing. It would have never happened. And it didn't happen. And it was unthinkable. I used to talk to Putin about it. It was the apple of his eyes. And I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. And we had great talks about it. He would have never done it. And he wouldn't have done it for two reasons. Number one, because I said, don't do it. But you know what else? I had it down at $40 a barrel. As soon as I got out, Biden did horrible moves, and it went to $100 a barrel. At $100 a barrel, he was making so much money. He had the money to prosecute the war. So that was another reason. He wouldn't have done it anyway. But, you know, the other one, and we'll bring it right up to date, is Israel would have never been attacked. If you know, and I think you know, I think most people know, that Iran was broke during my administration. They were dead flat broke. And I said to China, and I said to other countries, if you buy oil from Iran, you cannot do anything having to do with the U.S. You cannot do any business with us, you're out of business. And they all make money with us. They do a lot of trade, and most of their trade deals are negotiated by other people, and they weren't the greatest. But that's the only thing good about making bad trade deals is you have other countries that'll do whatever you want because they don't want to lose it. But what happens is I said, don't do it. And China didn't buy. China bought nothing practically, and they all backed down. And now he took all those sanctions off. He took all of that threat off. And I would say they have in excess of $200 billion, Iran, all made in the last few years, not to mention the $6 billion that they got on the hostage. We had 5 hostages. They gave them $6 billion for 5 hostages. Those must be pretty important hostages. 2 of them were hikers. 2 of them were, hey, if you decide to go hiking in Iran, you have a liability. You just don't do that. Okay, we don't have to give a billion for the 2 of you, but we also gave 10 billion for selling electricity to Iraq, and yet they control Iraq. Iraq is like a subsidiary, and remember, Iraq is now controlled by Iran. That was the stupidest war. I have to tell you, that was the stupidest, most. I used to say, and I think you remember this when I was a civilian in the true sense, but I got a lot of press. But I'd say, don't ever go into Iraq. But if you do go in, keep the oil. Remember that? Keep the oil. If you go in, but don't do it. But if you do, keep the oil. They didn't keep the oil. We're the only country where we go in, we obliterate somebody. We never keep anything. We just get stuck in these endless wars. And I got us out of Syria. I got us out of Iraq. I got us out of everywhere, and we defeated ISIS. ISIS was a big thing. We knocked out al-Baghdadi. Al-Baghdadi, the leader and founder of ISIS, he was trying to rebuild it again. We remember Conan the dog. Conan did a good job. Conan almost got electrocuted, but Conan did a good job. He heard Conan coming, and that was the end of him. But we went in, and they were after him for 20 years. I got him, and we did a hell of a job. And these people are not doing a good job. Now, I know the 2 people we're talking about, because before we get to Biden, we have to knock off 2 people, and these sort of 3 people. I don't think there's a lot of threat beyond the 2, but I don't think the 2 have much threat right now either. If you're leading Nikki in South Carolina by 60 points, that's not bad. She was the governor of South Carolina. You shouldn't be leading by 60 points. I don't like her. But we should be able to, I think we have a huge advantage here, because the only thing is I just landed in an airplane and it's nasty out there. From the airplane to the car was about 20 feet, and I'm saying, wow, you're blowing it. You have a hard time reaching it, but it's getting better. I worry about that, but at the same time, I'm watching even the newscast today. They're saying the Trump voter has so much more spirit, dedication. They say they'll walk over it last, that the Trump voter's coming to vote. Their voters aren't necessarily. That's a big thing. They gotta come to vote.
Well, I think you can tell the Trump voter is coming to vote. I mean, look at all the enthusiasm here in this room, and it's all over the whole state. And, we're used to it being cold, dark, snowy in January. But we're also, we remember what it was like when you were president, and people are on fire. They are going to make it happen on caucus night. They're not going to stay in their warm house. They're going to go and they're going to caucus for you, President Trump. We just need to make sure everybody gets out and does that for you.
And I think it is. They just had a poll. That just came out as I was leaving. I don't know, poll. There's so many polling companies, but they're all very good. We had one fake poll that came out of CNN, and Fox puts it on, everybody puts it on. They're so happy. But even that, I was leading by like 9 points. It's pretty good when you're leading by 9 points. This is in New Hampshire. In Iowa, I'm leading by 30 and 35 and 40 points in every poll. They can't find a bad one, so they try and report it as little as possible. But here we're leading big. In New Hampshire, I think we're leading really big outside of one fake poll, fake news CNN. And that's why nobody watches it anymore, right?
That's right.
But we're doing great in New Hampshire also, I think. Really good.
Yeah, that's awesome. And, I want to talk a little bit, too, about Social Security and Medicare, because that's something that's important to a lot of people. And Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley have both called for raising the retirement age and making major cuts to Social Security and Medicare benefits. And when you were president, you protected Social Security and Medicare for American seniors, and you promised to do so again in your second term. Tell us why that's so important to you.
First of all, you've earned it. I mean, they've earned it. They want to cut it. And they also want to, the Medicare, they want to cut that. And why are you doing this? We have more liquid gold right under our feet. We have so much wealth in this country, and we don't want to do it. We want to go to all electric cars so that we don't use our wealth. China has that kind of wealth because they have the battery wealth. But electric cars don't go far. They're very expensive, and they're going to all be made in China. That's why I think we had a poll just come out, and we're 11 points up in Michigan because the auto workers and, South Carolina way up to wherever you make autos, because the auto workers understand if you go all electric, you're making those cars in China. They're not going to be made here. They're going to be made in China. And in addition to that, you should be able to buy electric cars, but you have to buy gasoline, combustion. You have to buy anything you want. You shouldn't be restricting it to electric. You go to California, I was there this summer, and you have blackouts and brownouts all the time. And now they want all their cars to be all electric. The problem is, though, with the car, the batteries are somewhat expensive, but they're really, they can be very dangerous, you know that. And they can be very big. They take up a lot of room. Like they want to go all electric trucks. And half of the capacity that the truck is supposed to use for load is going to be a battery. But the other problem is they just don't go far. They just don't go far. A truck will go 300 miles, a big, an 18-wheeler, go 300 miles. And on gasoline, you take a Peterbilt or, one of the great companies that really do great jobs, they'll go 2,000 miles. So you go 2,000 miles on diesel, and the tank for the diesel is very small compared to the battery. The battery, to go even 300 or 400 miles, is much, much bigger than the tank. So they're going to have to devote a lot of that. And some of the things that I stopped, they want to go all electric Army tanks, okay? The problem is they don't go far, and it's a different kind of power also, by the way, but they don't go far. You say, what are they doing? And I somewhat joke, I'm trying to be sarcastic about it. I say, they go into obliterate a country, an enemy, because they want to make the atmosphere nice and safe, nice and clean. We want a pure, clean atmosphere as we knock the country to hell. The whole thing is crazy, and the battery is so big that to do it properly, they'd have to pull a truck behind it to carry the battery. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable.
So they want to do that. They want to do the boat. Now they want to do boats. They want boats to be all electric. The whole thing is so crazy. I call it the Green New Scam. Yeah. Not the Green New Deal. It's a Green New Scam.
Right.
Terrible.
Yeah. Well, and President Trump, you're way up in the polls. You're winning big. But Biden has weaponized our justice system against his leading opponent, and that's you. And he's trying to dampen our enthusiasm of our movement, and he's committing election interference and
election fraud. Yeah, he's a fraud. No, it's never happened before in the history. It's happened in third world countries. It happens like in banana republics. Never happened in this country, at least nothing like this. And they go around, and you see what's going on. Look at it as an example, because it's all coordinated. Look at Georgia, what happened there. And now that's turned into a massive scandal where the prosecutor was getting all sorts of money. I think that deranged Jack Smith is a totally compromised prosecutor. I mean, he's got some bad stuff, really bad stuff and dangerous stuff for the country. But these are bad people. They're really bad people, and they've never done this before. When a candidate is willing to weaponize against his political opponent, you no longer really have a democracy. And I think I'm doing very well with it. It's very interesting. I don't think it's ever happened before to another candidate where something like this would happen on obviously a much smaller scale. But they announced on one of the networks today that I'm leading by more than any candidate has ever led in history. Now, we still have to, go out and vote, because we have to do it with facts. Polls don't mean anything, but in the polls, we have the best numbers ever. I don't believe I'd have numbers as high. I think I'd be leading by a lot because we did a great job. They're going on what we did all together. But I don't think I'd be leading by anywhere near as much. When you see a national poll came out today, 71. I'm at 71. Ron DeSanctimonious is at like 9. And I think Nikki's at 9 or 10. And she may be replacing him. He spent You know, he's gone through about $250 million and he's only gone down. So there's something wrong. But if they didn't weaponize, I probably wouldn't be doing as well. So that tells you the people understand it. I got all these judges, they hate me, like in New York, they hate me. It's so, you know, it's radical left, crazy judges. They're crazy. And you take a look at what's happening. You have trials and they give you a verdict before the trial starts. They gave me a verdict in New York before the trial starts. I had another one. I have to go, and I said, could we have a day off? My wife's incredible mother. This was an incredible woman. My wife loves her so much. The first lady, her mother died. And one of the most incredible people. And the judge says, essentially, you can't go to the funeral because we're not going to give you the time. So if I go to the funeral, I can't be at the trial. They're not going to hold up the trial. Now think of it. There's a radical left judge, Kaplan. This is a radical left judge appointed by Clinton. And that's the way it is. The Democrats play that way. The Republicans don't. Republican judges, in all fairness, they want to be, they go overboard. If I appoint somebody, they go overboard to give the other side the benefit of the doubt. Okay, absolutely overboard. Whereas the Democrats, if they get appointed by Obama or Biden, they're down and dirty. They say, I don't care. It's a whole different thing. And people can say that's not true, but it's totally true. Republicans, they want to go out of their way to show that they're not influenced or they're not biased or that they're fair, and they're really hurting our country. The Democrats are, you just see it in New York, you see these judges. He gives me a verdict that I'm guilty, and my lawyers go up, we don't even know, how has it happened? The trial didn't start. He knows nothing about me. They don't have the facts, they have the figure. Then they say about Mar-a-Lago, the judge ruled it was worth $18 million, but it's actually worth over $1 billion. He said $18 million. And everyone says, how do you get that? Now, it's an incredible property. It's just a question of what's it worth? People come in, it's worth a lot of money. He said it was worth $18 million. That's a lot of money too, but in Palm Beach, it's not. In Palm Beach, it's less than a starter house. It's crazy, right? Palm Beach, Florida. But they make corrupt rulings in order to try and prove their case. And they do it, and they do it against us. And the system, the legal system is a mess in our country. It's a mess. Absolutely, it's a disgrace what's going on with judges. And again, Democrat judges, especially the radical left Democrats, say what you want. I was scolded once by a certain Supreme Court justice who I like and respect. He said, no, you have Trump judges, you have Obama judges, you have judges. They're all judges. They're all essentially the same. I said, I disagree with that. It's just the way it is. I disagree. Republican judges, they go out of their way. And, you know, we have some very big decisions coming up, like immunity as an example. Mm-hmm. A president of the United States has to have immunity, because if you don't have immunity, every president that leaves office will be indicted by the sitting president of an opposing party. When I say every, most of them, okay, most of them, they'll say, oh, like in the case of Obama, he sends missiles in, he kills a lot of civilians. Or the case of Biden, the wall, the not building it, for him not to have finished those open areas, for him to allow people to come into our country, for him to allow crime like we've allowed, for him to do the things that he's done. He's been such a horrible president. So that would mean you have to have immunity. Otherwise, a president is not going to be able to function. They're going to say, well, wait a minute, I don't want to get indicted as soon as I leave. And you'll make some decisions that aren't going to be great decisions. But if you don't have immunity, you're not going to be able to function as a president.
Yeah, well, I think Iowans and Americans, they see right through that. You know, they have seen that you have had a target on your back since day one. You really have. You really have. And I think the polls, you talked about some of them, that the polls really show that too. So Rasmussen shows you beating Biden nationally by 8 points. Yeah. That's huge. There was a poll that just came out from the Detroit News, and it has you beating Biden in Michigan by 8 points. That is awesome. And then Future Majority has you beating Biden in Pennsylvania by 6 points. Yeah. And that's just a few. I mean, how can you drain the swamp, and how can you root out those deep state activists who are working with the media to destroy our democracy?
So, and I love that question. It's such an important, drain the swamp. You know, I said that I never loved the term, but it really caught on somehow.
It
we have to
fits.
drain, and we did. When I fired Comey, that was a wonderful day, and we fired a lot of different people. I didn't say I made it easier myself, but you talk about the polls. So Nikki Haley early on had a good poll. It was a fake poll, but she had a good poll where she was up on Biden. But she hasn't had that since. She's getting killed by Biden. She's losing everywhere to Biden. And they used the one poll that was very early, that was absolutely ridiculous. And I'm beating him in every poll. Every single poll now, I'm beating him by a lot. And she's going to lose. She's not going to be able to beat Biden. And it's not Biden. People say, how could the guy, he can't walk off a stage. He can't find the stairs. If a stair is right there when you finish with your speech, he's looking all over. He's trying to find the stair. And they have to send people up to take him. But the whole thing is crazy. I don't really think he's going to run, but let's see what happens. I think they're going to stop him. I don't believe they're going to let him. But if he does, that's fine. And if whoever it may be, we just have to win because their ideology is so bad. But how do you do that where a friend of mine said, you're up 11 on Biden. How come? And he's not a political person, but a very smart person, big businessman. Called me up. He said, how can you only be winning by 11? Well, 11's a lot in the world of politics, but you have to understand they have the unions, but I think we've broken into the unions now. I think we're going to have the unions other than the top people. We may even have some of the top people, as you probably just saw. But they have the unions and they have civil service, but we treat civil service too. They have tremendous welfare votes and they have the welfare vote and they have a base of about 38, 39%. It was interesting because let's say they have 39%. We have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have to run the East Coast. We have to run all sorts of places like Iowa. We have to run everything, and we have to win like we did in 2016. And we did much better in 2020, getting millions. I mean, we got millions more votes than we did in 2016. We did actually much better. People say, oh, well, I don't know, how's that? But most people understand what happened, okay? Most people understand what happened. We did so much better in 2020. Look, 2016 was unique, and it was a big surprise to a lot of people, except for the people that went to rallies and all. It's interesting. We'd have a rally, 2020 also. We'd have a rally, and we'd have 35, 40,000 people show up on one-day notice, right? And he announced for 2 weeks that he's coming, and they couldn't fill the 8 circles. You know those beautiful circles? They were nice. They were actually very nice. They did a good job. I'd like to find the person. I'm into the world of construction and things. They did a beautiful job. They had to use the fake news media to fill them up. So they have people from CNN standing in a circle. And then they'd say, oh, Trump didn't win Arizona. I mean, I left Arizona. We had 48,000 people. He left Arizona. He literally couldn't fill up the circles. And then we hear we lost by a whisker. We lost just by this much. We've got to clean up our elections. Yeah. We've got to clean them up because we have to clean up our borders. Our borders and our elections have to do it.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, caucus night is coming right up. Yep. It is Monday night, and we need everybody to find out where their caucus is, come to their caucus, come early at 6:30. Bring your ID. Yep. The caucus starts at 7, and you cannot be late. There's no late voting in a caucus. You have to be there on time. What is your message to your strong Trump supporters who see the dirty tricks from Biden that are designed to suppress the Trump vote? And what is your message to your supporters who see you ahead in polling and they wonder if their vote matters?
Well, that's a big thing. So we're leading by a lot in all the polls, and you have to get out because we have to send a message, most importantly for November, because we have to beat this guy. And, if you say, gee, we're leading by a lot, but let's not get in, especially with weather like this, you just have to get out. And a friend of mine said, they're hardy people in Iowa, and they are hard. I know plenty of them, and you're one of them. Right? So you're one of the great attorney generals in the country. And I have to say, before we get off, it was such an honor to get your very early endorsement and really something that was very special. And it meant a lot to me, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I was glad to do it because we need you back as president. Iowa wants you back. The whole country wants you back in the White House. We need you. Thank you.
Good job. We will not let you down. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we heard it straight from you. It's absolutely important that people show up to their caucus site 6:30 Monday night.
That's right.
You have a big lead, but you need them to be there for you to send that big message to Biden and to the whole country that sometimes the road to the White House starts in Iowa. This time it ends in Iowa, right? Yeah.
And, you know, it's very important to me because Iowa, I think of two things. I think of farmers, but you have a lot of other business, but I think of farmers and I think of politics. And you're first in the nation because of me, not because of the governor, not because of anyone else, you're because of me, because I put you there. It was up to me and I put you there. And there was tremendous, really blowback on doing it. They wanted to put you further back. You're not that big. And some people say you don't represent the country. I think you represent the country as well as anybody or better than anybody. To me, Iowa is such a great institution, having it first in the nation. And I kept you there. As you know, the Democrats moved. They left. They fled town. And I'm sure they're going to remember that. But it looks like we're going to beat them pretty easily in this state anyway. But it was an honor for me to keep you first in the nation. I fulfilled my promises. I fulfilled my promises on ethanol. I got the farmers $28 billion. You know, I said, I guess a couple of people came to say, please don't be so arrogant about getting the Iowa vote. I said, look, I got them $28 billion from China. Do you think Biden would get you $28 billion? He'll lose you $28 billion. And the farmers did. That was one of the greatest deals I made, but I don't talk about it. It was with China because of COVID. I don't even talk about it. But $28 billion, took care of your ethanol, took care of every problem you had. There's nobody, it's been said in even editorials, there's nobody that's done more for Iowa than Donald Trump when I was president. And it was really, really an honor to do so. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. And now we're going to stay tuned for a special message from Team Trump that explains the caucus process.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's important.
Making America great again starts one place on earth and one place only. Right here in Iowa. Monday, January 15th, 7 p.m. Be there because it's caucus night. Now you may say to yourself, Self, I've never been to a caucus. How does it work? You've come to the right place because for the next 2 minutes, Marlon's going to tell you everything you need to know about how to successfully caucus for President Trump.
Caucusing is super easy. Before we get going, let's make sure you are eligible to caucus. Time to check with the lawyers. For that, here's Margot from the law firm of Dewey, and Chittister.
To vote at a caucus, you must be at least 18 years old. But here's the kicker. That's 18 by November 5th of 2024, Election Day.
Okay, so now you know you're eligible to vote in the Iowa caucus. Woohoo! How simple is it to caucus? As simple as this. Wait, that's the wrong one. As simple as this. 3 easy steps. Step 1, make sure you're eligible. Done. Okay, step 2, do you know where your caucus location is? Now be careful, the correct answer isn't necessarily your regular voting location. I'm throwing you a lifeline here. You can easily find your caucus location and lots of other information by going to donaldjtrump.com/Iowa caucus. Now, a quick time management lesson. It's Monday, January 15, Caucus Day. You wake up at 5 a.m. because you are so excited to caucus for President Trump. So what time should you get to your caucus location? Aren't you the go-getter? You don't need to be to your caucus location until 6 p.m., so no excuses for being late. And finally, step 3, register once you get to your caucus. Now, if the line is long, don't panic. I said don't panic. Sorry. The lines move very quickly, and once you're in line, you can't be turned away, so hang in there. Okay, starting exactly at 7 p.m., it's time for democracy to begin. First, you will hear a few brief speeches. Then paper ballots for voting will be distributed, collected, and counted, all in front of you. Easy peasy. And that's the first step to making President Trump our next president and making America great again.
The sun will set and will rise again, our Americans.
Okay, I'm guessing that was the end of that. Let me do this and let me do a refresh on this to make sure that was the end. Yeah, so it's not growing anymore. So that tells me that that was the end of that. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a good interview. I think he was pretty Johnny on the spot with his answers. What do you guys think? You know, that's who needs to be affected, is each and every one of you. Okay. All right, let's go ahead. Let's jump into our regular stuff here. I got a couple of things I got to do. I got to get the puppies fed and get them into the kennel. I'm going to go ahead and get started on X22. First part is like 15 minutes, somewhere around there, I think. 18 minutes, right? And I'll be back with you.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3256 a.m. Today's date is January 12th, 2024, and the title of the episode is Biden Begins the Economic Narrative Spin, Gold Destroys the Fed. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Global financial storms might be raging, but thousands of investors are investing in precious metals with Noble Gold Investments, and they are smiling. They know that whatever happens, their investments will be safe from the turmoil. Protect your savings from the market volatility with Noble Gold Investments IRA and claim your free gold bullion coin. Talk to a Noble Gold Investments expert today, and they'll talk you through your options. And if you qualify, they'll guide you through the whole process. Call 877-646-5347 today and take control of your financial future. Or visit x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. It's the only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private Western Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, they are now panicking because they're starting to realize that they're losing control over the creation of currency. Remember, to control the populations, to keep control of the nations, they need to have control of the creation of currency. And you could see since the introduction of Bitcoin, yes, gold has been around for a very, very long time. Both of these systems are outside of the central bank system, and they don't like this. And now, since there's been an approval where now you have Bitcoin ETFs, this is a major problem for the deep state players, and they are panicking over this. Really think about this. If you have currencies that are outside the system, and Bitcoin is pretty much like gold. Yes, it's not physical, it's the digital version. Gold is mined, Bitcoin is mined. There's a finite amount of gold, there's a finite amount of Bitcoin compared to the fiat currency where you can just print into oblivion. And this is what the deep state players are afraid of. This is what the central bank players are afraid of. They're afraid that people are going to start to realize, and they're going to move away from their system into other systems like gold and Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is just like gold, well, Does that mean both of these together will destroy the Fed? Because think about all the emerging markets. Think about all the countries that could use Bitcoin as their currency. El Salvador has already been using it. I do believe Argentina eventually will move into this. And we will see many, many African nations start to move into this, which means they would move away from the IMF, which means the central bank system, well, they're going to have a major, major problem on their hands. And I do believe this is the direction we're heading in, because think about it. What are people seeing today? They're seeing the Green New scam. Well, that's not working. It's actually destroying the countries. And the people understand that they don't want to go into the central bank digital currency. So what's happening? They are now thinking logically, and they're saying, okay, where should we go? Where should we move? And I do believe as time goes on, there's going to be a lot more people waking up. Listen, people are waking up already. The people out in the UK, people out in France, Netherlands, Germany, the people now are starting to realize what's really going on here, and they are now pushing back. If we go out to what's happening out in Germany, you could see the entire economic system in Germany is completely and utterly falling apart. You could see that the Green New scam is not making their country wealthy. It's not making them energy independent. Actually, it's doing the opposite. And what's very interesting is that UK, they are deciding to build nuclear plants. So in contrast to the left-green liberal government in Germany, the UK outlines plans for the biggest expansion of nuclear power for 70 years to reduce electricity bills, create jobs, and improve energy security. And we could see everything now is moving in the opposite direction. The deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum wants everyone to move in. So which means they're not going to allow this to happen, which means they're probably going to use some type of an event to scare the people to try to bring them back. Is this going to work? No, this is going to fail just like everything else, because the people, they're watching who is causing all of this, and they're watching the economy of their nation completely collapse. If you go out to France, the Paris commercial real estate sales, they slumped to their lowest since 2009. If you go out to Germany, Germany house prices are in free fall. And you could see everything right now is imploding. Why? Because when they introduced their new system, it was never supposed to be done now. It was supposed to be done after their major event, which is the pandemic or a war. But this didn't happen. So the people now, they're watching them implement this, and they're watching how this is not going to work. And the people are questioning it, saying, well, how would this work? And the people are coming up with the answers. I get it. Reduce population. Everyone in a 15-minute city. People will not be using cars to get around. They'll be trapped in their little area. They won't be able to travel. And people will not be eating meat. So the people, they're starting to realize what's going on. And you could see they started with the farmers. They pushed very hard with the farmers, and the farmers, they pushed back very, very hard. And this is what started the ball rolling. And you look at certain countries, and you could see that the central bank system continually puts them into debt, and their currency devalues like there's no tomorrow. I mean, just look at Argentina right now. Argentina's annual inflation has topped 211% in 2023. Think about that for a second. 211%. And that is just during that year. Remember, inflation is cumulative. The people, they cannot function in Argentina. It's completely impossible. And I do believe the new president is going to turn all of this around. And I do believe it's already started, and we'll have to see how this all plays out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we see inflation in this country starting to pick up again. And the consumer price index shot up year over year in December, according to the latest numbers out of the Labor Department, and it decreased by 0.3% in December, which means that things are now turning around. And what's very interesting about all of this is that Biden's top advisor, she's out there telling everyone that this is encouraging. This looks pretty darn good. Does that make any sense? Well, FX Hedge decided to respond to this and said, White House economic advisor Brainerd, purchasing power has returned to pre-pandemic levels. What the F is she talking about? Wall Street Silver responded to this and said the following: they are trolling us now. Inflation has been at least 17% under Biden if you count their CPI numbers, which are notorious for underreporting actual inflation. The numbers are above 20% if you go all the way back to the pre-pandemic levels, but the legacy media won't call them out on their obvious attempts to gaslight the public. Well, they can pretend, they can make up whatever they want, but when people go to the market, when they go shopping, when they pay their insurance bill, when they go to pump gas into their car, let's talk about protecting our wealth. Global financial storms might be raging, but thousands of investors are investing in precious metals with Noble Gold Investments, and they are smiling. They know that whatever happens, their investments will be safe from the turmoil. Protect your savings from the market volatility with Noble Gold Investments IRA and claim your free gold bullion coin. Talk to a Noble Gold Investments expert today, and they'll talk you through your options. And if you qualify, they'll guide you through the whole process. Call 877-646-5347 today and take control of your financial future. Or visit x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com. Or click the link in the description. It's the only gold company I trust. And remember, there's always a risk of investment and there's no guarantee of any kind. When they do any of these things, the people, they see the truth, no matter what the government is telling them. So they can try to convince the people, but it's not going to work. It's going to fail in the end. And what's very interesting is that the Biden administration, they have started the spin narrative on the economy, on inflation. Remember, going throughout this year of 2024, they're going to try to convince everyone that the economy is bouncing back. The economy is doing great, and they will try to shift the blame onto the Republicans, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to shift everything that the Biden administration has done over the 3.5 years. They're going to try to say, oh, it's all the Republicans' fault. But again, they told us we had to vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, which has nothing to do with inflation. And actually, Biden came out and admitted it. That had to do with what? Oh, their Green New scam. The people aren't stupid. They understand what's going on. But if you read his latest statement, what does it say in there? It says their only plan is to hand out massive giveaways to the super wealthy and big corporations. They've locked arms with big pharma and big oil to try to stop us from lowering prescription drug costs and utility bills. Well, wait, isn't this what Biden is doing? Isn't he taking money from foreign entities? Isn't Hunter Biden taking money from very wealthy people to buy his ridiculous art? Isn't the pharmaceutical companies making a fortune on the bioweapon that Biden was pushing? He was the salesman for him. I mean, really think about this for a second. When you really look at this, he's telling everyone this is what we're doing, this is what we've done, but we're going to project this onto other people because we don't want to take the blame for it. I mean, all you got to do is go back in time, and you could see how they've lied to the people. Shibatoshi Nakamoto put this out, and it's a meme, and it shows where we were and where we are 23 years later. It says, President Clinton, the United States on track to pay off the debt by the end of the decade, December 28, 2000. U.S. debt at the end of 2000, 5.7 trillion. 23 years later, U.S. national debt hits 33 trillion for the first time in history. So was the debt paid off? Is anything that they said in the past, has that ever come true? No, they lie to the American people, and they try to convince the people, hey, look, we're going to fix this. Don't worry. And basically all they did was pass the buck from the rhinos back to the D's, back to the rhinos, back to the D's. And that's all they did. Nothing was ever fixed. Actually, everything got worse. Why? Because that's how the central bank system operates. Things just don't turn around under a central bank system. The central bank system continues to hurt the everyday person. The central bank system, with all the printing and the creation of the currency, well, the currency continually devalues, which means you see inflation, which means there's a divide between the very wealthy and the poor people. Eventually, what happens is the system breaks down. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And this is why they're so afraid of gold. This is why they're so afraid of Bitcoin, because those two assets, currencies, are outside of their system. If anybody starts to understand that you can operate on these without them, well, the jig is up. And what's very interesting about Bitcoin, and Genevieve Roque-Decter put this out, she says, is Bitcoin the first IPO where Main Street got in before Wall Street? Yeah, I do believe so. And BlackRock CEO, and I know a lot of people don't like BlackRock, and yes, they're evil, but he did say something very, very interesting. He says Bitcoin is no different than what gold represents for thousands of years. It is an asset class that protects you. And he's right about that. Because remember, our founding fathers, they never wanted a private Western central bank system. They never wanted a separate corporation creating our currency. They never wanted a separate corporation then loaning the currency to the people, so the people had to pay this back. They always wanted the people to create their own currency. And back then, what did they have? There was no computers. There was nothing. So all they had was gold and silver. So that's what they put in the Constitution. But when you look at the Constitution, it never says, oh, farm this out. It says we the people. And I do believe that with gold and with Bitcoin, you can separate yourself from a central bank system. Because remember, we have it today. We have gold, which supposedly, allegedly, they have, which no one has audited in a very long time. So we don't know if they have it. They probably sold it off or stole it. But yes, you can have gold and you can have a digital currency. What happens if you combine the two? Well, I do believe combining the two, that brings you outside of the central bank system. You can actually go ahead and use it for commerce. It's very easy to transfer, just like the digital currency today from the private Western central bank. The only difference is that it's decentralized. No one entity controls it. Just like with gold, gold is found all over the world. There's not one entity that controls it. And I do believe with both of these, we can move away from the private Western central bank system. And this is what they're so afraid of. This is why they demonize gold. This is why they demonize Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin is just like gold, can gold and Bitcoin actually destroy the central bank system? Absolutely. And I do believe this is the path that we're heading down right now. I do believe that with both of these, it will destroy the central bank system. And not just here in the United States, because think about it. Think about all the emerging countries. Think about how they would love to get away from the IMF, because remember, they're borrowing the currency with interest attached. Can you imagine if they just used Bitcoin? Yes, they can put gold into their vaults and hold it. It's an insurance policy. It's a great store of wealth. But if they weren't borrowing currency anymore with interest attached, do you think their nations would flourish? Absolutely. And this is what the central bank is so worried about. They don't want anyone to see this. They don't want anyone to understand that if you go ahead and do this, you will be better off. And this is why they've been trying to stop it since they came into existence. And this is why they always try to push back into every single country. Remember, this is not the first central bank. We've had the central bank around for many, many years. And if you go back in time, it was in France, it was in the UK, it was in Spain. And they just keep moving it around. And they try different tactics to get back into power. And what happens when they're back into power? It breeds corruption. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they are showing the people. And the people are seeing it. And the people are starting to understand. Because once you see how your currency doesn't go anywhere, you can't buy anything, that's when people really start to wake up. People really start to wake up when they can't make ends meet. And they're struggling every single day. And that's what the people have been noticing. And I do believe we're almost at that point where everything's about to shift. And it will shift in the end. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Boy, you can tell he's got a cold, huh? All right, let's get right into part B. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3256B. Today's date is January 12th, 2024, and the title of the episode is False Flag Warning. Did Pelosi just say the quiet part out loud? A moment in time. Let's talk about our health. Were you like thousands of Americans this holiday season and ate a bit too much? If your New Year's resolution revolve around weight control, you can rest easy knowing most of America is with you on this journey. Nearly half of all Americans say the resolution is related to weight control, fitness, or physical health, making it the most popular New Year's resolution by far. There is a magical pill only for weight management solution I recommend and use. It helps control appetite, manage weight, reduce fat, control cravings, and increase energy. It essentially uses a unique nutrient that's linked to supporting reduced body weight, reduce fat mass, and reduce waist circumference while increasing lean body mass. Plus, there's no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives to hold you back on your health journey. Try it today for a whopping 51% off this New Year's. Plus, receive free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life. 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat. A 60-day satisfaction guarantee and free shipping. Order before this offer ends by going to trimwithx22.com. That is trimwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, they are now saying the quiet part out loud. And we had Nancy Pelosi out there letting everyone know that Trump will never be president. Now, how does she know this? How possibly can she be saying this? Now, of course, she followed up saying, oh, no, because of his tax cuts and how he's pandering to corporations, which is actually the opposite of what he's doing. Actually, his economy was absolutely incredible. People saw, wow, look at all this money that I have. Look, fuel prices are very low. Look at the tax cuts that he put into place. Basically, what she's saying, she is now projecting out there saying, listen, we have many different ways to stop him. Yes, we're going to try to cheat. And if that doesn't work, we have other ways of shutting him down, making sure that he never becomes president. That's what she's really saying. So I do believe what they're going to do is they're going to try to cheat. Yes, they're going to have false flags. They're going to try to make sure that Trump is not the nominee. And then in the end, what are they going to do? They're going to say, okay, he is the nominee. So what do we got to do? We got to cheat. We got to cheat like we've never cheated before. That is going to fail. And when they realize they can't cheat in this election, they will then say, okay, we need to postpone it because we can't allow him to become president. We can't allow him to get the votes. So what do we got to do? We have to have a cyber attack. We have to have an event or something to cancel the election. They will try every step of the way, and every step of the way, they will fail. But if we look at what's going on in Iowa, we can see that Trump is in the lead. I do believe Scavino sent us a message. Actually, we're getting information already that, yes, there might be some type of an event in this country. Now, I don't know if it's going to be in the next.
Hold that for a second. There are 4 states that hold a caucus. The rest of the states hold primaries. The American Samoa, the U.S. territory since 1900, that has 11 delegates that will hold caucus on March 3rd. Let's see. And then there's Iowa. The heck? Where in the hell did that come from? Oh, that's because it's a New York Times thing. Jesus, I hate that. How many states hold okay, give me a second and I'll tell you. Okay, so caucus states 2024. Okay, so it's Iowa, North Dakota, Wyoming, and Nevada. All other states hold primaries. So those are the only 4 states that hold caucus. All right. Okay. Yeah, let's get back to this.
A couple of days, or if it's going to be maybe in the first part of this year. But I do believe something is coming, and we are getting a false flag warning. And we could see now, as we go throughout this year, people are going to see quite a bit. And yes, people are going to reach the precipice of destruction. And when they reach that point, they will have the will to change. And really think about the deep state players. They've been sending us messages. Number one, they came out with a new film on Netflix, Leave the World Behind, talking about a cyber attack. Think about that for a second. The next movie that's coming out this year in April is Civil War. Not going back to the Civil War during Abraham Lincoln's time. It's the Civil War present day. Then we have a third film that is coming out, which is Nuclear War. Russia, United States attack each other with nuclear weapons. I mean, are they sending messages out to we the people? Are they projecting what they're planning to do? It's starting to seem that way. But again, Trump has let us know from the very, very beginning that this might happen, that they are going to push us into war. They are going to push chaos. Because what happens when a criminal syndicate, what happens to them when they lose every step of the way? They throw a tantrum. And what is a tantrum? When you look at the deep state, when you look at the criminal syndicate, well, they have events to punish the people for not doing what they want. That's how they get back at the people. They instill fear, and they tried to say, if you don't do what we want, we will continue with these events. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know they're planning for all this. I do believe the countermeasures are in place. I do believe the playbook is known. But once again, the people need to see it. The people need to understand who's behind all of this. So this way, when it comes time for them to vote, they will rise again. This will be a moment in time. I do believe this will be the shot heard around the world. And I don't mean Trump just winning by a small margin. I'm talking about the majority of the people voting for Trump, and the amount that he wins by is going to actually shake the world. And the people of this world are going to see it, and the people are going to understand what direction we're headed in. And when I say win by a lot, I'm not talking about 270 electoral votes. I'm talking about having the popular vote, having most of the electoral vote. Think about Andrew Jackson. Remember, he went to the people. He got the people behind him. And his electoral vote count was Andrew Jackson, 178, John Quincy Adams, 83. I mean, think about that. That's how powerful he was. Now, think about what Trump is doing. He's doing the same exact thing. He wants to show the deep state players, I've got the people. They voted for me. And now we're going to take care of business. Now, I don't mean he's going to be riding around on a white horse, arresting people and everything like that. Remember, it's retribution. It's about the state. It's about the country. It's about we, the people, who are going to take care of business. And yes, we have many things in place to reverse everything that we're seeing today. And I do believe this is exactly the path that we're headed on. Now, what's very interesting, you can see that the deep state players, they continually send the same exact message over and over and over. And they just rehash what other people have said in their party. And they make it seem like it's brand new. For example, Pismo put this out on X. It said Biden versus Hillary, 15 years apart. We have Hillary Clinton and we have Joe Biden. They use the same exact speech, and they used it on the people to get the people going. Well, actually, it looks like plagiarism to me, but take a listen to how they use the same exact phrase in the speech. And you can see as they keep rehashing this, they have nothing else to use. And they just keep doing this to the people over and over and over. Take a listen.
Don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me.
We've come too far from where we started. Nobody told me the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. My fellow Americans, I don't think the good Lord brought us this far to leave us behind.
And just think about this. It's the same exact thing over and over and over. It's nothing new. They're just rehashing the same thing, using the same emotions, using the same exact thing. But the people today, they're much, much smarter. The people understand what's going on, and they realize that these people are corrupt. They're part of the criminal syndicate, and they will never, ever benefit or help the American people. Because remember, that's not their agenda. Their agenda is the opposite. Their agenda is to actually destroy this country. Their agenda is to make themselves very, very wealthy. Their agenda is to take orders from those above them. So they will never do anything for the people. Even when they pass bills and they tell you how great it's going to be, actually, they put the titles on there to fool you. And actually, what's in the bill actually helps them. It helps their cause. It helps to destroy the country. It helps to keep you poor. It helps you to keep paying. It keeps you enslaved. And that's what they've been doing for a very long time. But now, what do we see? We see the criminal syndicate. Every day that passes, you see the two-tier justice system. You see how the laws and how the criminal syndicate protects them, and you see how the laws and how the criminal syndicate goes after you. You see the difference. And we know with Hunter Biden, there weren't art collectors going around buying his art. We knew that this was money laundering, payoffs, and everything else. Who wants his art? It's absolutely ridiculous. So the art dealer has revealed that Hunter Biden knew Sugar Brother was top buyer. This was planned from the very beginning. And this makes the White House ethics pledge a sham. And we've always known it's a sham, but the people now, they're seeing it, they're experiencing it. Now, Jim Jordan, he's taking this a step further. He wants more information. He wants the FBI FD 1023 forms concerning a confidential human source report about payments to the Biden family from foreign entities. And they're really cracking down on the Biden family. Now, really think about this. How much more can the Bidens take? The people now are seeing it all. The people are starting to realize he's destroying the economy. Has the borders open. It's an invasion. The people are very afraid that there's going to be an event. The people know that he's a criminal. He's been money laundering. He has 20 shell companies. What does he produce from the shell companies? Absolutely nothing. He sells information. And the people now, they're realizing, wait, now you're bringing us to war? How many families, how many people are going to be brought to the precipice with all this happening? I think there's going to be quite a bit, especially as more and more evidence is produced. And wait until we get the evidence from Seth Rich. Remember, Seth Rich is the one who downloaded the information to a USB key. He took the data from the DNC, and we had Julian Assange from WikiLeaks who got that information, and he put that out there so everyone can see. And of course, Hillary Clinton and the rest, they were pissed off and angry. And what happened then? Seth Rich, well, he was mugged, but they didn't steal anything. So he was murdered, probably by an MS-13 gang member. And ever since then, we had Ty Clevenger. He's been trying to get information about what happened with Seth Rich. And the FBI, they don't want to hand over any information because why would that be? They're covering up for the criminal syndicate. Starting to all make sense now? When you have a criminal syndicate in control, they're not just going to hand over the information because it implicates them. It implicates everyone that they're trying to protect. So Judge Amos Mezant, he has ruled that the FBI must hand over Rich's personal laptop, work laptop, a DVD, and a thumb drive within 14 days. It's been now, 40 days or so since that ruling came down? And the FBI has defied the court order. So they're not even following what the courts say. They're following their own rules. And that is the rules of the criminal syndicate. Ty Clevenger put this out on X and said the following: just when I think the FBI can't get any more arrogant or lawless, there's this from this Seth Rich case. Can mainstream media reporters like Oliver Dorsey, Andy Kroll, and LSI Koff finally admit that none of this passes the smell test, that maybe they got duped? Absolutely. So the FBI, once again, they believe they're above the law. Well, actually, they're not following the law because they're criminals. Criminals don't follow the law. Remember, just because they're wearing the suits and they tell you what you want to hear, that doesn't mean they're criminals. They just are playing a role. Why do you think they use Antifa? Why do you think they are having the no cash bails? Why do you think they're bringing in the illegals who are men who are military age? Because these are their criminal foot soldiers. Criminals hire criminals. That's how it works. Law-abiding citizens do not hire criminals. And I think people are starting to see this very, very clearly, just like they're seeing what's going on at the border. Yes, it's an invasion. And the people now are starting to see who the dictators are. The people are now starting to see that they don't care about the rule of law. And they're allowing all these people in. And they don't care about the people in their cities, in their states. Mayor Adams, He cleared the schools to shelter migrants. So Madison High is temporarily closing in order to provide housing for thousands of illegal aliens. All 2,000 students will now be learning virtually to accommodate the arrivals. The people of this city are angry. The people of the city are pissed off. Remember, they pay taxes to have their children go to school to learn, not through Zoom. And now most of these people have to work. They can't hire people to watch their children. And this is going to be a disaster. And this is going to make the people hit the precipice. Remember, people hit the precipice at all different times. Many, many people in this area are going to hit the precipice. And the other thing that's very interesting is Gail Alfar. He decided to go into the area where they're keeping the illegals. And this is on Randall's Island. And it's one gigantic city of tents. I mean, huge tents. And this is where New Yorkers, this is where the tax money's going. This is where the people of this country, this is where the tax money's going. And you could see they have tents, they have bedding, they have everything. Think about California. They're paying for their health insurance. Think about all our veterans. Think about all our homeless. Are they getting the same exact services? They're citizens of this country. These people are not. These people have no allegiance to this country whatsoever. Remember that. People coming in, there is no allegiance. Just because you walk over the border and you're in this country doesn't mean, oh, I'm all for America. These people are not. They haven't lived here. They don't know our culture. They know nothing. So if something happens someplace else and it has to do with their country, where does their allegiance lie? Remember, they weren't vetted. They were just allowed in. Nobody knows if they're a human trafficker, child trafficker, criminal, MS-13 gang member, terrorist. Nobody knows. But what's very interesting is that the state of Texas, they are now fighting back. And they have seized the property in Eagle Pass under Governor Abbott's emergency powers. And now they are controlling that area, which means the Biden administration, they are going to fight back. So they have taken the park, which covers 47 acres and is right next to the portion of the Rio Grande River. This will give DPS officers control over the area to help stop illegals from crossing into the U.S. The takeover is for an indefinite period of time, with DPS having total control of the area. All access to the property is limited to state authority only. Border Patrol will be permitted to enter the property to remove their equipment and supplies. Agents will not have access to the area unless there is a medical emergency. So right now, we have a state taking control over this area. What do you think the Biden administration is going to do? They're going to fight back, and they've already started to fight back. They're going to the Supreme Court to get a stay. What happens when the Supreme Court rules against them? Do you think they will start something down at the border? Well, Brian Cates on X put this out and said, you want to know how a real civil war starts? You're watching it on the Texas border. Federal courts will rule the feds run the border. The feds, under the control of Biden crime family and its criminal cartels, are not going to let Texas get away with this direct defiance of federal authority over the Texas border. Federal agents and Texas state agents are going to end up in armed standoff. Very volatile situation. And yes, we know the deep state players, they want a civil war. And we know that they're trying to start it any way they possibly can. And we could see that this might trigger something. We'll have to watch this very, very carefully. But this is not the only area where we're seeing something ignite. We're seeing it out in Yemen, Iran, Taiwan, North Korea, and it's building and building and building. And right now, do we have the people in the armed forces to do what they need to do? Most likely not, because this has been the 16-year plan. It's about destroying the armed forces. It's about keeping the best of the best out of the armed forces. And this is why they wanted to get the weapons away from the people. Because if you destroy the armed forces and you make sure that people don't join and you have the worst of the worst in the armed forces, what's left then? It's all the veterans that are very well trained. It's all the people that are trained in their weapons. That's why the other part of this was to get the weapons away from the people. But they have failed in this. So right now, when you look at the Army, white people joining the U.S. Army have declined by nearly 50% over the last 5 years, hitting a record low of 2023. Remember, this was all part of it. And this is what everyone is witnessing right now. Because remember, Trump let us know that he sees war. And war is approaching. And it's the N word. It's nuclear. And it is building right now. Look what happened yesterday. And we just mentioned this yesterday, that the U.S., UK, they are going to bomb Yemen. And that's exactly what they did. They launched a strike against more than a dozen sites in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen, where the majority of Yemens live. And what do you think the other countries are doing? All the countries in the Middle East, Iran, Gaza, and all the terrorists, they're looking at this saying, holy crap, look what just happened right now. They went ahead and they bombed this area. Are they going to retaliate? Most likely, yes. Colin Rugg put this out and said millions filled the street in Yemen as Houthi rebels promised revenge against the U.S. after 73 strikes hit Yemen regions, killing 5 people. The American-British enemy bears full responsibility for its criminal aggression against our Yemeni people, and it will not go unanswered and unpunished. The Houthis promise to continue attacking cargo ships in their support of Palestinians. Their attacks are having real impact, as Tesla recently announced they had to close their Germany factory due to delays. It didn't have to be this way. Remember, Trump, he had peace. He had no wars. I mean, he's the only president in the last 72 years that had no wars. He was actually ending these wars. But the question is, did Secretary of State Blinken tip off Yemen to U.S. bombings? I do believe so, because United States Marine Corps Colonel Dick Gannon, he said, you can't fix stupid. The U.S. and the UK airstrikes on Yemen are absolutely stupid and is likely to ignite a spiral violence that will leave Americans and Brits dead. But what does this accomplish? From a military standpoint, it is unlikely that these bombings destroyed or damage any Houthi rocket drone missile warehouses. Why? Because Blinken briefed the leaders of Turkey, Greece, Jordan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia on the U.S. plan to hit Yemen. What are the odds that at least one senior person in the know passed the info along to folks in Yemen? I'm going to say 100%. So what? That gave Yemen time to disperse its assets or hide them in a secure location. Absolutely. And this bombing is unlikely to achieve anything meaningful because they still have their weapons. They were moved. Do you think Blinken did this on purpose? Do you think he knew that they would tip off the Houthis? Absolutely. Remember, their entire mission is to bring us to war. How do you start the war? You're watching it play out right now. Now, Justin Amash, he put this out on X and he said, one of the most frequently misrepresented federal statutes often falsely used to justify unconstitutional presidential war powers is the War Power Resolution, or Act 50 U.S.C. Section 1541 to 1550. If only more people would read it. Contrary to what you have heard about the War Powers Resolution, it does not allow the president to take military action for any reason for 60 to 90 days without congressional approval, so long as the president notifies Congress within 48 hours. Section 1541C of the War Powers Resolution states clearly, the constitutional powers of the president as commander-in-chief to introduce United States Armed Forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised only pursuant to a declaration of war, a specific statutory authorization, or a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. Of the 3 cited authorities, not one indicates a presidential power to take unilateral, without Congress's approval, offensive military action. The first 2 authorities allow the president to take offensive military action, but only with Congress's express approval. Article 1 of the Constitution grants Congress the exclusive power to declare war. The third authority allows the president to take defensive military action without Congress's approval in the event of a specific type of national emergency, a sudden unforeseen attack of the United States happening too quickly for Congress to meet, necessitating immediate action to protect Americans. It's for this last situation, or for a situation in which the president introduces forces into hostilities unlawfully, that the War Powers Resolution provides for the oft-mentioned 48-hour report to Congress and 60-day timeline. If there's an attack in progress on the United States, We expect the president to respond swiftly to neutralize the attack and protect Americans. And then we will hold the president to account. The framers of the Constitution agreed to, at the debates in the Federal Convention of 1787, that the president should have the power to repel sudden attacks, but not the power to otherwise introduce forces into hostilities without congressional approval. The War Powers Resolution does not confer any new authority on the president to take offensive military action without congressional approval, nor could it under our Constitution. It instead checks the president when, as the framers contemplated, the president introduces our armed forces into hostility to repel a sudden attack. Now, once again, they planned this. Was the United States attacked? No, not really. I mean, remember, Biden removed the designation of terrorists from the Houthis. Trump had the designation on the Houthis as terrorists. Then Biden brought it back. Think about what they're doing right now, and think about what the next step is, because already Biden is out there letting everyone know that he has a red line. And he warns after the strikes on the Houthi targets that he will not hesitate to direct further measures. So he's already setting up the red line. Don't cross the red line or we will respond again. Are they building up war? Are they pushing it as hard as they possibly can? Remember, Trump would have never had this. He ended the endless wars. There was no bombings. There was no terrorists going after the ships. There was none of this. So the Houthi rebels, what are they vowing? To retaliate for the U.S.-UK strikes. And now we have the U.S. intelligence officials issuing warnings about potential Hezbollah terrorist attacks on American soil. Because why? They're watching what happened in Yemen. We know that the Houthis, they work with Iran. Hezbollah, well, they're part of Iran. And what do you think is next? They're warning that there could be terrorist attacks throughout the Middle East, out in the UK, or even here in the United States. And then we had Dan Scavino. He put out a truth, and it shows clouds. They're flying from LaGuardia to Palm Beach. And what's very interesting is that the music in the background is from Joel Stone, and it's called Darkness. And this is 47 seconds long. And if you go to post 47, this is November 2nd, 2017, it says the following. You can paint a picture based solely on the questions asked. Be vigilant today and expect a major false flag. Does anyone find it to be coincidence there is always a terrorist attack when bad news breaks for the D's? What is this called? Military relevant how? Barack Obama could not and would not allow the military to destroy ISIS. Why? How was ISIS formed? When? How has POTUS made such progress in the short time he was president? Well, Obama, he took the targeting away from the military. He told the military where to target and where to bomb, and it allowed ISIS to expand in Syria. Why? Because that was his foot soldiers. They wanted Syria. They wanted to take control. Trump, he took the authority and gave it back to the military, and the military started to destroy ISIS in a very short period of time. So think about what's happening right now. We have, talk about our health. Those who set their New Year's resolutions around health and beauty are helping collagen supplements grow in popularity. This supplement has trended recently as people look for ways to improve their skin, nail, hair, and joint health. For example, if you press a baby's cheeks, it bounces back because of the collagen that's present. Conversely, larger pores and wrinkles appear as we lose collagen. The only collagen I recommend and use is this amazing magical supplement. It helps reduce visible signs of aging, reduces wrinkles, and promotes a youthful complexion to the skin. One scoop a day provides 5 critically important types of collagen your skin needs to perform and look its best. Plus, there's no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Get it now for a whopping 53% off this New Year's. Plus, receive free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The 14 Food for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free shipping. Order before this order ends by going to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com, or click the link in the description. The Middle East, it is now crazy. I mean, remember Trump, he went ahead and he introduced the Abraham Accords. He ended the endless. We had no wars. And now it's a tinderbox and everything is building up. Now, Trump, the Patriots, they warned us of all of this. They said we're going to be heading to war. And remember, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, this is part of their plan. How do you wake the population up? How do you bring those who have not hit the precipice? How do you bring them to a place where they say, we need to make a change here? We cannot continue down this path, we cannot vote for Biden. Well, think about it. If you're telling people we're heading to war and they know it's a strong possibility that we'll be going to war, their children, their brothers, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers, their cousins will be going to war. And this is not going to be a war like back in the day. This will be a war that will be fought on our land, because today the technology is there and missiles can fly into this country. They can destroy cities. And remember, what is Trump showing everyone? He's showing the opposite of what he did. Remember, they told everyone Trump is going to start World War III. Trump is going to bring us to war. Trump. Well, actually, who's bringing us to war? It looks like it's Biden. Remember what Biden said back in 2020? Well, there's 2 tweets out there that tell you everything you need to know. It says, let's be clear, and this, by the way, from Joe Biden. Donald Trump does not have the authority to take us into war with Iran without congressional approval. A president should never take this nation to war without the informed consent of the American people. Wait a minute. Didn't he just decide to bomb Yemen? Didn't he just decide to bomb the Houthis? So he went ahead and he decided without Congress, without the people. Correct? Absolutely. Then he said this on February 7, 2020. He says, as president, I will use military power responsibly and as a last resort. We will not go back to forever wars in the Middle East. Well, let's see. Trump ended all the wars. We had no wars. We had peace in the Middle East. And now we have war all over the place. We have India with 10 warships in the Red Sea. We have cargo ships that are no longer going to use the Red Sea for transport. We have the U.S., the U.K. now bombing the Houthis. The Houthis now are confiscating ships. Now they're saying they're going to retaliate against the U.S. It looks like he just brought us back to forever wars. And remember, Trump is using the 16-year plan against them. They've planned this for a very long time. Trump wants to show everyone the plan. He wants to wake the people up. And yes, he has a countermeasure in place. Hey, listen, as they bring us to war, as they keep talking about war, if you like war, you can vote for them. If you want to send your children, your mother, your father, your cousin, your aunt, your uncle to war, if you want cities destroyed by nuclear weapons, go ahead, be my guest, vote for Biden. But if you want peace, if you want your family to live, if you want the world back to where it was, you vote for me. I can have peace in 24 hours if I'm elected. Trump is letting everyone know. And what do you think the people are going to do in the end? They're going to vote for Trump. But Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following. So let me get this straight. We're dropping bombs all over the Middle East again, where I defeated ISIS, and our Secretary of Defense, who just went missing for 5 days, is running the war from his laptop in a hospital room. Remember, this is the same gang that surrendered in Afghanistan, where no one was held accountable or fired. It was the most embarrassing moment in the history of the United States. Now we have wars in Ukraine, Israel, and Yemen, but no war on our southern border. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Crooked Joe Biden is the worst president in the history of the United States. So that's interesting. Trump is letting everyone know we have no war on the southern border. It looks like there is war building on the southern border, but not against the illegals, against those people that are trying to stop the illegals from coming in. But he did put something in quotes. Actually, he put a couple things in quotes, but the one I'm looking at is moment. So it says it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of the United States. And let's go to the post where moment is in there. This is post 4463, June 13, 2020. It says the following. Your voice matters. Your vote matters. Everything you see today is an attempt to eliminate that. To remain silent, living in fear, controlled, is to remain powerless. A moment in time. History has taught us that people will rise, judgment, revolution day against their rulers. From pharaohs to kings to elected officials, a rigged system of control and corruption, evil on the backs of people, modern day slavery. People will rise again. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's scheme. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the power of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So he's letting us know that people are going to reach that precipice. They're going to find the will to change, and they will go up against those people that are trying to bring us to war. It happened back in history. It's going to happen again. The people, when they're brought to that place where they're afraid, scared, when they're on the brink of war, the people will say, we've had enough. It's enough. Add on top of that an economy that's failing. Well, you're going to bring a lot of people to the precipice. And the people, they're going to wake up. They're going to start to think logically. Now, yesterday we mentioned how the World Economic Forum, how they're going to push disease X. Of course, it's unknown, but they know it's much more deadlier than COVID was, but it's an unknown disease. No, they have it all planned. They have everything set up. And yes, they're going to try to use pretty much the same tactics that they used before. And they're going to try to get everyone back to where they were during COVID, wearing masks, afraid to come out, so they can implement the mail-in ballots. But this time they're going to use the mail-in ballots plus the illegals that they brought in. But I do believe that this is going to be very, very difficult for them to do, because I don't think the people of this country are going to go along with it. Yes, you will see the states like California and New York and all this. They're going to lock them all down, and they're going to make people afraid. But I think the people, most of the people, as other things start to happen, this will start to fall apart. And I think they know that they're not going to be able to cheat the way they tried before, because they're already letting us know that they have other means of stopping the election, which we'll be getting to in just a sec. But the other thing that's very interesting about what is happening is, and this is coming out of the Wall Street Journal, it says, cancer is striking more young people and doctors are alarmed and baffled. Researchers are trying to figure out what is making more young adults sick and how to identify those at high risk. So they're alarmed and baffled by this. Yeah, just look at the bioweapons. Just all you got to do is take those young people that weren't injected with the bioweapon, take those people that were injected by the bioweapon, and I do believe you will see a very, very big difference. And I think the people already understand that the bioweapon, it hurts you. It makes you sick. It creates illnesses that you've never seen before. That shouldn't be in a young person or in a person that's in their middle age. Remember, I do believe this probably accelerated everything. And it's made these illnesses come out way before they were supposed to. And I think the people are starting to realize that the bioweapon is just that, a bioweapon, because Rasmussen Reports put this out on X and says, more than half suspect COVID-19 vaccines have caused deaths. A majority of Americans believe COVID-19 vaccines may be the blame for many unexplained deaths. The people are waking up. The people are starting to understand what's going on. And let's just go back a little bit in time. Let's go back to when COVID was here and people were afraid. Remember what the brainwashed did? Well, Kevin Bass, PhD, put this out and said, just 2 years ago, 30% of Democrats believe that children should be taken away from unvaccinated parents. Nearly 50% of Democrats believe that the unvaccinated should be sent to camps. These are not tolerant, kind people. This is what a totalitarian ideology looks like. Absolutely. DC Draino responded to this on X and said, what's scary about these stats is roughly 10 to 20% of Republicans wanted to send the unvaccinated to quarantine camps and imprison vaccine critics too. Unrelated, but roughly 10 to 20% of Republicans are supporting Nikki Haley in the GOP primary. Draw your own conclusions. And people remember this. People got crazy. And they didn't care about the rule of law. They didn't care about anything. They just wanted them away, those people that weren't getting the bioweapon, away from them. And you know what's funny is that the unvaccinated are the healthy people. The people that got the vaccine and multiple boosters, those are the unhealthy people. And they're the ones who are spreading COVID all over the place. Boy, have times changed. People now are waking up. People are seeing the truth. And you can see more and more people are starting to realize that the bioweapon, yeah, it hurts you. It doesn't help you. And the people now are seeing who the pedophiles are. And it's becoming clearer and clearer every single day. Remember going back in time when they said, oh no, we're not groomers, we're not pedophiles. Well, it seems like that's completely falling apart. And as more and more evidence comes out about Epstein, as more and more arrests are made and more is brought to light, well, I think people see it all very, very clearly. and Wokeness on X put this out and said, how is this not everywhere? 7 men gang raped 2 toddler boys, 2 and 3 years old, in the Galleria Mall in Houston. Then they uploaded the videos online. But get this, the FBI only made 1 arrest so far. 6 are still free. Arthur H. Fernandez was an employee at the mall. The parents were his friends and left the kids with him while they're at work. I mean, these people are sick. Unbelievable. Just like the same sick people that went ahead and had the insurrection against this country. And what's very interesting is that the colonel and army lawyer challenging the army's official narrative of the events and leadership decisions during the Capitol Hill protests on January 6th, a narrative relied upon the Colorado Supreme Court when it struck Trump from the ballot, said then Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, was the black hand operating outside his legal authority to delay the District of Columbia National Guard from responding to the protests that day. Milley is on the Don Barzini of the deep state, said Colonel Earl G. Matthews, the Harvard Law School graduate who was the senior legal advisor to Major General William J. Walker, the D.C. National Guard's commanding general from March 2018 through April 2021. He's the most powerful chairman of the Joint Chiefs in history, Matthews said. It was Milley all along, and I didn't realize it. Milley was manipulating the entire stuff from point start. The former guardsman now serving in the Army Reserve said that as the Joint Chiefs chairman, Milley had no legal role in the chain of command. He was simply the president's senior military advisor. However, Milley leveraged his staff in the Pentagon and exploited his relationship with the generals he mentored and favored for promotion so that he ran the army as his own feudal possession. The problem was not with Trump. It's Mark Milley and the army leadership in control. They stopped the Guard from coming, then lied about it and said the Guard acted at sprint speed. This is about civilian control of the military. There was none. There is none. I argue that Mark Milley had more control over the D.C. Guard on January 6th than Trump did. If Trump wanted to call the Guard to the Capitol, Milley wouldn't let him do it. Milley delayed the D.C. National Guard's response to January 6th. So the truth is continually coming out, and we know that this was a coordinated effort. It wasn't just one person coordinating all this. It had to take a lot of people, a lot of moving parts, and now we're starting to see that. We're starting to see the FBI was involved. The Capitol Police were involved. Pelosi was involved. Milley was involved. And you could see how they coordinated their efforts. They didn't work alone. They had to coordinate this one way or another, just like they're coordinating the attack against Trump with these indictments. And you can see now Judge Engoron, he's going to be making his decision. I think we all know what the decision was before Trump even stepped into the courtroom. But I do believe the people needed to see this. The people needed to understand, look where we're at today. We're back to that place where we're just having a show trial. They already made the decision. They're already going to find Trump guilty. And you can see that once this happens, I do believe they're going to try to paint the Trump supporters in a very bad light. And this is why we're seeing the swatting. This is why there was a bomb threat against Engoron. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's an event and the fake news and all these other people come out and say it was the Trump supporters that tried to take him down after the ruling. But Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: why didn't Judge Engoron announce his decision yesterday after we proved conclusively that I did nothing wrong? No jury allowed. Great financial statements, no victims, no fraud, no crimes, happy banks and insurance companies, only success and profits. And a corrupt New York's attorney general who sat comfortably and confidently in court yesterday with her shoes off, arms folded, a Starbucks coffee, and a big smile on her face, just like she knows exactly what the decision will be. The closing argument of the state was pathetic. No witness, no evidence against me. Legal scholars are killing the AG and judge for the witch hunt. The judge is being badly influenced and the gag order must come off. Remember, this judge ruled against me before the trial even started, and he knew nothing about the case. The public is angry over this hoax. This trial is rigged. Yes, it's political. It's election interference. And what's very interesting is that Mr. Wonderful, he's a judge on Shark Tank. This is Kevin Leary. He says all real estate developers, anyone that's in real estate, this is how they do business. They go to the bank, they get the loans, they tell them what their property is valued at. The bank says, oh no, this is not valued at this. But remember, there's no victim here. There's no crime. This is how business is done. But again, what did they do? They just created this entire show to try to get the people not to vote for Trump. Did it work? Absolutely not. But I do believe we know what the ruling is, because if they rule that he's innocent, it would show that this was all BS, that they had no case from the start. And if they rule that he's guilty, it will show that they are corrupt, because they have no case. Because once it goes to the appeals court and they say, well, the statute of limitations ran out, plus there's no victim, plus you can't use this piece of law to go after him, because if you do, the entire state would completely implode on itself. Because what real estate developer or anyone dealing in real estate, why would you want to do business there if this sets a precedent? You wouldn't. You would lose everybody. And I do believe the appeals court is going to rule against everything that they have done here. And it's going to show the people that this was a sham, and it was driven by Biden from the very, very beginning. And we can see that these individuals, they met with the White House. They met with Biden. They met with Kamala. They met with everyone. And we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Benny Johnson put this out on X and says, Marjorie Taylor Greene files a criminal referral requesting an immediate investigation into Fani Willis and her alleged secret lover, Nathan Wade, who charged Trump to Governor Brian Kemp and AG Chris Carr. So we have, pretty much all these people are the same. They are going after Trump. They're directed by Biden. They're directed by Kamala. They're directed to go after them and bring them down. And we could see that Fani Willis, well, she met with Kamala Harris before indicting Trump. How do we know this? Well, there are White House logs. And this is how we know they went into the White House. Greg Price put this out and said, Fulton County DA Fani Willis spent 5 hours with Kamala Harris at the White House on February 24, 2023, according to the record obtained by M. Howell Tweets and Oversight PR. She went on to indict Trump the following August. That tells you everything you need to know right there. And remember, White House logs are very, very important. Now, the other case that Jack Smith is pushing is about presidential immunity, which I find very, very interesting. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the president gets immunity. And if you do everything on the up and you follow the rule of law, you have nothing to worry about. Just like in your everyday life, do you get immunity from everything? No, you don't. So once again, if you break the law, yes, you should be held responsible, especially if you commit crimes. And it looks like Trump is doing the same thing he did with his taxes, with the law about sending the votes back to the legislatures. And it seems that he's making the case that why he should have presidential immunity, which means the deep state's going to react in the opposite way, which is actually going to turn on them. This is if the Supreme Court rules that presidents don't get presidential immunity. But Trump's lawyer was asked about presidential immunity on Tuesday by a judge, Florence Pan. So the judge asked this question. I ask you a yes or no question. Could a president order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival who was not impeached? Would he be subject to criminal prosecution? Well, the answer to that is yes, but I don't believe that his lawyers answered that question. But if we go back in time, Obama, he did exactly this to Anwar al-Awlaki. He was an American Islamic scholar and lecturer who was killed in 2011 in Yemen by a U.S. government drone strike ordered by Barack Obama. And al-Awlaki became the first U.S. citizen to be targeted and killed by a drone strike from the U.S. government. Obama had absolute immunity for ordering the intentional killing of an American citizen. So if presidents did not have absolute immunity, or if the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals removes absolute immunity from President Trump, then Obama can immediately be charged and arrested for killing al-Awlaki. There is no statute of limitations for murder. Yes, this is the cold truth of the matter. If the D.C. Appeals Court removes absolute immunity in order to prosecute Trump, then the next administration can formally charge Obama with the specific and unlawful killing of the American citizen. He can also go after Biden. He can also go after Clinton. He can also go after many individuals, because what have they done throughout this entire period? They've committed treason against the United States of America and its people. So would this allow Trump to go after these individuals? Absolutely, yes. So let's see how this plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting as we move forward. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we know that this is all election interference. Trump has been saying this from the very, very beginning. And we see that all of these indictments, they happened after Trump made his announcement. Paul Sperry put this out and said, fact, all 4 indictments against Trump were filed after he announced he was running again. Fact, all 4 indictments were brought by Democrat prosecutors. Is that election interference? Absolutely. So why was this all done? Because they were trying to get him out of the running. They didn't want him to be the nominee. They were interfering in the election, and they were hoping that the people wouldn't vote for him during the primaries. But it's all backfiring on them, and they know it. This is why they're now shifting tactics. This is why now they're going into their cheat phase. Remember, the first phase was indictments. Let's try to indict him. Let's try to get him so this way he doesn't become the nominee. Once he's the nominee, they're going to move everything into the next phase, which is cheating for the election. That's why you're hearing Disease X. This is what they're trying to push. But before we get to what Nancy Pelosi said, this is what Trump put out on Truth. He said the following: Ron DeSanctimonious has just dropped to a solid 3rd place in the new Suffolk University poll as Bird Brain, who performed poorly in the last debate against him, nevertheless overtakes Ron in Iowa. Trump, however, surges to a 34-point lead. Knowing that this people will vote no matter how cold it gets, they will walk on glass for him in order to make America great again. Chris Christie is kaput, strangely deciding to drop out prior to New Hampshire, where he has put in so much time, effort, and money. I hear he will soon be endorsing Ada Hutchinson, who last week cracked 1% for the first time before falling back down to 0. Chris is desperately seeking a TV job, but sadly nobody wants him. ABC fake news can get him back for half of what they are paying him. May he rest in peace. Yes, and we can see that now the deep state players, they're panicking. Everything that they tried to do is not working. Trump is still leading all these people, which means most likely they will try to have some type of an event in Iowa, and we will have to see how this all plays out. Now, I don't mean it's going to be directly in Iowa, but it might be around the world, in this country, someplace to distract in what is happening out in Iowa and maybe try to shut it down. We'll have to see how this plays out, because remember, I do believe every step of the way, they're going to try to cancel Trump. And you could see from the very, very beginning, when he announced that he was running, they issued the indictments. Since those aren't working, and even when they come out with their ruling, it's probably going to make his poll numbers shoot up. Remember, this is his campaign, by the way. Everything that you're witnessing, everything that you're seeing, Trump is showing the people, the deep state players. He's exposing their system. He wants you to see who the real criminals are. And when you see it live in real time, guess what people do? They say, holy crap, I finally see it. I'm voting for Trump. And we could see the next phase, once he becomes the nominee, what's going to happen? They're going to have to cheat in the election. Now, they know they can't do it with Biden. And I do believe eventually what they're going to do is they're going to swap him out. They're going to bring in someone that's halfway decent, probably Michelle Obama, who has popularity. And they will bring in Disease X, which is completely unknown, but it's 20 times deadlier than COVID. And they will try to use this to push the same exact tactic again. But I think the people of this country, they're not going to believe what they're being told. And I do believe this is why Nancy Pelosi actually said this when she was speaking to the CNN host. And Chillum put this out on X and said, Nancy Pelosi, I think many of us know that it's impossible for Trump to be president again. So what did she mean by that? Is she saying the quiet part out loud? Now, of course, when the CNN host asked her, oh, it's because of his tax cuts. He's giving the money to the corporations, and that's what... No. She said this because she knows there's plans in place. She knows that they tried the indictments. They're going to have other events to try to make sure that he's not the nominee. When he is the nominee, they're going to usher in Disease X. They're going to swap Biden out. They're going to bring Michelle Obama in. When the rigging isn't working, they know if all else fails, they're going to cancel the election. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know this playbook. They know they're going to be heading down this path. They know that most likely they will try to shut down the election system. And you just can't say, hey, by the way, it's shut down. No, the country needs to be attacked. That's why war is building. That's why we're going to see attacks on the United States. Now, I do believe they are controlled attacks. I do believe the Patriots are in control of this. But again, Trump and the Patriots, they want people to see this. They want people to understand who these people are, what the system is, and what lengths they will go to try to stop Trump. On the other hand, Trump is going to use all this against them, because what does he really want? I do believe he doesn't want to use their election system, because that is completely corrupt. It's already fixed. He wants to go back to paper ballots. Now, can he just introduce paper ballots? No, he can't. So what needs to happen? It looks like something has to happen that forces them to use paper ballots, and he can't be the one that says use paper ballots. So I do believe when this goes down, the optics are going to be perfect, where Biden or Kamala will be calling the shots, saying we need to cancel the election because we were attacked. And that is going to bring in other things where the military steps in, which actually brings the military back into the picture. And then we could still have an election under the Constitution, and we can have the military guard it from foreign interference and any other actors by using paper ballots and having everyone come in person. And I do believe this is the path that we are going down right now. Now, they're going to try everything they possibly can do. But if you notice something very, very important, everything's been accelerated. Look at all the things that are happening all at once. It's hitting the people of this country, the people of the world all at once. And the people are watching all of this. The people are seeing the system firsthand. Now, I want to go back to two posts. This is post 529. And it says, this is January 13, 2018. It says, be ready. Mainstream media coming big way. We see all, we hear all. Fight, fight, fight. Conspiracy, push coming. Mainstream media lost control. D lost slave grip. D lost center voters. Libs are minority. Mainstream media projects as big movement. Fake news, 4 to 6% loss forever. Hello, George. So think about that. Have these lost their voters? Yeah, they are. They're in the process of losing everyone. Have they lost their slave grip? Absolutely. And then we have post 528. This is January 13, 2018. Since Scavino let us know that there is some type of an event going to happen, and we see war building, and we see threats, and we see warnings, I find this very, very interesting that this post is going to come out tomorrow, and we're going to have a 6-year delta. It says, you and your families are safe. Promise. And I do believe the Patriots are in complete and utter control, and the Patriots are showing the people the truth, the system. And the people in the end will have to make the final decision. Do you want to take back the country or don't you? And yes, along the way, people will be slapped over and over and over to wake them up, to bring them to a point where they finally find the will to change. And I do believe the people will find the will to change. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, and that was the X22 report with Dave. Up next, Controls Opposition. HDT. Here we go.
This is what's really going on in the United States. You have the elites, the 0.00001%, the swarm, as I call it. They're controlling all of this globally. But in the United States, Sean, they have made elections be selections. So that's the first thing. And they violate democracy in the following way. How do they violate democracy? They violate democracy because in 1776, the elites of the time, the merchants who wanted us to fight against the king, gave the peasants, the Bill of Rights, hey, fight with us, right? But they always kept, Sean, they did, one step back and 2 steps forward, right? Because, the lawyers of the time never let their nobility go away. You see what I'm saying? They were fighting nobility, but you still left the remnants of that called the esquire, the lawyer. So when you go to a judicial court system, you're actually going back like into the 12th century.
Hey, friends. Thanks so much for coming on back to the show. That was Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, and Shiva wanted to get back on the show to share with you a story about election meddling and election rigging in his own campaign that just happened the other day. It's beyond the pale, guys. Why? Because the deck is stacked. The DNC and the GOP have an absolute monopoly on this country, and everybody knows it. So in this conversation, we talk about the controlled opposition dialectic as Dr. Shiva sees it. Thanks for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. It turns out the key to losing weight and keeping it off isn't carbs or fat or even probiotic-rich foods. No, the end game of having a healthy weight, as well as more energy and a long, healthy life, comes down to a specific switch you can flip in your body to flush out unnecessary calories. Dr. Stephen Gundry calls this caloric bypass. And by activating this specific process in your body, he's seen thousands, yes, thousands of people dramatically improve their health, even at age 50 and beyond, once they simply addressed this one key to better health. This is associated with improved digestion, strong feeling joints and muscles, smoother skin, and healthier lives. Dr. Stephen Gundry has lost 70 pounds himself using his research, and he's kept the weight off for over 20 years and counting. His video has been watched by over 20 million people to date, and you can watch it and learn more all about it at thehealthyfat.com/SGT. It's linked at the bottom of this video, but he'll teach you exactly how he has kept his weight off for free at thehealthyfat.com/SGT. Click the link below this video. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report here with some breaking news. I wanted to get Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai back on the line because the election rigging continues in earnest. And are you all sick of it yet? I mean, we live in a banana republic. I joked before I hit record that today we were going to be talking about our stinking, rotten, horrible, criminal federal government. And in fact, we will do just that. Let me welcome Dr. Shiva. How are you, Doc?
I'm good, Sean. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming back to the show. Welcome back. I want to start with a piece of topical news, and I want your opinion on this. My friend Liz Churchill, who I've had on the show, asks this question over on Twitter. Can anyone please tell me how it's possible that the World Economic Forum has precise knowledge of disease X? Well, what is she talking about? This comes from the World Economic Forum with fresh warnings from the World Health Organization that an unknown disease X could result in 20 times more fatalities than the Rona virus pandemic. What novel efforts are needed to prepare healthcare systems for the multiple challenges ahead? Doc, I'm coming back to you.
No, go back to that, Sean. It's interesting. Go look at the bottom of that, if you can bring it back up. It says this session is linked to the Partnership for Health System Sustainability, you see, and Resilience, and the Collaborative Surveillance Initiative of the World Economic Forum. See those words, Sean? Health System Sustainability, Resilience. These are systems terms, okay? So these are from system science. So whoever's doing all of this stuff, and that's why I keep saying, Sean, that the elites understand system science. Resilience is a very, very powerful term that comes out of systems theory, right? And you notice they call it health systems, you say? So I think people need to understand that, you know, most of my life, Sean, has been around understanding system science. When I say that, people just think, oh, system science, oh, just some word. No, system science is a foundation of the modern world. It is the principles that you learn in engineering, system science. It's the principle, Sean, that the elites actually go to Kennedy School of Government, at the Fletcher School of Law, Diplomacy, or the Woodrow Wilson School, or Harvard, MIT, and they learn these principles and the science and the math. And using that, Sean, they're able to use it to manipulate 8 billion people, as I talked in the Shatter the Swarm video. And it's very important for people to understand this, that about 10 to 20,000 people know this. George Soros, it's considered one of the leaders in the field in what's called reflexivity theory. Kissinger learned it. And so I used to teach it at MIT, Sean, you know, and I took it to a level where I discovered in my Fulbright that those systems principles interrelate directly to ancient systems of medicine and yoga that date back, 10, 20,000 years. These are principles that everyone should know, Sean, not just a few. So when you see that terminology, right, as a system scientist, those guys who put that together are planning something. So in system science, you have a goal That's one of the first principles of the 9 principles. You have the system, and to order to achieve your goal, you make decisions. The decision-making aspect of this entire process is called a controller, which decides what inputs it's going to put into, in this case, society, to get an output, right? So in this case, the output that they're putting in that letter is basically telegraphing, we want 20 times more people to die, right? Or depopulation. So, and then they watch which way things are going. Okay, more people getting sick or more people getting fat, dumb, and happy. Great, we're just very happy. They have sensors. That's one of the other parts of a system. The sensors are all the surveillance tools that they use, all the data gathering. And so they say, we want to go here, and we're getting the results here. More people are getting fat, dumb, and happy. Great. We do keep doing more of that. Oops, some people are starting to get smart. They're watching Dr. Shiva's videos on Truth, Freedom, Health. They're joining his movement. Okay, let's create Vivek the Snake Ramaswamy, okay? We need a brown guy who talks anti-establishment stuff to peel away people from Dr. Shiva so they don't create a movement, you see? So they're constantly have a goal. They're watching which way the world is moving. They're making adjustments, no different than the autopilot. And this is a control system. Now, there's a couple of other principles like transport, conversion, storage. But the point is, the elites understand system science. You know, PhDs or engineering undergraduates and graduates learn this. And a lot of people don't understand this engineering systems principles. It's what's being used to manipulate and control large masses of people. So when I see a letter like that, and they say they're going to put out disease X, they're laying out their goal, they're talking about resilience, sustainability. These are all parameters that come from systems theory, Sean. So that is not some innocuous letter. Behind that letter is a tremendous amount of planning and knowledge. That's because I see it in those buzzwords right there.
You know, it's very nefarious. When I see those words, resilience and sustainability, they strike me as being Rockefeller buzzwords for UN Agenda 2030. You know, resilient cities, strong cities, all this nonsense. It's all UN Agenda 2030, and it's a depop plan. That's exactly what it is. Reduce carbon emissions to 0 by 2050, which they now want to fast track. God help us. Shiva, God help us.
So, Sean, the way out of this, right, is we don't need to have everyone, Sean, but enough people to understand the systems principles that they're using and the systems dynamics of what they're doing, of how they have a bunch of inputs they can do. They have a whole allotment of these quote unquote fake leaders, quote unquote fake anti-establishment people that they keep inputting, right? I don't know if you saw the Swarm video, Sean, which we went over. That video lays out that they have these front end people, celebrities, you know, the hoax false heroes from Trump to Booby, Kennedy to whoever, to manipulate people to keep them stuck to the swarm while they do their agenda. You say? So they have calculated it's literally a part of a machinery. Oh, we need some more of that. Oops, we need some more of this. Oops, we need to bring this player in because we need to keep the sheep herded towards this direction. If they're moving away, they have a problem. So what also turns out, Sean, in system science, there's another phenomenon called self-organizing systems. So the issue is once you sort of step back, and if you're one of us and you get this, you go, wow, this is pretty interesting. So if you take the mass of 8 billion people, you know, they're like people, individual people make their own decisions, but together the collective from the distance is this one wild set of reactions that's taking place, Sean. And what the elites are using system science for is to control these reactions so they can move these 8 billion people in the way that they want. Now, what happens if we now understand system science and we're not for the goal of power, profit, control, but we're for a very different set of metrics, which is what I call truth, freedom, health. And if you're for truth, freedom, health, now this is a very different dynamic. So if you're for truth, freedom, health, you as the individual, let's say all among those 8 billion people are recognizing, you're self-reflecting, Sean, and you're recognizing the system dynamics. You understand these 9 principles of systems they're using against you. Now you start getting outside of the quote unquote swarm, okay? And if enough people do that, what then happens? I can't predict what'll happen. What I can tell you is not just me knowing it or you or 5 people, but in my view, you need about 2,500 to 1,000 core people learning it and about 50,000 people learning this, the actual physics. So they can write up say, oh, Gandhi was a bullshitter. He wasn't a hero. You know, he was actually used by the British to bring people, Indians, to make sure they didn't ever have a good revolution. Martin Luther King, he said a lot of good things, but he was a tool of the Kennedys to make sure the civil rights movement didn't really build infrastructure in the inner cities. They made it over black and white. You see, it is not the obvious establishment, Sean, that is the input that the elites have, but they have, as we talked about in your last show, the great deception is these multiple daggers of input that they have of the not so obvious establishment. And that's what I mean. They understand system science. So in system science, you may have multiple inputs, multiple outputs, Sean. That's called a multi-input, multi-output system, MIMO, or multi-input, single output, MISO, believe it or not, or single input, multiple output. So when you look at an airplane has multiple inputs, multiple outputs. You see what I'm saying? And there's a physics, there's a science. Without the science, we wouldn't have automatic pilots on Boeing 747s. We wouldn't have most of the technologies we have in our homes today. System science is a foundation of this. So that's why, you know, I really, really am a big believer and a big proponent, and I've tried to make it accessible to everyone. They should go to truthfreedomhealth.com and understand system science. And those people who support our campaign, you know, we help them learn all this, Sean. But without this knowledge, it's like basically, it's very easy to become gullible in all of this. And that's what they want. They want people to be gullible, but they know exactly what they're doing, Sean. And for example, today, Thursday at 8 p.m. EST, and we do this, and at 11 a.m. I'll run a town hall, and we'll be talking about the healthcare system. You say, the next week in our town hall, we'll be talking about the environment system. So we teach people how to apply system science to really unravel these very complex problems, Sean, or people will go in this direction or that direction and get used by one of the charlatans.
Well, let me ask you a question. I'll show this first.
Yep.
Police storm presidential palace in Poland and arrest conservative politicians. People are marching in the streets and demonstrating now in Poland. So what is the system science of tyranny? Because the whole system is turning overtly tyrannical as people around the world wake up. Again, we had this conversation when you were on the other day, the Great Reset versus the Great Awakening. People are waking up in droves. Therefore, the system by nature is becoming more overtly tyrannical globally, Shiva. So what is the system science of tyranny?
Yeah, so if you think about it, so if you, I wish I had a diagram here, I should probably draw one, Sean, but if you look at a system, there's a goal, there's an output, and here's a system. So once you set a goal, the controllers of these systems send inputs into the system. So you have goal, controller, input. That input, Sean, affects three forces: motion or movement, freedom. It affects truth, right? Science, and it affects the infrastructure. So they can control those three forces. And then the output they seek, as we're talking about, is maximization of power, profit, and control. So they have sensors which see this now. So the control mechanism of tyranny, right? In most countries, they don't even have the First Amendment, as you know, Sean, right? People don't even have the right to speak openly, hand out a flyer, right? And most of the Commonwealth countries do not have this. Now, the supposition was that the American Revolution took place, so we would have the First Amendment and a whole set of Bill of Rights to do that. But that was predicated on the fact that you had an educated citizenry, Sean, who understood those rights and would fight for them, right? So what's happening now is that we are making people fat, dumb, and lazy. That's the input the swarm is putting in, and the output they're getting is fat, dumb, and lazy people, right? And that's what they want.
Yeah, but let me push gently and just point out that on January 6th, thousands and thousands and thousands of informed patriots showed up at the state capitol, the nation's capital, for a redress of grievances over the stolen election. These are informed people. These are people who are taking peaceful action. And what did the system do? It turned more overtly tyrannical by persecuting those people and putting many of them in jail. And they're continuing to only ramp up to that end. Now they want to put people in jail who just merely showed up in Washington, D.C., not even related to that event. The FBI is now investigating people who just landed in DC that day for other reasons. So overt tyranny is the system science of this criminal government.
Right. So, Sean, if you go back to January 6th, a few days before that in Massachusetts, I had actually hired a bus and we were going to go down. Okay. We had about 50 people. And the last minute, I think on the 3rd or 4th, I saw this really weirdo guy. If you ever seen this guy, Ali Alexander, he looks like Sammy Davis Jr. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And I think in 2017, 2018, one of our volunteers wanted to bring this guy around our campaign. And I got the heebie-jeebies from him. Okay. And he was running Stop the Steal, and he was at Trump's White House. And up until that point, Sean, I was starting to have lots of reservations about Trump. I'd been an early supporter, not just wearing a MAGA hat, putting up, thousands of signs for him, giving him money. And I started seeing all these contradictions, you see, from the Operation Warp Speed to the support for Israel. I mean, you go down the list, okay? But when I saw this guy, Ali Alexander, running Stop the Steal, I said, this is really effed up, okay? And Trump was with him. And that's when I realized all the work that I had been doing, exposing election fraud, was being used by Trump and all these people, and I get into the details, for essentially making money. So I called off that trip, Sean, and I said, something bad is going to happen, okay? It was very good intuition I had. And in fact, that's what happened. And what the swarm is doing is they know people are getting awakened. So they are creating honeypots, Sean, to sucker people in. And this is what we have to recognize. As people wake up, they want to find the people who are passionate, but do not have the right training yet, right? Because if you're going to build a movement, right, there's certain things that we need to do in a right way. So they found those people, Sean, and they set that up. And Trump was part of it. No one should deny him, Pelosi, the entire establishment was part of this. They wanted to find those people who cared, and they suckered them in. And a lot of them are in jail, okay? And so the swarm is getting the tyrannical input they're putting in. They say, wow, there is going to be independent movements and leaders. So we're going to create fake leaders, and we're going to direct people to these events or to these people so we can have a hold on them, Sean. And that is what I call these events that they'll do, right? CONTELPRO type stuff we talked about, right? To sucker people in. So let me give you, in elections, as we've discussed for many years now, Sean, I have experienced what I call the multi-layered system of election fraud. When we spoke in 2020, I discovered the election fraud stuff that they do on election day, right? Like the signature verification, the flipping of votes, deleting ballot images, like chain of custody, etc. But this occurs on election day. But if we step back, Sean, and we think about this as a king who wants to protect his kingdom, he has multiple layers of protection, right? He has his guards, his palace guards, then he's got the walls, then he's got the moat, and then maybe he has some alligators in the moat. You see what I'm saying? They have multiple layers. So in order to protect their forces of power, profit, and control, the swarm, they have ensured that an election fraud system in this place, and that system is highly resilient. And resilience here means it has multiple backup systems, right? So when I unravel this, after I'll share with what happened to one of our volunteers just this past Sunday, where he goes to collect ballot signatures, a hard working class guy in Kentucky. Sean, I'll come back to give you the details. Not only is he arrested and handcuffed, but then he is put in jail and strip search and cavity search, Sean. And then his money is stolen by the police. And I'll get to that.
Yeah, and let me just interject. So that took place, I believe, on January 7th. That was really the real election fraud breaking news I wanted to share here. Let me just show one thing here, because as we talk about the system of tyranny, MediaMatters.org, Media Matters for America, is one of these control systems they use to implement their tyranny. And I just want to remind people what Media Matters for America said about this show, this channel, SGT Report, when I was on YouTube. You know what the violation is they claim, guys?
Yeah.
The violation they claim got me kicked off of YouTube on October 15th, 2020 on the back of this hit piece was voter suppression and election misinformation. In the screen grab that they put in the article is of you and me having a conversation about your election being stolen.
Wow, man.
So welcome to Upside Down World, Doc.
Wow. No, stay there, Sean. So that occurred. If you look at the date, look at that date, Sean, September 30th, 2020. That's a very important date, Sean, because on that 5 days before that, Sean, is when I was thrown off Twitter for exposing the fact the government of Massachusetts had destroyed ballot images in violation of 52 USC 20701. You were one of the first people who had the courage and did real journalism to put us on. But everything we said in there was fully backed up. And then when we went into federal court in October, we actually won the preliminary injunction. So Media Matters, I don't know if the statute of limitations is on this, Sean, but they should be sued, okay? But we should go back after them. But to everyone listening, this is what's really going on in the United States. You have the elites, the 0.00001%, the swarm, as I call it. They're controlling all of this globally. But in the United States, Sean, they have made elections be selections. So that's the first thing. And they violate democracy in the following way. How do they violate democracy? They violate democracy because in 1776, the elites of the time, the merchants who wanted us to fight against the king, gave the peasants, the Bill of Rights, hey, fight with us, right? But they always kept, Sean, they did, one step back and two steps forward, right? Because, the lawyers of the time never let their nobility go away. You see what I'm saying? They were fighting nobility, but you still left the remnants of that called the esquire, the lawyers. So when you go to a judicial court system, you're actually going back like into the 12th century. So even though America had all of these Bill of Rights and we had the executive branch, the separation of powers, but the judicial branch it's like still in the medieval stages, all right? But we need to recognize that they created stopgaps or ways that we fully couldn't exercise our freedom, Sean, in particularly doing the election system. So when we did that video on September 30th of 2020, Sean, we were talking about the end part of that system that they have, right? By the time you're fighting the palace guards, if you breached the moat and you breached their walls, right? Where you've actually gotten on the ballot and you've gotten visibility, that's when they do the other game where they delete ballot images, they flip votes, and then they finally just eliminate, do the bad curing of ballot signatures. But if we go way before that, Sean, the first part of this entire election fraud system is to deny visibility, Sean. Who gets to even have access in the United States to the 330 million people? Who gets their eyeballs, okay? And that visibility containment is where the election fraud begins. So overnight, they can take Tulsi Gabbard and she's on Fox News everywhere. Overnight, they take this guy Vivek the Snake. Overnight, he's everywhere, right? So they have this ability to literally create the stage of who is a protagonist and the antagonist and all the controversies, Biden, Trump, right? They own that stage. And so that's step one in the election fraud system. Who gets visibility? Step two, so in Massachusetts, again, by way of example, in 2020, when we were running at that time, Sean, you remember, they didn't want to, I got signatures. I was supposed to be on the ballot stage. They never had any debates. They canceled debates, Sean. In 2020, when I ran against 2018, when I ran against Elizabeth Warren as an independent, they cheated us from bringing on the debate. I had to file a lawsuit. So I have been through this aspect of where they deny you bona fide visibility. All right. What did we do? Well, we went grassroots. We built a movement. We had people giving us $1, $5. We raised $2 million and we got billboards. We got 25,000 lawn signs out there. We mobilized. So we screwed them in 2018 and 2020 in the Senate election here in Massachusetts. They're like, shit, this guy knows how to get out there. So we breached their moat, okay? Then they thought they were going to stop us from getting on the ballot. To everyone listening, if you decide to run for office, dog catcher, school committee, Senate, president, one of the barriers to entry is that you have to get on the ballot. So if there's five dog catchers running in your local town, every dog catcher may have to go get 50 people to say, oh yeah, I want Bob to run as dog catcher. That gets you on the ballot. Okay, that's a passage something you have to do to get on the ballot. When you run for Senate in Massachusetts, we had to get 10,000 signatures, which means you actually have to get 20,000 because if they don't like you, they dismiss half of your signatures. And it's a lot of work, Sean. We have to get volunteers. We have to go out in the cold. And then we have to battle the store managers who come out in front of a store. Oh, you can't collect. Police show up. We have to explain to them. We have the right to collect signatures. There's been multiple Supreme Court rulings on this, you see? Now, so the GOP and the DNC don't need to do any of that. They just get on the ballot. And now, and I'll get to the Trump thing and what's going on in Colorado and with New York or Texas. The real fight is that when working people like myself, everyday people want one of their own, like me, on the ballot, what do? They make it very difficult to get on the ballot. You know what the other people do, Sean? They go cry like Booby effing Kennedy. Oh, they're making it difficult to get on the ballot. Give me money. They collect money, Sean, and then they pay professional signature getters. $10 a signature, Sean.
No, I know. Okay. Well, let's talk about what happened to your volunteer. So on January 7th, one of your volunteers was arrested and jailed and strip searched by Franklin, New York police.
Franklin County, Kentucky.
Okay, by Franklin, Kentucky police for legally collecting signatures in front of a Walmart.
Yes.
How does that work in America with a K?
So this is how it works in America. To get your name on the candidate for president, Sean, you have to collect around 1.5 million signatures. 1.5 million. Okay? To collect 1.5 million signatures, you may interact, let's say, with 100 people who walk by. So that means you're going to interact with 15 million people. A lot of hard work. Every state has a different number of signatures you need to get on the ballot in every state. In Utah, you need 1,000 signatures. In Massachusetts, you need 10,000. In Florida, Sean, you need 130,000. Now, let's go to Kentucky. In Kentucky, the red state, right? The red state of the home of Rand Paul, Mitch McConnell, Thomas Massie, you have to get 5,000 signatures. How do you collect signatures? Your volunteers, you have to, first of all, have volunteers. If you're truly a bottoms-up campaign and you're not one of the scumbags of Democrats and Republicans who don't even have to do it, somehow they get a free pass. Or Kennedy, who goes, begs the Zionists for money to give him, and they give him money, and then he can go pay people. We actually do the hard work to get on the ballot. So what do you got to do, Sean? You typically, the best place to collect signatures is in front of a Walmart, right? Or Target or these grocery stores, because it's a high throughput area. Now, in 1980 and multiple court rulings since then, the Supreme Court did the right thing here. They said, you know what? Here's a predicate of law. During an election cycle, which is what we're in now, and if you're collecting ballot signatures, and you cannot be blocking the entrance to the store, as long as you're not, those predicates are complied, the private property rights of even a property owner get superseded, Sean, by the individual's constitutional rights. Pretty powerful. That means I can go collect signatures, right? And meet my neighbors, because these are my neighbors that I'm meeting, say hello. And so when you go to collect signatures, you have your pad and you say, hi, Sean, we're looking to get a candidate on the ballot. Can you help? And a lot of people like to sign. So anyway, that's the background, okay? It's legally allowed. So our volunteer, a very nice gentleman, and who is this volunteer? He's an electrician. He works hard from 6 a.m. until 5 p.m. every day, okay? And he is our state leader in Kentucky, okay? He says, okay, I'm going to go collect signatures. We have a deadline. We've got to collect 5,000 signatures. So he goes by himself to the Walmart in Franklin, Kentucky, okay? He's got his pad. He's got his legal things in case he has to educate people. So he's collected around 7 signatures, Sean. And one of the store people come on, they say, oh, you have to leave. You cannot collect signatures. Well, our volunteer says, No, I can. I'm not blocking anyone. I'm not harassing. It's an election cycle. The Prune Yard ruling, and there's a Glovsky versus Roach rulings. There's multiple Supreme Court rulings which allow me at this point to collect signatures. That's it. So then this manager or the store guy then brings out two supervisors, and they think they're, 800-pound gorillas, a lot of macho talk, and they try to harass him. He says, no, I have the right to be here. Again, think about the point here, Sean, barrier to entry. It takes a lot to get a volunteer. It takes a lot to get people activated. Then they have to face this, Sean. Most people will say, okay, I'm going to leave. I'm afraid, right? This is the intimidation. Well, this volunteer stood firm because he has a right. Police show up, Sean, and the police say you have to leave. You're trespassing, and he says, no, your officer have a right to be here. As an aside, when I was out in Utah doing training, Sean, again, 3 police cruisers showed up with cops, and I'm reasonably good. I've always been successful at explaining to them because I stand firm, and they know I'm going to sue the shit out of them. And I say, look, we have a right to be here, officers. This is in Utah, right? And the officer said, oh, I get it. And he went and reprimanded the store manager. He said, in fact, they have a right to be here. But here, our volunteer was all alone, and they took advantage of him. So the police say, you don't have a right to be here. He says, yes, I do. They handcuff him, Sean, put him in the back of a cruiser. He has his iPhone, and he calls me. And I tell the police very cordial, I said, look, officer, our volunteer has every right to be here. Kindly let him go. This is a First Amendment constitutional right during an election cycle to collect signatures. Basically, his approach was, I don't care what you do, whatever you want. I'm taking him in. They take him in, Sean. What do they do when they take him in? They take his wallet, his belongings, all that. Okay, apparently that's normal. Then they strip search him. Then they cavity search him. And on January 7th, I got up when I heard this, and I said, we got to do something. So we went bottoms up. We got whatever media we could get on social, and people were appalled. And we told people to call in to that police station. Well, hundreds of calls went in, or thousands, or whatever happened. And that evening, they release him, Sean, on his own recognizance. But when they release him, Sean, he goes to collect his materials. He looks in his wallet. All of his money's stolen. So what does he have to do? He has to walk back in the middle of the night, back to his car, back to Walmart. And now we've had to get, an attorney, and we're not going to let this get away. But think about this. Think about now, step back. Walmart, multi-billion-dollar, I think there's a Fortune 1 or Fortune 2 company. They sell a bunch of crap made in China, and Chinese workers make that. And here's a police officer who should be trained in the fact that elections are occurring, constitutional rights, shouldn't get his badge and his gun if he doesn't know that. But the swarm, Sean, purposely does not train these people, purposely. I have to do the training. Our volunteers have to do the training. That's not our job. Companies, property rights, which have been subsumed by the courts during an election cycle to collect signatures. It's there. It's been adjudicated. But the cops are protecting Walmart and the Waltons, not this working class guy who actually is one of them, who takes time off his day to get me another working class, representative for him. So this is what's going on, Sean, the election fraud of denying ballot access and the intimidation that they do. I mean, who the hell would ever want to collect ballot signatures? But we have hundreds of thousands of volunteers who come out, Sean, and anyone listening out there, it's very easy to tweet stuff and talk about stuff, but literally the rubber or the ballot meets the road when you have to go out in the cold, Sean, by yourself, and you're facing the state, basically. You're facing tyranny right there because you have to deal with all this bullshit when the rights have already been set up. So what's happened is every minute that goes by, the American people don't even know their rights. When they exercise, many of them don't even know how to exercise their rights because that's training, right? And when they exercise their rights, in this case, individually, look what happens. Egregiously, falsely arrested, thrown in a car. I hate to say this, cavity searched. It's not a criminal. It's strip searched. A hardworking electrician, fucking believable. Excuse my language.
Well, I know, man. And this is the thing. And it really begs the question, how close are we to the tyrannical tipping point? Because what you're describing is obviously election interference. And we're all sick and tired of the GOP and the DNC having a monopoly on these selections, because that's what they have. And they set the bar so high that none of y'all can even get on the ballot in all 50
There you
states.
go.
And
Right.
then when your people try to help you get on the ballot, they get arrested for trespassing on phony, trumped up charges. And it's disgusting. So let me ask you the brass tacks of where we're headed, because I'd love to see you as president. But let's talk about the reality of our situation. I know you don't like Vivek. You call him the snake, Vivek the snake, but he's a whole lot better than DeSantis and Zionist Nikki Haley, because here's what we're starting to sense.
I would say he's worse, Sean.
Okay, well, you can go there, but just to explain this to me then, because what it looks like the GOP is doing is they're positioning Zionist Nikki Haley with these phony baloney polls that now she's really trending and she's really, there's an upsurge in support for Zionist Nikki Haley, and DeSantis, it's being said, will be her VP pick. That's what they want to do, because they want to railroad Trump. They want Trump off the ballot. They certainly don't want you on the ballot. So we might just be left with Zionist Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, but you have to understand, Trump is a Zionist and Vivek the Snake is a Zionist. He's a bullshitter. He's part of the swarm. He's a fraud. I mean, you can go to here's the difference, Sean. And this is a dynamic. This is a great deception. I hope everyone understands. And this is where really the epiphany comes in. Okay. And this is where the change is going to come in. What they have done, Sean, the establishment, is creating the theater so we don't go at the root cause. All right. And they do this every election cycle. As far as I remember when I was a kid in 1984, okay? If you remember, it was at that point, it was Ronald Reagan running against a guy called Walter Mondale, okay? The left versus right. Then the establishment, they knew there was young people who didn't really like this. So you had the emergence of the Tea Party, which was starting, remember them? And you had Jesse Jackson. You remember him? Rainbow Coalition. I don't know if you remember him. So
you bet I do. Yeah.
What's that? The obvious establishment, Reagan versus Mondale, in order to keep the other people stuck to this fake election process, they have the Tea Party getting people riled up, which is the wing of the right. And then the wing of the left had Jesse Jackson. And he would say all sorts of anti-establishment things, Sean, and this is a critical thing, against Walter Mondale. And the Tea Party would say anti-establishment things against the establishment Republicans. You follow me? But whatever they say is done to entertain the masses. So because these two wings ultimately still corral them back to the establishment. So, and I saw this in front of my own eyes in 84. A lot of young people were all excited. Well, Jesse Jackson, wow, he's saying anti-establishment stuff, da-da-da-da-da. And what does he do, Sean? On the floor of the DNC, he says, well, we have differences, but we must all come together, brothers and sisters. Lesser of two evils. You remember that? So they made it red versus blue. And he corrals all these young people like a shepherd right into the arms of the Democratic Party. And this was a role of Bernie Sanders. And this is the role of the wings of the right and the left. So what's happened, Sean, is now you have the obvious establishment candidates on the Republican side, okay, who is Haley, Christie left, DeSantis. And on the left, you have Biden and probably that guy out in, who's the guy out in, the governor guy out in Newsom, okay? Whoever that's going to be.
Newsom, House of Getty, I like to call him.
Yeah, and he's probably going to come in on the last minute. That's what I predict, okay? But the wings of the shoulders, the stalwart, obvious establishment shoulders need to create the drama, Sean. And this is the epiphany everyone needs to have. They know people are waking up, so they have Trump on the right, acting like he's a martyr, okay? They have the Vivek the Snakes acting like he's anti-establishment. You got to understand, these people are as establishment as you get, but they are hired theater actors. And on the right, you have, or on the left, you have people like Tulsi Gabbard. Now they gave her attention and she's become sort of the left-right independent. You have the quote-unquote Booby Kennedy. So this year, this is very important to understand. They know, because of the efforts of our movement, other independent media, that people are really understanding this dynamics. So unlike, previous years where they just had the left fake anti-establishment candidate or the right, now they've created a Baskin-Robbins flavor, Sean. They know they need more people to keep people entertained. Vivek the Snake, bullshitter, said he was against affirmative action, took an affirmative action scholarship. Big Pharma brown noser. Trump brought in the swamp. Operation, you can go the line, all the Trumpers may have problems, but I supported Trump, but you have to wake up to reality. So they have Trump, they have Booby effing Kennedy. If they could run Tulsi Gabbard, they can, right? So they have created a Baskin-Robbins flavor of fake anti-establishment candidates. And the goal is this, Sean, what they're going to do is the following, okay? They know people are waking up and they want to build these independent movements, but they've created these fake anti-establishment candidates. And you will see that they're going to once again create the fake establishment versus the not so obvious establishment dialectic, okay? On the left and the right. You will see that. But it is all controlled opposition, Sean. They will have red versus blue. And that's what you're seeing with what's going on in Texas and Maine. Ooh, Trump can't get on the ballot. Okay, we're going to take Biden off the ballot. But this is a relatively minor part when you consider what I just shared. The fact that working people running for president can never get on the ballot. So these are the organized crime families, trying to play their games. So we get entertained, Sean. This is a critical thing. And fortunately, I learned this when I was 17, 18 and studied this. So this is how the recurrent process of tyranny takes place. So when I said DeSantis and Haley, he's worse, I really mean that. DeSantis and Haley, like Malcolm X said, are wolves coming at your throat. But Vivek the Snake and Trump and people like that, they're the wolves who come from behind. All right. And, I was on a show with a young gentleman called Sneeko, and he said, Dr. Shiva, I support you. But Vivek says some really good things. Yeah, that's why they have him. That's why they give him visibility. And this is the real deception, Sean. It's sort of part two of what we talked about before. They keep people stuck to these fake anti-establishment people. They actively create the theater, Sean, actively. Ooh, Trump is a martyr. Trump is not a fucking martyr. He's actually a fake billionaire. He's never worked really in his life. Neither has Vivek the Snake. They all come from the swarm. They have the birth lottery. They move capital around. They've never had to build any companies like I've done bottoms up or everyday real entrepreneurs. These are fake guys who are part of the swarm. They have them do these bouts. So the masses, oh my God, Vivek said some great things. Ooh, Trump got off the ballot. These are all organized crime families. The real heroes are people like me, you, who are out in the trenches fighting, Sean. These people don't come to help us end. Trump didn't help any of the January 6 people. My volunteer gets thrown in jail. We go help him. We're right there. Our volunteers go up to court. We fund him. We support him. You say? Very different. These people are faking it, Sean. And this is a consciousness that must take place. Trump is not a fucking victim. I can tell you, I've met with Trump. I met you people who are his advisors. He's far from a victim, okay? They're all part of this one big cabal, and they are entertaining us. And you have to understand, Netanyahu is the one who put Trump into power. And I'm going to do a whole analysis of that based on the work of an investigative reporter. Yeah, Russia was a hoax, but the real truth was Israel put Trump into power. And everyone around Trump's circle is a Zionist hoodlum, just like everyone around Haley's circle, everyone around DeSantis' circle. This fool, Vivek the Snake. How does this guy come out of nowhere? What has he done, Sean? Nothing. He's a bullshitter, professional con man. So this is where we're at. We as working people cannot be gullible anymore. We have to understand the system's dynamic. It may be hard because it's hard working every day. People want their saviors. Now they have to go collect signatures to get someone like me on the ballot, right? They have to do more work. They are hoping, oh, Trump, I hope, is there. Ooh, let me choose the lesser of two evils. But this is where the lesser of two evils has got us, Sean, over the last 50 years. The life expectancy of the average American is going downward. Democrat, Republican, left, right, every celebrity, every Trump, every Clinton, every Vivek the Snake, every Tulsi Gabbard, every Nikki Haley, they've all done it to us, Sean. So we got to get our head out of the ass and realize they are playing us, man. They're professional con men. Professional con men.
Well, let me just say this, just in the interest of full disclosure. If Trump is on the ballot in November, I will vote for him because Biden is a treacherous traitor, one of the most evil people I've ever seen in my entire life. The entire administration and the people behind him, like Obama, Susan Rice, I mean, they're all just vipers, in my opinion. So I just want to say that for the audience, because, I love to bring you on and you've got free reign. Anything you want to say, I don't even disagree with you for the most part.
But let's talk.
November's coming one way or the other. And right now we have a criminal traitor sitting in the White House with the borders wide open and 85,000 immigrant children trafficked. They've disappeared, Shiva.
Sean, if you look at the numbers during Obama's time, very low illegal immigrants. During Trump's time and Biden's time, it's about the same. I really want you to understand this phenomenon, because this is why no change will occur. And don't take this the wrong way. I love you as a brother, but Trump is a not so obvious establishment. We know Biden is a doofus, whatever, right? It's obvious. But Trump is also a puppet. And you have to understand this, because what did Trump do in his 4 years? Let go of all of the thing, because people want to choose the lesser of two evils. And it's not working, and it'll never work. What did Trump do? He brings in his Zionist hoodlum son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as bad as Hunter Biden. Okay?
That's fair.
Then he brings in John Bolton, he's a fucking war criminal, this guy. Okay? Excuse my language. All right? But it's horrible. Then look at Stephen Miller. He surrounded himself with Zionist hoodlums. But when you really go look at the data, a deal was made between Netanyahu and Roger Stone that they would get him data, and that's how Trump was put in. All right? He would make Jerusalem the embassy, and he would screw up the deal with Iran. All right? Trump is look, I met with him, and he called me because I helped him make $500 million with all the election fraud stuff I did, and I can show that. So when he called me, he had just endorsed a guy who committed election fraud here in Massachusetts, Sean. And when I got the letter, we respectfully said, we're not coming to Mar-a-Lago. How many people do you know who would say, oh, I'm not coming to see you, Trump? All these Trump, oh my God, you got invited. I said, no, it is a principled position we took. And then I got invited again. And when I went to see him, he looked like an out-of-work actor, Sean. And people need to understand these people are professional actors. And what did he do during his time? He's the one who implemented Operation Warp Speed, allowed it to occur. Oh, Trump is poor guy. He had to bring these people in. Well, I thought he had big brass balls, Sean. He didn't fire Fauci. It was our campaign, Fire Fauci. As you remember, we did this Fire Fauci campaign. We raised 120,000 signatures. We drove our bus for 2 days down, and we delivered these signatures long before these grifter doctors ever showed up. This is in March of 2020. All right? He made a ton of money off my work, but he didn't do shit for election fraud except Mike Lindell and him sold a lot of pillows. All right? So I've been in the middle of this. And unlike other people who just wore a hat, I gave him money, and you can look it up in FEC, and I supported him. But as a scientist, as an engineer, someone who cares, you have to take away your rose-colored glasses and think Trump is better than Biden. Incrementally, one may be better, one may be the other. But this is this lesser of two evils philosophy, Sean. This is why we keep degenerating. And this is the crux of the issue. The establishment creates the dialectic, okay? And then you think, oh, wow, my team got in. So happy. Well, really? Well, let's go through all the things that Trump did not do, all right? He teed it up to have the situation that you have here in Palestine and Israel. These people are organized crime families. They have their differences. And if we represent working people, if one of them attacks another, we shouldn't give a crap, Sean. That has nothing to do with our business. They don't help us because look at the data. And this is from Kaiser Permanente. I want you to look at that. Look at that red line. Life expectancy in the United States, 1980. This did not occur with the vaccines. It occurred with John Kennedy, who created the 1962 Vaccination Act. It occurred in the 1970s when they consolidated when they created the Department of Education, when they consolidated science. The elites have been destroying us, the swarm. Trump is part of the swarm. So if you truly want to care about the working people, we need to recognize that no change has ever come from above. They keep wanting us to believe this, Sean, because we all work hard, man. After a while, it gets hard. Trump is part of the swarm. He executed for them flawlessly. He printed $8 trillion. 600 billionaires increased their wealth by 2.3 trillion. Obama printed $8.1 trillion in 2 terms. You see, they're just are different crime families. They have a little bit of differences. Push comes to shove, they all come together against us.
You know what? I'm going to show your website in just 1 second, but I mentioned some of the systems of control. Certainly the GOP and the DNC are at the top of that list. Media Matters for America is another system of control. But here's yet another. As YouTube is now banning health-related channels, okay? Disease X is on its way, we're told. YouTube is now openly banning anybody who is not down with World Health Organization talking points. If you stray at all from whatever officialdom comes from the WHO, your channel is now being shadow banned or terminated by people like this, the chief content officer at YouTube. It's time to boycott YouTube, guys. Head on over to Rumble and BitChute and just boycott YouTube. It's another system of control.
My subscribers on YouTube have been like 252, and they haven't even grown at all, Sean. They don't grow. So the modern way they do, because they're afraid that I'll sue them, is they keep you on, but they keep you in a digital cage. That's the new, so censorship 10.0, you know, keep you contained. And so you sort of are in this world. But I think it's really, really important to remember, Sean, there is no shortcut. We have to build a bottoms up movement. The good news is our campaign exists. We've created the science of how people can create it at Truth, Freedom, Health, because you're not going to be able to do this without honestly looking at the facts and letting go. You have to look at that curve, man. You have to say that's from Kaiser Permanente, and the gray curve is the rest of the world. Okay, they're also going to go like this, and so the elites create problems, fake ones, and bogus problems. They don't have solutions. My life has been about delivering solutions. You have to really think about what these people are about, Sean. They say whatever they need to say, Sean, and that's their new technique. They have ChatGPT. They have ChatGPT watching my videos. They have predictive analytics saying, wow, people really like when he said Zionist cocksucker, you know, or people really liked him because I do it from a real perspective. And then they go to their fake anti-establishment people. Okay, Trump, stop using voter fraud, use election fraud. And that's what he did in November after Mark Meadows called me here. All right. I can get into all the details. Vivek the Snake is literally attempting to be a replica of me. They literally are doing predictive analytics. They're having ChatGPT and they put messages out there. And that's the control system, Sean. Input, output. They're saying, wow, people are breaking. Let's put this input here of these fake anti-establishment people. So yes, in many ways, Trump, Vivek the Snake, Bernie Sanders, you know, all these fake fighters on the left are actually worse than the wolves. They're both bad because you think Biden is the enemy and Trump ain't. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%. I totally see what you're saying. And I think the audience does too. Unfortunately, it's just salt in an open wound, right? As our country collapses from within with this Marxist communist total takeover and these evil, overtly evil systems of control, people are really starting to feel desperate. And you guys really ought to watch this swarm video, Shatter the Swarm, over at shattertheswarm.com. It'll take you right here. And yes, I know it's on YouTube. That's unfortunate. We got to get you a Rumble channel.
We got it everywhere, Sean. We have it.
Are you on Rumble too?
We're on Rumble. We're on Gab. We have it on our own platform. We're on
it's right here in front of me. Sure, I see. Okay.
Yes. So we also have it on vashiva.com. That's running off of our server, but we also have an ability to run off our own servers. You say? So we have it everywhere, man.
All right. Well, God bless you. I appreciate the truth as you see it, and I'm always happy to have you on the show. And how did it turn out then for our friend who was
this morning
hearing to get signatures?
Well, this morning was his right? Because they charged him with third-degree trespassing. And they lied in the police report saying he went inside the store and was collecting signatures. Totally bullshit, okay? They need to do third degree so they can trump up charges. So he went in today. We found him, this is Franklin, Kentucky, man. I had to spend 2 days nonstop trying to find him an attorney. And we found him one, and he pleaded not guilty. And we said, we want discovery. We want all the video and everything. So that'll occur in March. But we're not going to let this go, Sean. But the point is this, you see, I have to spend our money fighting this. We have to do all this work, right? They don't even have to do any of it. Trump doesn't have to collect signatures. Nikki Haley doesn't have to collect signatures. DeSantis doesn't have to collect signatures. Biden doesn't have to collect signatures. What? We're like dog doo-doo? Like we work for a living? We don't. Why do we have to collect signatures then? You see? So it's a two-tier system. And it is against working people. Working people go to Walmart. Working people who stand outside of Walmart to talk to their friends who are working people coming outside of Walmart to collect signatures. And then they have a working person who's a police officer who's ignorant attacking working people. You see, they have working people attacking working people. While they sit back and watch all of this with entertainment, collect money for their fake theater. Oh my God, Trump is going to not be on the ballot. Give him $500 million. Ooh. And then the Democrats say, we can't allow Trump on the ballot. Give them $500 million. It's all this bullshit, absolute WWE. That's what's going on, Sean. And more of us who wake from it. And I'll give you this one lesson, you see, that took place. People say, well, can you give me an example of when people broke from the Trump and the Bidens? You see what I'm saying? Both wings. Whenever people raise their consciousness, and everyone listen to this, and we break with courage from this, so you're not, being a beggar to these false messiahs, change occurs overnight, Sean. And a stellar example is the Vietnam War, okay? When the Vietnam War first started, the young kids who did not want to go fight, right? They were trying to figure out their politics. They blamed Barry Goldwater, right? The Republicans are warmongers. The Republicans want to kill these yellow people in Vietnam. They were the evil. And the Democrats got a pass, right? Just like we're doing now. Biden's an idiot. Trump's going to come save us. All right. So that Vietnam War movement, they'd have these big protests, the drug culture, the counterculture with Abby Hoffman, and it never really made any significance because the theory was Democrats, anti-war, Republicans, pro-war, right? And so what ends up happening? In 1968, and everyone can go watch this video wherever you want to watch it, you will see a protest outside of the Democratic Convention because the anti-war movement was growing, right? And inside the Democratic Convention, Lyndon Johnson had machine guns, Sean, pointing at the doors. Now, this is in Chicago, Democrat Chicago, the organized Daley machine Chicago. Mayor Daley was part of the, essentially a mobster, all right? And when these students are protesting, Johnson and the Daley machine unleashed the Chicago police. And that's when people are like, what the hell's going on? The Democratic Party's beating the heads. People are being beaten by batons, bleeding, skulls being smashed, right? Outside. And that's when people said, holy shit, the Democrats too are pro-war. And when the wing of the anti-war movement said, screw the Democrats, screw the Republicans, and they broke, the war ended in about 16 months, Sean. You see, as long as we stay stuck like fly trapped to these false saviors, nothing's going to happen, Sean. Nothing. And that's what I figured out as a child, as a teenager, 1984, when I saw this dynamic, how you had Reagan, Mondale, the obvious red-blue, and then the false anti-establishment forces, and how they keep the entertainment going. Trump, Vivek the Snake, Tulsi Gabbard, Fox News, media grifters, Joe Rogan, all these people are grifters, man. Effer Carlson. They never do the right thing at the right time like you did, Sean, in September 2020.
Well, I appreciate that. It cost me my YouTube channel, but I would do it again in a heartbeat. Vivek. See, you're right. They are trying to whipsaw us into
That's
thinking
what I'm saying.
Vivek, aren't they?
People really think he's me. I mean, he literally copies my stuff. Our hat says truth, freedom, health. He puts truth. I mean, you got to understand the guy's a piece of shit. a Brahmin bullshitter, was given everything his whole life, made money off a fake, useless drug, which failed 4 clinical trials, applied for an affirmative action scholarship, and later says he's against us. I mean, go look at these people's histories. How did they make their money? Bullshitting, bullshitting, bullshitting. Bullshitter Maximus. So the issue that we have to think about, Sean, is the elites, the swarm, internally, they know they're bullshitters. They're highly insecure people, Sean. They've never had the fortitude of actually studying, sitting down, earning something, doing something legitimately. Everything that they've done, Sean, has come from being in the swarm, okay? Networking, hanging around, going to the right parties, sucking up to this person, being sucked by this person, whatever they do, okay? So they have no integrity. They're professional con men, and they look for gullible victims, and they say whatever they need to say. So the integrity issue comes back to you and everyone listening. Do you want to be a Zionist cocksucker? Do you want to support these people? What are you actually doing? Who are these people? Do they get up in the morning and work and do real work? Who are these people? Are they one of us? And you have to ask that question. And why are you denying your own dignity? Because I can say that electrician who went out there, I have far more respect for than Trump. Come on. Yeah. Bangs whoever he wants, then thinks he's a Christian. Vivek the Snake, Nikki Haley, Biden. All these people are organized crime families. And we have to have integrity for ourselves, Sean, and respect hard work we do and support us. There is an us versus them, but it ain't red versus blue. It ain't black versus white. It ain't Muslim versus Christian. It is the 300 million of us in the United States, the 8 billion of us against this very small fraction of people who use system science to manipulate and suppress you and oppress you mentally. So that's where we're at, Sean.
I agree. That is where we're at. And I would recommend everybody go to shattertheswarm.com. What other of your sites would you like people to know about right now?
Yes. So everyone listening, if you go to Shatter the Swarm, get one of these Shatter the Swarm bumper stickers if you're outside of the country. Okay. You can also, a simple thing, activism thing people can do, Sean, they can go to Shiva #4president.com and get one of these bumper stickers. You put this on your car, Sean, 100,000 people see it per day. The third level of activism is go to Shiva for President, download this flyer. This flyer tells you the core problem. They're destroying the health of everyone. Who is a swarm, right? We have our campaign video. We then have Truth, Freedom, and Health, what you can do to get trained, and then come to our town hall. Sean, in fact, we have a town hall tonight, okay? We do it every night. We do it at 8 p.m. You can go to Shiva for President /town hall to sign up. It's free. There's no charge. You don't have to donate to the campaign, or go to 11 a.m. every Thursday. So that's what we're doing, Sean. And notice I haven't asked for money one time here, not once. So how can people support us? If you truly want to ensure that America wins and you want to be a part of that, go volunteer Shiva for President. Help us collect ballot signatures, Sean, because it is a very defining moment. You will learn a lot. You will learn the tyranny on the ground. You will experience it, Sean, head on head. And we want people to see what's going on in this country, that they do not want a highly qualified person ever getting in the White House who's not part of them. And they attack us. They attack you. They attack me. They attack working people. And that's what people need to get a handle of. If you want to donate to us, guess what? We give you books. We give you courses because we want you to understand this dynamic. So that's what the goal is. truthfreedomhealth.com to really understand the dynamics. Go to shattertheswarm.com to see who is controlling you and how we shatter them. And then go to Shiva for President, #4president.com, and get involved. We've created activities. We have hundreds of thousands of volunteers in every state. You will have a community. You will not feel alone. You will not degenerate yourself to thinking you have to vote for one of these, a snake or a Trump or a Haley or a doofus like Biden. You don't have to lower our standard, Sean.
Guys, I'll leave the links below. And I really do appreciate everybody taking the time to go visit the site, learn, watch that swarm video. It's really, really important, guys, to understand what we're up against. And Doc, I want to thank you for your time. Like I said, I would do it again with my YouTube channel. I would have that same conversation with you again, and I'd lose my YouTube channel all over again because truth is paramount. And I really do appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, John. Be well. Be the light. Thank you.
All right. God bless you, sir. Friends, I'll leave the links below. Thanks for tuning in. And I'll remind you every single day for free, check us out for the real news, the antidote to corporate propaganda, and all those Mockingbird mainstream media lies at sgtreport.com. God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I don't trust your cat either. I'm not a cat person. I'm really not. Let's see. I want to see if anything new came out. So give me a second here. I can't play the And We Know because that is all medical. That got me in trouble the last time when I did it on 22. I unfortunately cannot take a risk in that. So, all right. What is it? Oh, wow. We're 6 hours into this. And I told you this was going to be a short one, didn't I? Yeah. Why don't I go ahead and call it here? And I'll be back again tomorrow as long as this little generator holds up. We'll be back tomorrow, probably around sometime between 11 and noon. So I'll be on a little bit earlier tomorrow. We'll cover this one here. This SG Anon one. I would do it now, but I'm getting tired and I haven't eaten yet today either. And Ronnie is live. So so let's send our support over to him. Thank you all for joining me. Just remember that God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you. Don't worry about what these crazy people say. I just have to put them in front of you so that you get everybody's opinion. Peace.